Hello and a very good morning and a warm welcome from Sedbergh School to Lancashire Cricket TV for coverage of this 50-over warm-up match between Lancashire and Cumbria. And what a beautiful day, what a gorgeous setting as well for this fixture. Of course, we're back here on Friday for the real game, the start of the competition against Sussex, but a beautiful way for the Lancashire players to prepare for it up against a Cumbria side who are having a very good season themselves. The news from the mill is that Cumbria have won the toss and they're going to have a ball first. We'll bring you coverage from 11 o'clock right the way out through the course of the day. We'll confirm the Lancashire team for you as well in the not too distant future. It'd be a strong Lancashire side as they look to start this competition with a victory on Friday. 2019 was the last time that Lancashire played here. It is just the most beautiful venue. Of course, last year, because of COVID restrictions and the ability to get out to the outgrounds was quite difficult for a lot of counties, and Lancashire were the same with that. So unable to bring a cricket match to Sedbergh School last year. But 2019, Lancashire played Durham here in the county championship. It was a terrific 4 days of cricket, and it's great to be back with this double header, one today and then one from Friday. Of course, we're in this period of time now where we've got about 5 weeks of Royal London One Day Cup cricket to bring you and coverage. Of course, the 100 is starting, so Lancashire are missing probably 7 or 8 players that would normally feature in their one-day side. They're away with the different 100 teams. But it gives certainly a new chance, 1 or 2 new players who have not featured too much in the competition so far, to try and have some cricket for Lancashire, who will be run by Mark Chilton. He's running the 50-over team this year for Lancashire. Glenn Chappell's away with the Manchester Originals. The captain's Dame Velasquez, some very familiar names and very senior players involved in the competition. And for the next 5 weeks, Lancashire will travel across the country and try and see if they can squeeze their way into the quarter-finals of this competition. That starts on Friday against Sussex. What today's all about is the chance to get used to playing 50-over cricket again, because it's been some time. Of course, England are world champions of the 50-over competition. They're world champions in 2019, but we had no Royal London One Day Cup cricket last year because of COVID, with the season reduced down to a much shorter period of time. So this is the first 50-over game that a lot of these players would have featured in since 2019. So this is a chance to brush up on their skills, to get used to playing 50-over cricket again. It might seem similar to T20, but so much of it is different. A longer format, 50 overs, a chance to build your innings, a chance to perhaps execute skills that you wouldn't normally be able to do in a T20 match. So this warm-up fixture is all about just kind of brushing up on those skills and getting back used to the idea of playing 50-over cricket, which is something they've not done since 2019. With regards to the competition itself, well, Lancashire will feel they can try and win it. They'll feel as though they've got a great opportunity to try and win the one-day competition. They carry a good, strong squad, and even with so many players away on 100 duty, they're able to field a very competitive squad for the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks. So we're looking forward to it. The forecast, as you can tell, is absolutely stunning. It's a day for sun cream and a little bit of shade where possible. There are spectators inside the ground as well. It's been free entry today, which is excellent, and we're not too far away from the start of play.
Sorry, I'm sweating.
Comms is live now if you can get your headphones in.
If I had it 3, you know,
Well, good morning and a very warm welcome from Sebba School for the opening opening stage of the Royal London One Day Cup. It's a warm-up match between Lancashire and Cumbria to get the competition kind of up and running, to get back into the feel and the groove of playing 50-over cricket. And most counties, not all, but most counties are opting to play a game against their neighbouring, we used to be referred to as minor counties. But national counties, I think, is the correct phrase to describe them. And we're looking forward to this game here on a beautiful sunny day. Blimey, are we lucky to have the weather we've got, as well as the setting, for Lancashire's first appearance here at Sebba School since 2019, when they came up with a county championship fixture against Durham back in 2019. So the first trip back, and look at the setting. It's absolutely terrific. So we're looking forward to hopefully what should be a really enjoyable few hours of cricket. I'm Scott Reid from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester. I'm not on my own. You've not got just me for the next few hours, thank goodness. I've got a bit of company. I've got Gary Woodworth alongside me. I'm going to describe you as being an expert on Cumbria cricket. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Scott. Gorgeous day, isn't it, here? It's a lovely setting. I always say it just needs a steam railway and it'll be perfect. But we've got the Howgills, haven't we? We've got the Fells. We've got a lovely little town here in Sebba, Bucktown. It's a lovely place to play cricket, and Cumbria have been playing here for about 15 years, and of course Lancashire, under Paul Allott, have decided to play some games here for the last 2 or 3 years. COVID permitting, of course. Indeed,
yes. Missed out last year, but for understandable reasons, of course. But that 2019 County Championship fixture was certainly a week that a lot of Lancashire supporters who were able to get to the ground certainly did enjoy. We've got Keaton Jennings, who's on strike for Lancashire. There's the first delivery from the Powell end of the ground. It's a play and a miss from Jennings and through to the keeper, and there's no run. We'll be able to talk you through the full teams as well. Cumbria in this terrific looking top. Is this kind of... What shade of green are we describing this as?
The official Cumbria colour is bottle green.
Bottle green, okay.
Yeah, but the skipper isn't too impressed with putting numbers on the back.
No.
So that makes it fun for commentators who come to the ground here.
Yes, I've got to say that's fairly selfish of him. As Jennings plays a little forward defensive into the offside. Oh, it's a pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. Jennings is safely through for a single.
Yeah, the skipper's Gary Pratt, who, as long as you don't talk to him too much about Australia and Ricky Ponting, is very happy. He's one of those players that's obviously played first-class cricket, probably could have got some more years in first-class game, and has been Cumbria's skipper since 2010.
It's Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon, by the way, the opening pair for Lancashire. I do have the Lancashire team in full for you, which I'll be able to talk you through, as well as the Cumbria side. I'm going to get caught out on Cumbria and not Cumberland. We're saying Cumberland in the build-up to the game, and it's not it. It's Cumbria.
Yes, changed last year, but obviously he didn't play last year. This is Michael Slack bowling at the moment.
From the Powell end. Bohannon on strike. It's pushed away through extra cover for a single. And Lancashire move on to 2 without loss. So this is how Lancashire line up. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. And Luke Wells, Dane Villas, Rob Jones, and then Stephen Croft, George Lavelle, who will keep wicket for Lancashire today, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Jack Blatherwick and Jack Morley is the Lancashire 11. Slack in and bowling. It's chopped away into the offside. Pick up and throw towards the bowler's end as Jennings and Bohannon think about taking one, but there isn't an addition to the score, so the score remains on 2 without loss.
Just thinking about Michael Slack, he had back problems early in his career, and you'll notice he almost bows before he starts to bowl, just to stretch the back out, I think. So as you watch him walk back here, Scott, just before he comes into bowl, he will bow every single delivery.
You see, I like these little quirky things that bowlers have. I'm glad you spotted that, Gary, and I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, yeah, a little bow forward, yeah, just a little lean forward. As he comes in, he's right on over the wicket, he's bowling, that's driven. And out towards deep extra cover. Jennings and Bohannon think about a second, and they do come back for 2. And the score moves on to 6 without loss. So the Cumbria side, Gary, have you got that? Have you got those names for us?
Yeah, I can run you through that. Gary Pratt, we mentioned, is the skipper. Sam Dutton, who's one of those who's played second-team cricket for a first-class county, is going to open the batting, I think, with Michael Slack.
Who's in and bowling. Jennings is off the front foot and driving nicely through extra cover. There's a man out on the deep. Jennings jogs through for 1.
Then we got Nathan Waterston, who's played football for Barrow and Workington, and he will probably bat 3. Matty Semple, left-hander. Paul Hindmarsh, who was as a coach, been coaching down south, come back to the county. Tom Benny's Carlisle's wicket-keeper. Leg spinner in Nico Watt will be interesting. Sam Sharp, the right-arm seamer. Matty Siddle from Blackpool Cricket Club is a left-arm spin bowler, but like a lot of left-arm spin bowlers, he tries a lot of things. He's an attacking bowler, he's not a defensive player at all, so he'll be interesting to watch later. And Matthew Loudon's come in from Workington as well, who's a seamer. So that's the 11 for Cumbria today, just one change from the team they've been playing in the National County Knockout recently.
Yes, and we'll get into that because it's been a good few weeks, hasn't it, for Cumbria, with their progression through that competition. And I think it's always good to put kind of a broader feel to Cumbria and to the national counties and that. So I'm sure we'll get into that as the day progresses.
Now I'm taking this to be Matthew Loudon because I've not seen him bowl.
So Matthew Loudon from the Evans end. With Keaton Jennings on strike, certainly. It's a 9 without loss. We've had the first over. Jennings has 8, Bohannon on 1. And in we come then. And bowling to Jennings, a steer down towards third man. And that reaches the boundary rope. Does it? No, just flicked up. Good chase down on the third man boundary. Jennings comes back for a third, actually. Runs 3, Keaton Jennings. Score moves up to 12 without loss. Brings Bohannon on strike. So just, yeah, the last couple of weeks, Gary, for Cumbria have been terrific, haven't they? There's been a good, some good results and a progression in the competition.
Yeah, there are 3 competitions for likes of Cumbria at the moment. The T20 was off because of COVID.
Okay.
And the travelling problems and not staying overnight and all that. Then they've been playing 50 over cricket, a round robin group, and then they're into the knockouts at the moment as well. So they won 3 of their 4 round robin games, and the last one was, well, it was raining in Kendal unusually, and that was abandoned.
And then lets his delivery from Loden go past the off stump and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, so they beat Staffordshire, Shropshire, Staffordshire, Northumberland and Cheshire.
Okay.
Shropshire, it was an interesting one because John Abrahams is the coach there now for them, an ex-Lancashire player obviously and famous for captaining the side and getting man of the match and all that, and former Shropshire player. And then they beat Suffolk in the knockout on Sunday.
Loudon to Bohannon. There's a little gentle dab down towards Batwell Point. Yes, he's got through the fielder there and down towards the deep Batwell Point boundary. So Bohannon comes back for 2. Takes Lancashire on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, so they beat Suffolk, so they've got a semi-final coming up at home to Cambridgeshire. And the final used to be at Wormsley, but a lot of things in cricket are sort of money-related, aren't they? Without being too controversial, it costs quite a bit to rent Wormsley, so the final's been moved this year to a different venue.
But you see, the thing is with that is that venue will know that it's kind of gone under budget, hasn't it, a little bit? That venue will realise that actually we could have just creeped up the price a bit. It's Bohannon off the front foot, driving into the offside, but there's no run. Stopped at short extra cover.
That's John Paul Getty's ground at Wormsley that they used to use actually for the T20 finals as well, but they're playing at Tring this year instead, which doesn't have quite the same ring about it.
Well, this is one of the beauties about the national counties, isn't it, as well? That some of the grounds that you're able to go to visit and obviously to play up for the players and to watch from the spectators. Loden's in to Bohannon, kind of on the front foot, squeezing the ball out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, we're quite lucky up here because obviously we've got this ground. Netherfield's quite a nice ground as well. And Keswick, I'll have to mention Cockermouth because the score is from Cockermouth. But Keswick was a ground that about 20 years ago, Wisden announced that it was the most beautiful ground in the country, and Angus Fraser came up to give a presentation, so we're quite lucky up here.
Loading to Bohannon. It's put down that slip, I think that. Bohannon just trying to run it off the bat down towards third man. Went to the slip fielder. Bohannon gets through for a single.
Yeah, it's Paul Hindmarsh at slip.
The squad moves on to 15 without loss. Bohannon moves on to 4, but a chance there for the man at slip. Able to take it.
I guess there are different views, Scott, aren't there? Because obviously from a Cumbria point of view, a lot of supporters and members remember the NatWest and having a chance to play years ago against that, which obviously the first class counties were certainly not that bothered that went. But obviously there's a new regime at Lords now, so we've got these games back, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I think it's terrific. I mean, when the fixture list was first published and this game was on it, it's slack into Bohannon. It's a forward defensive. Push back down the pitch and there's no run. It certainly caught the eye. I mean, I'll be honest with you, any chance to try and get up to Seb to watch cricket, I'm quite happy to take. So I didn't need much convincing to try and come up here and cover the game. But then to see all the other fixtures, of which some have unfortunately had to be postponed, but quite a few are still going ahead. These one-day kind of tour matches against the national counties. Planning off the back foot, slicing the ball out to point, and there's no run. It's quite exciting to see. So we've got plenty of other games actually today. And Gloucestershire against Wiltshire, Northamptonshire against Bedfordshire, Somerset against Cornwall, Sussex against Oxfordshire, Wales minor counties against Glamorgan, and Yorkshire against Northumberland. That's at Scarborough game. And then Essex take on Cambridgeshire. It's a 2 o'clock start, that. It's like in bowls, it's wide and left by Bohannon, and there's no room.
I know Suffolk were very disappointed that team that Cumbria played at the weekend, because they were due to play Kent, and obviously Kent have got major problems with COVID at the moment, so that game's been called off. Because obviously they saw that as their showpiece game in December as well. But as I said, Sedbergh School's quite nice, isn't it?
It is. Enjoyed a good 4 days here in 2019. Rented a cottage just across the road, just right across the road. It's magnificent. But I'm looking to try and cut the ball, but they're playing a miss and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
That's the one thing about this area, surprisingly, is there isn't a lot of accommodation.
No.
You'd think there would be, being in Yorkshire Dales National Park on the edge of the Lake District, but there isn't. I think all of the teams tend to stay in Kendal if they come up here, and stay overnight. But yeah, it is a lovely spot, and obviously the school itself produces quite a lot of sports players, cricketers, like Jordan Clark is obviously one name that comes to mind, who played here.
We have a rogue cricket ball on the outfield, which is quite exciting. Slack is in and bowling. And that's down the... I thought that was down the leg side. Maybe just taking a little deflection off the pad, perhaps. Taken by the keeper. There's no run. The rogue cricket ball's been scooped up and been removed from the playing area. There's the nets just tucked away to our right-hand side. It's behind our broadcasting tent. Now, it's better than a tent. It's a marquee. Let's give it a bit of grandeur, shall we? It's Slack with that bow that Gary mentioned at the side of his mark. In and bowls, he's off the back foot, sliced away, but picked up at backward point. No run. So that completes the over. 3 overs gone. Josh Bohannon on 4, Keaton Jennings on 11. There's our marquee. So we're down in the bottom corner there. It is a fancy looking. Thankfully we don't have the sun beaming into us today, otherwise all our equipment in front of us would be melting. It's a baking hot day, but we have a nice little view at ground level.
And I think the sun goes around this side, doesn't it, around the back, so we should be okay.
If you know you're coming on Friday, if you've got a ticket for the Sussex match on Friday, then you'll be well advised to bring a bit of, maybe a brolly or something for a bit of shade. Bring plenty of sun cream and plenty of water. We've got a hot few days coming up, haven't we? Jennings plays a little forward press into the offside, bouncing up towards extra cover as loading continues. And there's no run. 15 without loss. We're in the 4th over.
It's strange ground this, because I know in 2019 a lot of people just sat outside the ground and watched. You know, because obviously there's a see-through fence basically at that top end of the ground, isn't there? So people just wandering past could have a quick look at the cricket as they went past.
He's Loden bowling. Jennings just pushing forward off the front foot. The ball goes past the edge and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Jennings on 11, Barnon on 4. Live from Sebba score, Keaton Jennings, tall left-hander on strike. Lancashire in their new one-day strip for this season. Loden in to Jennings, a little extra bounce through to the keeper. And as a result of that, Keaton Jennings straight away comes walking down the pitch. Just dropped his hands and the ball went past him. But that just a little extra bite off the pitch there into the gloves of the keeper, no run.
And the other advantage, Scott, from here is that there's like a full-time ground staff to look after all the grounds here, so that's a big advantage as well, because that varies quite a lot from national county ground to national county ground. But Martin South is here, who's a very proud Yorkshireman who looks after this. Loden
to Jennings, just step down the pitch this time, striking it out into the offside. Picked up by Loden off his own bowling, and there is no run. 3 balls left of this 4th over. Cumbria winning the toss and electing to have a ball first. Lancashire have a chance with the bat in the sunshine to get their eye in ahead of the Royal London One Day Cup on Friday. Jennings waits, starts slip in place, whipped away through the onside out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 runs for Keaton Jennings. Pulled from top of off stump out through the leg side. Oh, mind out there, young child being scooped up by the granddad as the cricket ball was hurtling in the direction. End of the over. Oh, correction, 1 ball left. Score moves on to 19 without loss. And Jennings on to 15 with that. Here's Loden. There's a little skip at the side of his mark and comes in and bowls to Jennings. Just tucks the bat inside the line. And through to the keeper. End of the 4th over. 19 without loss. That's our media tent. So we've got our scorers in. I mean, you run the risk of putting a camera into the media tent with some of the rogues in this commentary box, but you can see the scorers and the analysts and the journalists all inside this media marquee. And just tucked in down below the pavilion. There is 1 or 2 areas where you can get a little bit of shade.
It's very noticeable in games that Cumbria have played. Half the crowd sits in the sun all day and half sits in the shade all day. It's a very definite split.
You've got to be built to tough stuff to sit in the sun for 8 hours, haven't you? Like certainly these temperatures, it's up for a bit of shade. But Hannon hops onto the back foot and works the ball away through extra cover. Jogs through for a single. And moves up to 5. Score moves on to 20 without loss. Brings Keaton Jennings on strike. Lancashire heading into the 50 over competition now for the next month or so without as many as 8 of their first choice players because of the new 100 competition, which has taken players away from every first class county. Just past Jennings on that forward press, but through to the keeper, no run. Still, it's a strong looking Lancashire team, and still it gives an opportunity as well to 1 or 2 others who've not featured so far this season. Jack Blatherwick was named in the county championship game against Yorkshire, but didn't play. Only had 1 day in that 4-day match, so he's looking for his first ball for Lancashire. Scooped out towards point by Jennings, and there's no run. Jack Morley played a little bit last year for Lancashire, as did George Lavelle. Both got their chances in the Bob Willis Trophy because of COVID restrictions and with players in biosecure bubbles. But it's still a very strong-looking Lancashire team.
I'm particularly interested in seeing George Lavelle, obviously with the news that broke yesterday, and what the future holds and whether he's going to be first-choice keeper. Yes,
Alex. The news that Alex Davis will be leaving Lancashire at the end of the season. and is signed for Warwickshire. Slack to Jennings, who plays 4 defensive. Bounces out to extra cover, and there's no run.
I must admit, I was surprised when I heard that, because I've known Alex since he was about 16 playing at Darwin, and he's as Lancashire as anybody, isn't he? You know, it is a surprise, but you know, he says he wants a new challenge, so Warwickshire have come in for him, and it will be strange to see a Lancashire side without him at the top of the order.
Well, Alan on Twitter sends me a tweet to say, "Are you going to mention the Alex Davis situation?" That was 27 seconds ago. It almost kind of preempted it. Jennings off the front foot, pushing into the offside. Oh, he's sent by Bohannon. Pick up and throw. It's a rather frantic dive from Keaton Jennings to try and get himself back in. Had to dust himself off there, well, Keaton Jennings, but as we can see on the replay, a little step down the pitch, a little dab into the offside. Oh, he wants one. Nope, he's sent back. Here comes the dive. Wasn't a direct hit, and even with it, looking on that replay, I think Keaton Jennings would have been okay. He's a tall man, Keaton Jennings. He can dive a long way. 20 without loss, Lancashire. 1 ball left for the 5th. Slack for Cumbria in bowls. And that beats Keaton Jennings.
Decent spell this, isn't it? It's got past the outside edge on a couple of occasions.
20 without loss after 5 overs. So yes, just to mention that, because I appreciate there might be 1 or 2 Lancashire supporters who've not aware of it, or indeed Cumbria fans or cricket fans who are joining us for the coverage here, that Alex Davis, indeed Lancashire announcing yesterday that Alex Davis would leave at the end of the season, and then just a few hours later the confirmation came from Warwickshire that he signed a 3-year deal for them. I'll bring you some quotes from Alex and from Paul Allett in a second. There's load and bowling, fullish length ball clipped up towards mid-on by Bohannon, and there's no run.
Because speculation is he must be going to Surrey or he must be going to Middlesex, and that was very wrong.
It was, yeah. There were all sorts of counties being suggested as possible locations. Of course, he's 100 deals with the Southern Brave, and they're based in Hampshire. So I thought, well, maybe there's a tie up there with Hampshire for that, with that move. But in Warwickshire, his destination. Bohannon waits, goes back, eases the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So this is what Alex Davis had to say, because he made his debut back in 2011. At the age of just, I mean, was he 16, something like that? He was a young lad when he made that debut. He said, "I love my time at Old Trafford. I'm now looking forward to an exciting next chapter." It's load and bowls to Bohannon, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. And Paul Allett saying, "We're sad to see Alex leave Lancashire, but we respect his decision to move on."
The interesting point is, don't Warwickshire already have a batsman wicketkeeper who's just signed a new contract?
Here's Loden to Bohannon, that's clipped off the hip down towards fine leg for 4 runs. Flick off the hip down towards the boundary. Score moves on to 24 without loss. Yes, is it Burgess, I think, isn't it? I think he's only quite a young man, though. So whether they see Alex being slightly more experienced at 26, he's played a lot of cricket now, hasn't he, over the course of the last 10 years. He hasn't kept wicket for Lancashire this season. I'm speculating here, folks.
But it also started with that finger injury he got, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah. He said he was unable to keep wicket just as a precaution, really. But a new chapter for Alex Davis, though. Bohannon looks to drive, but with no timing. Ball's up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, some cricket fans around Cumbria will remember Alex Davis playing when Darwin won the Northern Premier League, so he will have played at the likes of Kendal and Netherfield and perhaps possibly Barrow as well. So they probably would have seen him as a youngster playing in that before he joined Lancashire full-time.
He became the first Lancashire wicketkeeper to pass 1,000 first-class runs in 2017. This is slapped to mid-off by Bohannon. And that's the first wicket to fall. I think, as you mentioned, Gary, I think it's a reflection as to how well Cumbria have bowled in these early stages. They've been quite tight.
That looks like Gary Pratt, the skipper, who's got that. Yeah, it is.
Good catch too, wasn't it? Low down to his left. And Bohannon has to depart for 9. Lancashire have lost their first wicket in the 6th over. It's looped up towards mid-off. And Pratt with the catch, but I think a reflection of the kind of tight start that Cumbria have made.
Gary Pratt's interesting in character as well, because obviously we talked about the Australian thing and Ricky Ponting. You're noticing games quite often he'll miss field early on, and the batsman thinks, oh, this guy's not that good. You know, he's not as quick as he used to be. Next time, throw goes straight in. So there's a bit of that as well, you know, there's a bit of kidology going on there.
Bit of gamesmanship, yeah. Luke Wells, the new batsman, joining Keaton Jennings. A slurp of refreshment brought out for Keaton Jennings. Baking hot day.
There must be first-class players who are thinking, why am I playing county cricket when the 100's on? Have I missed out here? I should be good enough to play there. Yeah,
I'm sure there's quite a bit of that, Gary, to be fair. But I think it also re-emphasised just how important it was. I mean, there were one or two suggestions that the One Day Cup might not go ahead this year. Because of COVID, it might get cancelled, and that would have left 4 or 5 weeks of the summer without any county cricket, and a lot of players with not much to do.
And then we get to the stage where we need players coming in for test matches and no one's played.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
To be fair, the county championship, the county season is impossible to organise with so much going on, isn't it? But it's not very good at the moment.
It's slack to begin a new over. Slip back in place. Again, just past the outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. Through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, I wouldn't want to be the one who tries to fit in all the competitions, but, you know, the Bob Willis final day is October, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think T20 finals day is just before Christmas. It is. We go deep into the year, don't we? Yeah, they'll be quite right at the end of September into October for the Bob Willis Trophy final. Seems a long way off. Slack to Jennings. Just angled across the left hander through to the keeper, no run.
It's not like days of yore, and I'm talking about 60s and 70s when East Lancs Cricket Club used to play a game on Boxing Day every year. Whether it was iced up or not, you know. I think people are a bit more sensible than that these days.
That sounds magnificent. Boxing Day cricket. Put the thermals on.
You fancy that? Missing out at Turf Moor and going out there?
Well, I mean, it's an option. I'm not against it. He just rolls us off the face of the bat down towards third man. That's a nice looking shot. Just opened up the face and deflected it down towards the boundary. 4 more for Keaton Jennings. Clever shot. Almost picked up at backward point. Down towards the rope. Ball picked up by a young lad there. It'll have to be sanitised. We've got the COVID protocols in place.
What's the phrase last year? Vortex of something, wasn't it, that the Prime Minister came out with at one stage?
Oh, yes, it was, yeah. Yeah, we have vortex of disease. I can't remember what the phrase was, but the cricket ball was in the bad books, wasn't it, last year? As Jennings goes forward and defends back down the pitch. Was it a vector of disease?
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Well, it's been cleaned, so we're okay now. 28 for 1. It's instinct, though, isn't it? When the ball's coming out towards you, and especially today, and I guess it will be the case on Friday as well. Spectators in their chairs all dotted around the edge of the boundary rope. You try and stop someone trying to stop the ball with their hands. It'd be almost impossible. Kind of instinct takes over, try and catch it. Jennings just eases this next delivery off his pads out towards backward square leg.
It's one of those, if you're in the crowd as well, you feel guilty, don't you, if you let it go past you, you know, like, nothing to do with me.
And the prospect of actually kicking it back just feels completely wrong. I mean, that just feels like that goes against all kind of instinct to boot the ball back. But that's what you're supposed to do at the minute. Stop it with your foot and kick it back. It's Jennings off the front foot, driving to mid-off, and there's no run.
That's Matty excuse me, that's Matty Siddle fielding there, the left-arm spin. I don't think it'll be too long before he comes into bowl. Came on for about a 10th over on Sunday, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he could be first change.
So there's a couple of spinning options there, isn't there, for Cumbria, including the leg spinner, which is quite exciting to see.
And Matty Semple bowl spin as well, so they do have an extra option. So they do have 6 bowlers in the side as a little bit of cover if they need it.
Just to know also as well that there's a slight change to the Lancashire team, that Liam Hurt has replaced Tom Bailey in the Lancashire 11. Just to bring you that detail. No, Bailey and Liam Hurt comes in for him.
I think that was Mark Chilton who came into the marquee, wasn't it?
He was,
a few minutes ago, probably relaying that information, I think.
Yeah, Mark Chilton is running Lancashire's one-day team over the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks, with Glenn Chappell away with the 100. He's part of the Manchester original setup. Loden to continue, bowling to Luke Wells. That's a wide to begin with, wide outside the off stump. Umpire spins around and signals a wide towards our media tent here, where the scorers are located.
I think the bowler's showing a bit of the strain of how warm it is out there.
It could be a day where the skippers are having to kind of keep the bowlers in short spells, perhaps 3 or 4 overs at the most. It is a hot day. Left arm over bowling, chopped away down towards backward point, and that's 4 runs. Nice shots off the back foot, sliced away by Luke Wells. A little bit short and wide, it was there to be hit. Put it away stylishly, the Lancashire batsman.
I guess the difference, Scott, is consistency, isn't it? Because Cumbria have players who are decent players, could easily play second 11 cricket in the first class game. Some have done so. It's just how consistent are they? You know, the lower down the scale you go, the more loose deliveries you get.
Loden to Wells. He goes up onto his toes and guides the ball down to backward point. There's no run. It's quite an interesting debate, that, isn't it? 'Cause I think that's probably, you could probably reflect that across quite a lot of sports. That you could have a lot of players who are very, very good players, but it's then that what sets you above the rest, isn't it? And I think you're right. I think it's probably the ability to do it consistently, to repeat it more often than not. Wells down on one knee and driving away through extra cover. Jogs through for a single. Moves up to 5. Score moves on to 34 for 1. We're in the 8th over.
It's a bit supply and demand as well, Scott, for the counties, because so many people want to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've had situations with Cumbria where they played what was a minor counties game then at Cleethorpes, and then the next day they're going down to play for a Sussex second 11, you know, and then they're playing for Derbyshire. In the end, you've got to make that decision of whether that's what you want to continue doing, or whether you take another occupation and just play at weekends.
Loden, left arm over bowling, driven to the right of mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. He timed that beautifully. And Keaton Jennings.
I guess though Cumbria have done quite well in recent years. The record of getting to 2 one-day finals and winning one of them, plus winning the championship. Mm-hmm. And of course, the likes, Ben Stokes didn't play really for Cumbria or Cumberland, but obviously he's a cockermouth lad. Liam Livingston did play a little bit. Richard Gleeson obviously got a second chance really at Cumberland, and then came through to Northants.
Loden bowls to Jennings. It's wide and left and through to the keeper. No run.
So there is a role there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these days the national counties are told to concentrate on local players, but there is still a little bit of space there for players who perhaps missed out in the teens, just to have another chance at that. Richard Gleeson, who had quite a few back problems as a younger bowler, he was one of those. Played at Blackpool. Paul Danson, who's the skipper at Blackpool, very much got in touch with Cumberland as it was and said, this guy you need to look at. And obviously from there he's managed to persuade Northants for a contract, and then Lancs on the back of that.
Jennings with a step down the pitch and just defends the ball out to point. No run. That's the end of the 8th over. 38 for 1. Jennings 23, Wells and 5. Yeah, I think Gleeson's kind of almost a poster boy for it, isn't it? He's a great example of how you can do that, how you can kind of drop back in and then have another chance to kickstart your career again.
A lot of people thought it was too late for him because he was already getting late 20s. But yes, he's quick, so that's basically the big selling point he's got. He's a very quick bowler, so Lancashire picked up again, and again it's those greater connections between Lancashire and Cumbria that we've seen in recent years as well, I think helped. But went to Northants originally, but always wanted to play for Lancs, and he's managed to make it. So that is again that second chance. The first class counties nearly pick up nearly everybody, don't they, as teenagers now? But there are one or two still that get through.
Yeah, it's quite intriguing when you speak to coaches of the football, cricket, rugby, whatever it might be, about the development of players and actually how some develop later than others. And it's like to start afresh over. Wells defends out into the offside, no run. And it's an important part to play. And the national counties now perhaps feel that far better qualified than I am to talk about it, that they, the role that they have in the broader structure of domestic cricket is, is richly appreciated and valued. It's like over the wicket balls. Wells drives, one bounce just in front of extra cover, there's no run.
I think a few years ago, we were talking about people changes at Lords and so on. I think a few years ago they didn't feel valued at all by the first class game, and some people at Lords, one person in particular, I'm not going to name, but people move on from jobs, and bringing them back in, you do feel that there is a pathway now through to county cricket, whereas before it seemed to be, there's this thing called minor counties, we're not really interested in that, whereas now it's a good place to spot players, particularly for the smaller counties like Derbyshire and Northants.
Wells cutting, that's awkward. Bounce just in front of backward point. It's a really good stop actually, because as Wells went back to cut the ball, it probably bounced maybe a yard or two just in front of the man there. It's a good stop.
Yeah, it's Nathan Waterston. He was getting told off by Paul Hindmarsh for not stopping some twos on Sunday, but as I say, he did particularly well there. Paul Hindmarsh is very, very on it.
Well, if he was getting told off at the weekend, he started well today. It's a horrible little bounce just in front of him there. A ball that was struck well by Wells. This is through extra cover off the front foot, eased away. Wells gets a single. He moves up to 6. Score moves on to 39 for 1. These two tall left-hand batsmen, I find them sometimes quite difficult to tell apart, but more often than not, Wells likes the short sleeves, and for some reason, Keaton Jennings, with 30 degrees, has got his long sleeves on, covering his arms from the sun. Which helps to tell them apart, but they're very similar builds. Both left-handers, both tall, kind of broad shoulders. Jennings is on strike. It's like 0 for 15. He's in the ball, and Jennings plays forward in defence, and there's no run. But 4 overs from Lowden, 4 overs, 1 for 24. Slack into his 5th now. I don't think we're too far away from our first bowling change. Just because, if nothing else, because of the weather, the temperature. I mean, a hard slog for the bowlers. There goes Slack with that little bow at the top of his mark. And the ball to Jennings. That just loops away into the onside. Wells is sent back at the non-striker's end. The ball just deflects down to backward square leg, and that completes the 9th over of the Lancashire innings. So they lost the 1 wicket so far. Josh Barnum caught by Gary Pratt off the bowling of Matt Lowden for 9. And I've got Keaton Jennings on 23, Luke Wells on 6, and we're live here from Sebba School on a day where you need your brolly, but not for the rain, as we can see there. And there, look at that, that's a good looking brolly, peering up over the foldable chair. Need your brolly for a bit of shade today. It is a glorious day. The setting could not be any better.
This looks like Sam Sharp to bowl. What end of the ground did you call it?
Well, I said it with a great deal of conviction and authority, didn't I? Which makes me think that I know what I'm talking about, and I don't. Evans' end is, but Paul Edwards and I, who were here in 2019, Paul, cricket writer, who's in our commentary box here. When we got here in 2019, we don't think the ends were named.
No.
So I can't remember now who decided them. It was Wells cuts in his first delivery, which is a little bit short and wide, down towards the backward point boundary for 4 runs. The score moves on to 43 for 1. So we've got the Evans end to our left, which I think Paul will tell me this. I think that's named after one of the school houses there. And the Powell end to our right-hand side. But I can't remember who have decided that those would be the name of the ends. This is down the leg side by...
this is Sharp,
This is Sharp, isn't it? Yeah, taken by the keeper. So wide signalled.
Because, you know, for many years we just called it Town and Country End, Town End, Country End.
Oh, you see, I quite like that, yeah.
We were a bit more prosaic.
Town and Country End. I quite like that, I prefer that. It's a bit of charm around that. Punched away by Luke Wells, and not stopped at mid-off. And will race its way up towards the boundary for 4 runs for Luke Wells.
We're talking about the national county's been more tied into the first class game, and of course there's a quid pro quo with that, in that you now have to have a certain number of local based players. The average age has got to be under 25, all this sort of thing. So in the Cumbria side, a couple of players from outside. Sam Dutton actually is a Cumbrian, but he's playing at Blackpool. Matty Siddle isn't, he's a Lancastrian. And the skipper as well, of course, is from Durham.
Sharp, Cumbrian in bowling, driven by Wells. It's a beautiful shot. That will be 4 runs to the left of mid-off fielder and up towards the boundary for 4 runs. Handsome looking shot from Wells.
So Gary Pratt, the skipper for Cumbria, has what they call grandfather rights because he's been involved for so long.
Grandfather rights?
Yeah.
Outstanding. That brings up the 50, by the way, that beautiful off drive by Wells. He's nudging this next delivery out towards square leg for a single. 53 for 1. Are you a fan of those kind of regulations, those kind of requirements that are needed?
I can see why they do it, and this is because at one time, sometimes it's very difficult to get a side together. You know, someone rings up at 8 o'clock on a Saturday, oh, pulled something today, I can't play tomorrow. There's a lot of that goes on. And at one time, the captain, Gary Pratt, was bringing players in. He plays at Richmondshire, so he's bringing players in from the North East. Okay. Players are coming in from the Merseyside competition. So you never get a proper club feel to the side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Sharp to Jennings, and that's driven. That's well stopped mid-off. Get through for a single, 53 for 1.
Whereas now, even if you didn't want to, you're sort of forced into playing local players, you know. So if you've got a decent crop of players before, you might say, well, he's played first-class cricket in the past, or he's played second 11, bring him in. Now it's a case of, well, we've got these players here, we have to, because of the grant situation, we have to.
Wells leaves this next delivery from Sharp and through to the keeper, and there's no run. That's the end of Sharp's first over. We've had 10 of the Lancashire innings, 54 for 1, with Keaton Jennings on 24 and Luke Wells on 19. So
it's been a transition phase where some of these players play, but now we're at a stage where you really have to prioritise local players and see if they are good enough. Before, the argument sometimes was, not sure they are good enough. Now you have to find out, really.
Oh yeah, I guess that's the best way to find out, isn't it? To get out there and play and to watch and see how they progress. Oh, we're through the first power play. Oh, the umpire waving his arms around. 10 overs done. It's been a couple of years since I've been at a one-day game. 2019, the last time I watched a 50-over match. Of course, with COVID last season.
It's funny because at one time the 50-over game was the thing that the counties promoted. I remember talking to Jim Coombs when he was at Lancashire, and he said, what about the 50-over? It's T20. And now, of course, it's not so much T20, it's the 100.
Yeah.
So things move on.
We do, yeah.
This is Paul Hindmarsh, the new bowler.
From the... I'm going to adopt your end name, from the country end. I'm going for that. I think there's a bit of charm around that. He's in bowling to Jennings, dropped out into the offside. It's backward of point and there's no run. 54 for 1. Well, I've got to say, Gary, I think over the last few years, I've been a real big fan of the 50 over cup, the one-day cup Lancashire have played in. I've been honest with you, most of the T20. I think it's been a really good competition. I think it allows you to play kind of properly and to build an innings. There's a story to it. It can evolve and develop and change over the course of a day. I think it's a really good competition.
I think for the national counties, I think 50 overs is perfect for them. You play 3-day cricket and you're used to 45 or 50 overs on a Saturday and the skipper throws the ball to you at 20 to 7 and says, go on, have another spell. Sometimes it doesn't work quite as well.
No, fair enough. They march bowling. Driven beautifully, straight down the ground, 4 runs by Keaton Jennings. Arrow straight past the bowler. Rattles into the advertising board. Handsome looking drive. Just to the off side of straight.
I know first class games are long, but there was a minor counties game, Norfolk against Cumberland, a few years ago at Norwich, finished at 2 minutes past 8 on the Monday night. So that is a long day when you started at 11.
That is a long day. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of the reasons is Marsh bowls and Jennings looks to try and cut the ball, but through to the keeper there's no run. Well, you can understand where a lot of T20 cricket is played at club level because of that reason.
But even playing 50 overs on a Saturday, particularly a county like Cumbria with a lot of travelling involved, games start in Northern Premier at 12:30 now just because it gets them over with about 7 o'clock. If people want to go out on a Saturday night, it gets very tight for time. Games officially finish at 7 and can finish a bit later, but before they were finishing near 8, and that's your whole day wiped out, isn't it?
Yeah.
And sometimes some people don't want to commit to that.
Jennings just dabs the ball away into the offside. Again, there's no run.
Fortunately, at national counties level, they have this thing where you play the same team twice on the same day.
Okay.
So everyone gets really excited, they won the T20, and then they come out and they lose the second game, and then it's all like, wow, we're back where we started, really.
Yeah, all that sense of energy and excitement and joy quickly wiped away.
And again, that's just cost and travelling, If you've got, counties down in Devon and Cornwall, and you've got Northumberland,
yeah,
it's a long span.
That's a fair track, isn't it, that? Yeah. Keaton Jennings taps his bat. 58 for 1, Lancashire. Hind march in and bowls back of a length. Ooh, and that balloons down towards the third man boundary. Jennings will get a single for that. It's scooped up on the boundary rope, so he moves up to 29. Score moves on to 59 for 1. Well, they added it already. No, 59 for 1. Yeah, Jennings at 29.
Did a player I haven't mentioned who's sort of come through the Cumbria side over the last few years is Matty McKiernan. That he was the leg spinner for Cumbria before Nico Watt. So, I know he mostly plays in the T20 one day, but it's good to see him getting a chance as well.
He played against Lancashire last year, actually, for Derbyshire. Ooh, that just snaps a little bit at Luke Wells. He goes back and safely plays the ball down into the offside. No run. That's the end of the first over from Hind March. Gone for 5. 1 boundary in it, plus a single. So 11 overs gone. 59 for 1. Wells 19. Keaton Jennings on 29. Live from Sedbergh School. Lancashire against Cumbria. 50 over warm-up match. Myself, Scott Reed, in the commentary box alongside Gary Woodworth to bring you coverage of this 50 over fixture. All the first class counties are batting first. Oh no, correction, they're not. Yorkshire are going to have a bowl first. Yorkshire are playing Northumberland, but they're bowling first. Northumberland is 64 for 1 after 10. Glamorgan are playing the Wales minor counties at 37 for 3, Glamorgan. Sussex are 45 for 1 against Oxfordshire. Somerset are 39 for 2 against Cornwall. Northamptonshire 74 for 1 against Bedfordshire. And Gloucestershire 47 for 1 against Wiltshire. Jennings on the front foot, trying to force the ball into the offside as Sharp continues, and there's no run.
Obviously, I'm not pretending that the first-class game and the national counties are comparable in that way, but you know, you do get interesting sights. Devon Malcolm bowling for Suffolk, because he's just finished his, you know, county career, and some of the batsmen having to face him. That was quite interesting. Sharp
to Jennings. That's cut down towards the boundary. Probably will be picked up. It is. And Jennings will come back for 2. The score moves on to 61 for 1.
Do you think, Scott, with this, today is a lot about approach? Obviously for Cumbria it's a big game for them, you know, playing a first-class county, particularly Lancashire. It's how Lancashire approach, I think, themselves, isn't it? How important is it for them to get a win today? Or is it just, do they literally see it as a practice game for Friday?
Jennings drives back down the pitch and there's no runner. They'll probably see it as a little bit of both carried on. I mean, you look at the team that they've picked, I suspect that won't be too far off the team that plays on Friday. So they've, in fact, pretty much almost certainly will be the same 11, or at least the bulk of it, that plays on Friday. Sharp into Jennings, driven. There's a long off. It's on the boundary ropes. Jennings gets a single. Score moves on to 62 for 1. So yeah, I think they'll look at it as being just a chance to get, I mentioned it before, a chance to play 50 over cricket again. It's not in 2019 since the last 50 over match for Lancashire. They'll get back into the rhythms and the flows of it. That's crunched away to long off again, this time by Luke Wells. Score moves on to 62 for 1. Speaking of some of the names over the years that played for first-class counties against national counties, Jofra Archer is playing for Sussex today. Jennings takes a step down the pitch and works the ball through that vacant mid-off region for a single. 64 for 1. So Oxfordshire playing Sussex. So good luck to Tom Cosford and Harry Smith and Tom Condon, who are all going to be facing Jofra Archer at some point later on today.
You mentioned Dom Best didn't perhaps had the greatest winter, but came through what was minor counties as well in the southwest, picked up by Somerset. So there's a pathway there, as we were saying earlier. I think it is important. As I say, I'm not pretending that the levels are the same by any means, but you know, if there is talent out there, the first-class counties need to be aware of that and pick those players up and give them a chance where they can. And that, as I say, that seems to have improved more recently as well. You know, there's some stats, and I'm probably wrong about the figure, but there's some stat that says that out of all of England, 60% of cricketers come from Yorkshire and Lancashire. There's something like that, isn't there?
That sounds plausible, actually, just because the geography behind it, yeah.
So if you're Derbyshire, if you're Leicestershire, for instance, you're not perhaps going to get first pick of players.
Yeah.
So you need to be proactive and go out there and try and find these players. You know, for clubs like that, it could be quite important for you.
I reckon, Gary, if you were to ask a Yorkshireman that, he'll probably say actually it's more than 85% of Yorkshire that provides cricketers to the county circuit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a stat of that size, because of the geography of the two counties. Had a little bit of a drinks break there at the end of the 12th over. Bit of refreshment for the players. So Hind March will continue. Jennings just runs it down towards third for a single.
Just I said earlier that Mattis, the left armer, might be coming on first change and soon. You notice that's certainly not happened. Yeah, 2 more bowlers have come on before him. So he's being kept back. You might actually see him bowl at the death as well, but whether the Cumbria skipper thinks it's too big of a risk with these two, you know, particularly with Jennings set.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Jennings is an outstanding player of spin at an international level, of course. Not looking to cut, stopped at backward point, and there's no run. 65 for 1. Some of these lads are eager to have a bowler, won't they? I guess some of the guys that get the chance to have a bowl at Luke Wells and have a bowl at an England international like Keaton Jennings.
We're saying about Siddle on Sunday. He sees it as a challenge. He's not frightened who he's bowling to at all. It's a challenge for him. Can I get this guy out? You know, so that's probably the right attitude to take.
Rain march in and balls. Balls off the back foot. It's pushed out to point and there's no run. That's a great way to look at it, isn't it? Yeah, to look at Lancashire's top order. And Luke Wells has got the thick end of 9,000 first-class runs. Keaton Jennings has played 17 times for England. And pushing up towards that figure in first-class runs and get up to somewhere in the region of 9,000 himself. What a great chance to try and to get one out. Just eased away in front of square on the offside. Tumbling stop just at backward point. Coming across to his left, 2 or 3 yards, and there's no run. Score remains on 65 for 1 in the 13th over. Gary's being attacked by a rogue fly in the commentary box.
Not quite wasp season yet, but near.
Wells waits and takes a little shuffle forward and then dabs the ball down to third man. The third man is a fine leg behind square and on the boundary. There's a deep extra cover and deep square leg. So fielder's out of the circle.
Yes, that's Nico Watt. Mentioned a leg spinner, quite tall for a leg spinner as well.
.66 for 1. Jennings back on strike. High march in and balls to Jennings, getting stepped down the pitch and driving. Oh, it's burst through the fingertips of mid-off. Mid-on will try and catch up with it towards the rope and does so. Jennings comes back for 2. And moves on to 68 for 1.
Well, that's the skipper who's misfielded, so he can't shout at anyone else.
End of the 13th over as well. 68 for 1.
One thing I was going to ask you, Scott, obviously the county championship's been split 3 ways at the moment. Presumably going back to up and down next year, possibly. I just wonder how that will work, and I haven't seen a lot of county cricket, obviously because of COVID and stuff, you know. I just wondered whether this 3 groups works better, or, you know, with the county championship now being pushed to the periphery, whether a promotion and relegation depends on how well you play in September.
Yeah, I think, as it stands, I don't think yet the decision's been made as to whether it's back to Division 1 and Division 2. There is quite a lot of talk about him staying with this for 1 more year. It's a cut out through the offside by Luke Wells, just off the back foot. Gets one run, he moves to 60, sorry, Scott moves to 69 for 1, and Wells moves on to 22. So I think we're waiting for confirmation as to whether or not it's back to Division 1 or Division 2. But the mood music, Gary, is that they might just stick with it for another year, this 3 conferences. It's a clever little shot by Jennings, just run off the face of the bat again, down towards short third man. Gets through for a single.
Because if you're the likes of, say, pick a county, Glamorgan, say, you're probably going to be stuck in Division 2. 19 season out. I mean, it can change, obviously, but you're likely to be in Division 2. So maybe if you're Glamorgan, you think this is far better.
I think I think that's been one of the good aspects of it. Flourish length ball from Sharp, which is squirted out towards a backwards square leg for a single. 71 for 1. So I think the idea that everyone starts with a chance to win it is a good thing. To the 3 conferences, of which 6 teams in each. If we finish first or second in that conference. Sharp ball to Jennings, who looks to drive through the extra cover for 1 run, 72 for 1. Then you move into Division 1 for the next stage of the county championship, which is what Lancashire have done. They finished top of their group and they will be in Division 1 when the 4-day game returns in September. And if you win Division 1, you are the champion county. if you finish first or second in Division 1. Sharp to Wells. It's driven down the ground. Long off will try and get across to cut that off, but he will not be able to. It's a nice, powerful straight drive from Luke Wells for 4. Score moves on to 76 for 1. So I think the idea that everyone starts with the chance to win it has been good. I think a lot of counters have liked that idea. I suppose on the flip side of it, is if you don't finish in Division 1, as Wells working ball towards wide mid-on for a single, 77 for 1 now, is that then come September, if you're in Division 2 or Division 3, there's not a lot on those games, so it's what they could potentially do to try and change that second half of the county championship season at the end of the 14th over here, 76 for 1, just to give something on to the teams in Division 2 and Division 3. But I've quite enjoyed it.
The scheduling, we were saying earlier, scheduling's always been difficult because I'm old enough to remember the days when you started a county championship game on a Saturday, played a 40 over on a Sunday, and had to go back to. I mean, that was absolutely, yeah.
No, it's tricky. Yeah, it is tricky to get. And I'm with you, Gary. I mean, that's a bit of a thankless task in trying to put the fixtures together and keep everybody happy. Wells cutting, good stop at backward point, and there's no run.
Waterston's seen quite a lot of the ball there, hasn't he, in the last few overs?
He's been quite good, hasn't he? Stopped a few runs.
I just wonder, obviously Gary Pratt hasn't gone for his spin options, but I think it's getting to the stage now where it's quite comfortable. And maybe he just needs to try something a little bit different, possibly.
With the 15th over, Wells has 28, Jennings has 38. His Hindmarsh in and balls to Wells. A lot of runs down to third man, and for Lancashire, and there's another one just tickled away off the face of the bat down towards third man for a single. 78 for 1. Wells moves on to 29 not out.
But Lancashire scoring at over 5, aren't they, without having to do a great deal, to be honest. So I suppose it depends on the skipper's view whether he's going to change it or not.
Jennings gets forward and drives the ball through the offside towards deep point for a single. 79 for 1. Jennings moves to 39 not out. We're into the 15th over of the Lancashire innings. We've had 5 overs from Slack, 4 from Loden, Sharp's ball 3, Hindmarsh into his third. Wells up onto his toes to chop the ball down towards third man for a single. 80 for 1. Wells moves up to 30.
Perhaps we should remind everyone, Scott, that it's free entry today as well, isn't it? So if you want to pop down to Seb, it's a nice part of the world.
It is, yeah, free entry. You don't need to kind of pre-book a ticket or anything like that. You can come in and watch the game. There's plenty of space and plenty of room for people. Jennings says no to a single here as he drops it into the offside. Friday's game against Sussex will be a ticket match. In fact, they're on sale now with a priority to members first, and then we'll go on general sale following that. There's one thing you don't need to check, and that's the weather forecast. To wonder whether or not we're going to get any cricket in this week. We're going to be all right for that. Worked off the pads by Jennings, just turns it out towards deep backward square leg. Gets through for a single.
Yes, I think Friday is the last day that's supposed to be scorching, isn't it? And then
so, yeah.
A bit of a change maybe after that. And the forecast as it stands says any thunderstorms won't be here daytime, so it should be perfect, really.
Ideal.
It's a bit strange for Lancashire because presumably everybody goes back down the motorway again after today and then comes back up again on Friday.
Yeah, I presume so, yeah. I tried to wrangle it with my boss if I could just stay here for the entire week, but that didn't go down quite well. That was...
You need to change boss.
So, well, I'm there, I might as well just stay, you know what I mean? What's the point in going home? 81 for 1.
Sticking with the seamers, certainly not looking to bring in his slower balls at this stage.
Sharp to start his 4th over, 3 for 29. Slack off to a great start for Cumbria. 5 overs, 1 maiden for 15. It was a great opening spell. Sharp bowling. Ooh, the keeper standing up takes a great take. Oh, blimey, that took a little extra bounce as well, as he took it about kind of chest height.
That surprised everyone, didn't it?
Didn't it?
Batsman, keeper in particular, I think probably surprised the bowler as well.
Sharp in balls again. Jennings a little dab away into the offside, there's no run, and the score remains on 81 for 1.
Must admit, it's very nice to have a replay facility. I'm not used to this.
I know, I'm a little bit spoiled really, because I'm now completely used to it. I'm a little bit lost without it. Jennings on 40. It's driven down the ground, stopped by Sharp off his own bowling, and there's no run.
With the national counties, we've just got to the stage now where they put a camera above the sight screen so you have the same view all day. A lot of counties are now doing that, but not cutting and mixing between different cameras and all that kind of thing.
Sharp to Jennings, goes back and chops the ball away through the offside, just for a single. 41 to Keaton Jennings, 82 for 1. Well, it's one of the brilliant kind of developments in at first class level for county cricket, is the kind of the broader scope to follow the game. Every county provides a live streaming service. Wales plays forward in defence and there's no run. And of course the BBC online coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, and the numbers and figures that the counties get for their live streams, and indeed that the BBC get for their online coverage are outstanding. Trying to cut the ball away, but doesn't quite time it. Bobbles out to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, and obviously we're broadcasting on the BBC, but it does seem to make a difference. People perhaps were starting to drift away from the game. They can have it on, particularly if they're self-employed. They can listen to it during the day. You can take it around with you. So I think it has made a difference. It has got some of that interest back. And to be fair, a lot of the national newspapers now don't cover in depth. They might have a reporter at one game, or they might just have someone doing a roundup of what's happened. The tabloids tend to ignore county cricket, so I think it's been a great piece of publicity for the game as well, that you're guaranteed that commentary is going to be there.
Speaking of which, there are other games from the 50 One Day Cup warm-up matches on the BBC Sport website. And March runs in and balls. So Jennings, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run, so you can actually hear coverage of Glamorgan against the minor counties in Wales, Northumberland against Yorkshire, Northamptonshire, Bedfordshire, and Essex against Cambridge. They're all live on the BBC Sport website and app.
The games we do for Cumbria as well are a bit of a bonus, because as I'm sure you're aware, money is not exactly in great supply in local radio circles, so it's nice to have the bonus of doing that as well.
High march to Jennings, and just a step or two down the pitch, cuts the ball through the offside and gets himself 4 runs for it. Towards that point boundary. And Lancashire, this partnership building quite nicely.
Yeah, and the feedback is great, isn't it, Scott? You know, people listening in all sorts of places you wouldn't expect, and it is lovely to hear. And again, not blowing the BBC's trumpet, but the BBC's commitment to cricket on television now as well. You know, that's changed quite a lot in the last few years. You know, last Test cricket was '99. There wasn't a lot of cricket on the BBC for quite a long time, but that obviously reporting from games, but not commentating on games, and that's obviously a big change around as well in the last few years.
.86 for 1. Jennings waits, high march in and bowling. Let's cut again, and well stopped once more. Backward point.
Yeah, Waddesdon again. Because when I'm talking about the 4-day game, obviously there's been lots of coverage, as you know, on the 1-day game. But for a time there wasn't a lot of 4-day coverage. Just a reporter at the game, probably doing an hourly update. But you know, that's all changed around now. So I think cricket followers are pretty well served. You know, with your satellite, with your BBC, with your radio coverage. I think, you know, lots of things are covered that wouldn't have been a few years ago.
I agree. Yeah, that's great ways to access the domestic game. Single here for Jennings, just worked off his hip through mid-wicket for 1.
These two just happy just to push it around, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, just building steadily.
Maybe some of the lower order players may be thinking, I could do with a bat out there, it looks quite comfortable.
Just to remind you of that Lancashire team, with Dane Villas due in next, the captain. I suspect it'd be quite a flexible batting lineup, but Villas due in next. Paul Hine marches in bowling, and Wells working the ball into the onside, but stopped at mid-wicket. There's no run. And then Rob Jones, Stephen Croft, George Lavelle, Danny Lamb, Liam Hurt, Jack Blatherwick and Jack Morley, Lancashire side.
I'm looking forward to see Stephen Croft as well, who seems to have been around forever now. But, you know, has pushed himself back into contention, hasn't he, on the limited over games?
Certainly has, yeah. It'd be a strange day when we don't see Stephen Croft playing regularly in Lancashire colours. As you say, he's been club for the thick end of 20 years. Well, just off the back foot, dabbing away into the offside, no run. End of the over, so 17 gone. 87 for 1. Wells has 30. Jennings unbeaten on 46.
The other bonus, Scott, and I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, but you might recall from 2019 that the bell ringers start practicing about 6 o'clock at night.
Oh, that's quite exciting.
So whether they're doing that because of COVID regulations, I don't know. But yeah, normally when you have a game here on a Tuesday, it gets to about 6 o'clock and the bells start ringing out.
Oh, that's quite exciting. I'll be honest with you, Gary, I don't recall that from 2019, but I was just so
lost. I'm trying to remember which day of the week the game was scheduled for.
Yeah. No, you're
there was definitely a Monday, wasn't it? Did it start on a Monday?
May have done, yeah. May have done. The problem is I was so lost in the glorious surroundings that everything else just kind of phased away during the course of those 4 days.
Yeah, a bit of chill time.
It's extraordinary, yeah. Jennings waiting. Oh, he's going for a big shot here. Clubbed it up towards long arm. Oh, a good catch. Didn't have too much kind of time to...
That's Sam Dutton. Sam Dutton on the boundary. Just about kept himself in, did he?
Oh, I think he's...
Or not?
Given it as a no ball, I think. He's signalled that as a no ball. Well, it looked like a terrific catch. Well, it was a terrific catch, with an inch or two to spare, but it's been signalled as a no ball. Unfortunately, the wicket will not count from a Cumbria point of view. Jennings remains there, 46. Now this is a free hit as well. He muscles it out through the mid-wicket this time. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and that will be 50 for Keaton Jennings, half century. Just acknowledges a little ripple of applause around the ground. One delivery thought he was out. The next one is slapping it away through mid-wicket for 4 to reach a half century. 93 for 1. Well, nicely put together 50 for Keaton Jennings.
Bowler's still muttering to himself on his way back.
Yes. It's dropped out into the onside by Jennings. Picked up at mid-wicket and there's no run. 93 for 1. And getting to 50 with a free hit. She is able to muscle her way through mid-wicket. Drives down the ground this time. Up to long on for a single. Moves to 51. And the score ticks along to 94 for 1.
Well, there's a big score here for Jennings if he wants it, isn't there? There's a century in the making if he wants it. You know, he's found that man, Nathan Wilson, a few times, but other than that, it's been very, very straightforward for him.
Wells looks to try and cut the ball. Can't get it past the infield, there's no run. Just easing this next delivery away from Sharp, again picked up at backward point. And again, no run. .94 for 1. Sharp, who thought he started the over with a wicket. What will he end it with? Well, he's been driven by Luke Wells for 4 runs. A powerful looking shot. Did nail that, didn't he? They've hit the ball well, these two. And somebody struck by Luke Wells. Through straight mid-off. That rattles its way towards the advertising board. And 4 to end the over. So Lancashire edging towards the 3 figures on the board. 98 for 1. That Luke Wells on 34. And Keaton Jennings is 51 not out.
I think Cumbria do need to change this, Scott. I'm guessing that we have this maybe an over late where we split it into 3s and then we have a drinks break.
Yes.
Just 17, in this case 18 overs, then one about 34, one about 50 possibly. Of course it's a sanitation break as well, isn't it? So
yes. Got to keep across all your breaks.
Well, they always said cricket was a... People who don't like cricket always said it was a slow game. We've slowed it down a bit more.
Absolutely have, yeah. Albeit this year more than last. I found the sanitation breaks have been quite quick. They give a bit of a squirt of the gel and you crack on with it without too much delay. It was almost like a tactical timeout last year in the Bomb Willis Trophy at the end of the kind of the 6 over block.
I mean, dangerous sounding a bit Freddie Truman, but in my day we used to bowl 42 overs an hour, and you know. But yeah, I mean, it's not that long ago when 18, 19 overs now was fairly standard.
Blimey.
But we're sort of down 14, 15 range now.
On a good day. 98 for 1. I mean, I'm all for a bit more Freddie Truman impressions. I mean, fire away, Gary. Don't hold back for me. I'm a big favour of that. You keep them coming.
When I was very small, there was a television programme called Indoor League, which was like a 30-minute ITV show produced from Leeds, and he used to feature like billiards and darts and things like that, and he presented it with a pipe in his hand.
Oh, this sounds superb.
You can see it online like you can with just about everything these days.
Hind marching and bowling. Nudged into the offside by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run.
Shub Halfpenny, I think, was involved as well. Anything really that you could do indoors, within reason. And his sign-off every week was Al City.
I just don't know why these programmes are not commissioned anymore. I find it hard to.
I
find it hard to understand.
As I say, if you look online, you'll be able to find it quite easily. With a Leeds audience of older people sat there with the flowery shirts on.
And March comes in and bowls, and Jennings off the front foot. Little drop and go. He wants a quick single here. Wells is alert to it, so they do shuffle through for 1. 99 for 1.
So if you go to Skipton, there's a statue, isn't there, to Fred Truman, because he's from that area. And, you know, without being disrespectful, he is one of the greats of the English game, isn't he? It was just bizarre to watch him presenting this TV show. and tapping his pipe out on the side of the snooker table.
Could you imagine one of the current generation cricketers as they retire doing something similar? Wells, he'll dab away. He's not quite sure where the ball had got to there. He just squirts out towards kind of like short, fine leg. He was completely oblivious as to where the ball was, but he trusted his teammate, his batting partner, to call that safely through for one.
Name Phil Tufnell comes to mind if the feet was correct.
Yeah, absolutely ideal, yeah. It's a good shout. Well, yeah, that's a good shout. Tuffer's on there doing a little bit. Can't quite imagine Jimmy Anderson doing that, even with his move into media in the last year or two. It's driven by Keaton Jennings to mid-off.
See, that makes me feel old because I remember interviewing Jimmy Anderson when he was 18, and he's not 18 anymore, is he?
No, he's moved on a bit. He's done a bit in the game since then, hasn't he?
It's about time someone wrote him off again.
Yes.
You know, just to make sure he has another blinding spell. To see Siddle's warming up here, so we might see spin in a moment.
I march in balls. Wells goes back and then up onto the toes and works the ball away through the onside, just behind square. Wicket keeper Thomas Benn comes round to field the ball. Wells gets a single, so he moves to 36, 102 for 1. Gets Keaton Jennings back on strike. He's all nicely colour coordinated, isn't he, Thomas Benn, the Cumbria keeper? Everything is matching. Everything looks quite meticulous. With his Cumbria green sun hat on. Waits as high march bowls to Jennings, and works again off the hip. Behind square on the leg side. He'll come back for 2. Long legs, Keaton Jennings, and able to make up the ground pretty comfortably. And that is the end of the over. So 19 overs gone. 104. Yes, 104 for 1. See there, Luke Wells 36 from 34. Keaton Jennings 55 from 62. Just that 1 wicket. Josh Bohannon for 9, caught by Gary Pratt off the bowling of Matthew Loden.
From a Cumbria point of view, Scott, this is just drifting, isn't it? It's a nice day out playing cricket. It's not actually achieving much at the moment from their point of view. So I think they really do have to change this. As I say, I think Siddle will get a ball. How many overs he'll risk from the leg spinner, I don't know. But that's one of the interesting things in modern cricket. You thought leg spinners might go out of the game in T20, and suddenly they're an important part of it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Every team wants a good leggy in the side now, don't they? Or a mystery spinner. I love the idea of a mystery spinner.
And I think this is Nico Watt ball, so maybe he will do that. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Nico Watt, the leg spinner, to come on, so
it's good to see.
Interesting stage of the game, I think.
Let's see what Nico Watt can do. He's bowling to Luke Wells to begin with. Should have out of his trousers. He's just making sure his field's all nicely set. Always adds a bit of extra flair to the game when they get the leg spinner in. What's he going to have here? Well, he's got a long on, a long off, and a deep extra cover, and a deep mid wicket. There's a mid off, a wide mid on, backward point, short, fine leg, and then bowling down on one knee Wells and driving a ball through extra cover. And he gets a single. Score moves on to 105 for 1. Mops his brow at the top of his mark. It's a hot, sticky day, isn't it? So for a leg spinner in particular on a hot, sticky day, trying to grip the ball. Just dries his fingers as Keaton Jennings takes guard. Watt to Jennings. cut that picked up that short third man. There's no run. We've had 5 overbursts so far, with the exception of Matthew Loden. Bowled 4 overs, 1 for 24, but the others are both 5 overs. Slack 5 overs for 15, Sharp 5 overs for 41. Jennings gets forward and plays up to mid-off, and there's no run. And High March 5 overs for 24.
I suspect we might get slow bowling at both ends, Scott.
Well, in the balls, a little bit quicker this time. It'd be a sense that he just settled into it a little bit now, halfway into his first over. That's cut away into the offside, no run. Who have you spotted?
Well, Matty Siddle down here is warming up, so I suspect.
Jennings goes back. Works the ball through the offside for 1 run. 106 for 1. Jennings moves up to 56 not out. It's the final ball for Watt's first over. He'll skip down the pitch and it's sent back beyond his reach. Long off will try and come round, cut the ball off, does get to it, actually just deflects the ball a little bit further away and then throw in towards the bowler. And come back for 2. That's the end of the first over. That's a decent one. Nice start by Watt, nice and calm, nothing too concerning for him. There's 4 runs off it, 20 overs gone, 108 for 1.
I guess we're going to see a lot more of Jennings going down the track, aren't we?
Yeah.
With the slower bowlers coming on. He obviously fancies that shot straight over the top. And this is Matty Siddle coming on as well, so it is a double bowling change. Matty Siddle's Blackpool player. There's a player that Cumberland, as was, had for a number of years called Toby Bullcock. You may have come across him. I know he's been on Radio Lancashire's midweek cricket show quite a few times, and he is what you would call a definite character. There's something about left-arm spinners. Matty Siddle in a different way is a bit of a character as well, which you'll see when if he gets a chance to bat later on. But yeah, it's an interesting one. As I say, still a young bowler, but is very promising, and it won't be the same delivery 6 times in a row either.
Okay,
it will be a lot of variation.
Oh, excellent. Yes, he's only a young man, isn't he? Blimey, making me feel old. He's in and bowling to Jennings onto the front foot and pushing away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a natural athlete, but he is a very good bowler.
Blonde haired, it's tall, quite a slim build. He's twirling his way back in and bowling to Keaton Jennings on the front foot, and he's pushing him back along the ground. He dives out towards his right, trying to stop the ball, but does get through for a single.
And bowling in glasses as well. So, yeah, there was a major shock on Sunday when he actually scored 2 boundaries, which the crowd haven't recovered from yet.
Left arm over the wicket balls to Wells. Has to squirt the ball away through the offside. It's picked up at backward point and there's no run. So batting not his strongest suit then?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Siddle in the bowls. It'll skip down the pitch and lift it over mid-off to Keaton Jennings. Does Luke Wells gets a run for it?
Quite often national counties you'll have someone batting at, say, 9 who bats 3 for the club, so they bat down. But Matty Siddle bats 11 for his club and bats 11 for his county as well.
Excellent. Man off my own heart. Into Jennings. Onto that front foot. And again, happy to take the run because both mid-off and mid-on push right back towards the boundary. So playing it straight for a single, just working it through mid-on region for 1. He's skipped through his over pretty quickly here. Final ball of it. All the ones are on the board, 111 for 1. Another run which is weaved down the ground towards a long on for a single. And Luke Wells keeps the strike as well. So 21 overs gone, 112 for 1. So first time we've seen the spin from Cumbria, spin from both ends. A slow left arm of Siddle, leg spin of Watt, and Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells are ticking the score along pretty nicely from a Lancashire point of view. 112 for loss of 1 wicket.
Josh Bohannon must be thinking he's really missed out here. you know, there's a chance to bat for a good couple of hours or so, and chip one to the Cumbria skipper Gary Pratt, the only wicket that's fallen. As I said, some players lower down the order might be thinking, will I get a chance to bat in this as well? But you know, this is set up for a very big score, isn't it?
Yeah, Wells is spearing the ball out through the offside towards that wide long off boundary. They think about a second, but there's a clear yelp of no. It's just a 113 for 1. Brings Jennings back on strike. 58 not out. Here's Watt for Cumbria. Keeper crouches down. A bit more flight this time. Jennings looks to try and drive the ball, doesn't get past the infield. And again, there's no run. Watt bowled. Jennings goes back and cuts the ball just in front of square, out towards the cover boundary. 59 to Keaton Jennings now, 114 for 1. Watt bowls and Wells comes a step or two down the pitch, and he saw him coming there, did Watt. In the end, Wells just has to bring the bat down and jab it out into the offside. There's no run. He's back in. He goes on the reverse this time. There's Luke Wells. Gets the ball up and over the reach of the keeper. Siddle comes round to complete the fielding. Wells gets a single. He's up to 43. Score moves on to 115 for 1. Gets Keaton Jennings back on strike. Thanks to Adam for the tweet. You can send us a little message if you want to get in touch with us. You're watching the stream and listening to the commentary. Jennings goes a step down the pitch and he's forced just to retreat a fraction and still able to manoeuvre it away through the offside for a single. In fact, he's come back for 2. Keaton Jennings. That is the end of the over, so 117 for 1. Jennings on 59, Luke Wells on 42. Adam says enjoying the coverage and the pictures. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, you can watch the game. It's on the Lancashire website. A little section where you can click to watch live. You've got to see the pictures from this stunning venue at Sebber School. And if you're out and about and you can't sit and watch the pictures all day, you can take us the commentary with you via the BBC Sport website, and the app will be on there for you as well. So lots of ways to enjoy this one-day warm-up match. As we see the slow left arm of Siddle continuing. That's a beautiful lofted drive by Luke Wells. As good a shot as we've seen all day, up and over mid-off. I think for 1 bounce and 4. Yep, umpire signals of 4. It's a glorious looking shot. Little into out, up and over mid-off.
I think this will be quite an experience for Matty Siddle, playing against players of this calibre. And it's all about character, isn't it? It's all about how he responds.
What is his response? A little bit flatter, touch quicker. Just driven to long on by Wells for a single. I mentioned his first-class record, Luke Wells. He's played 149 first-class games. He's got just over 8,000 runs. 18 first-class centuries. He's played 26 list day games in his career. Jennings gets forward and pushes into the offside, no run. He's got 150 in list day cricket. And of course he'll be facing his former side here on Friday when Sussex are in town for the first match of the One Day Cup. Jennings goes through the onside, heading in towards our direction, but it's picked up. The man's skipping round from square leg to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Semple with the left arm throw from the boundary. I was thinking Nick Watt did quite well in the last over as he charged him a couple of times, but this is another test here.
Flatter, quicker ball from Siddle. drilled down through towards the long-on boundary for 1 run. And Siddle now bowling to Keaton Jennings, who has played 68 List A matches in his career. He's worked back towards him, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 23 gone, 124 for 1. Keaton Jennings has 2,271 List A runs, averaging 41. He's got 4 centuries in List A cricket and 17 50s. And he recently just passed 8,000 first-class runs. That happened in the game against Yorkshire, actually, at Headingley last week. I'm going to say that rain-affected game at Yorkshire, but it wasn't really rain-affected. It rained for 1 day, but we didn't play for the following 2.
Yeah, what actually happened there, Scott? Water was coming up from the outfield.
It was, yeah. So it rained on Monday. We played the first day, Sunday. Lancashire battered. And then it tipped it down on Monday. I mean, it did rain a lot. It was quite heavy. I was staying in Leeds that night, and it was raining till kind of 7 or 8 o'clock. And then we got the delay to the start of the 3rd day. Wells is on strike as Watt continues. Hit back down the pitch. It's a very enthusiastic, it's a fielding of a young man leaping up to his right off his own bowling, stopping the ball and clutching onto it, and coming back into Wells, who's getting down the pitch and forcing it to long off for a single. So yeah, we got underway at 12 o'clock on the Tuesday, so day 3. We started at 12 o'clock. I mean, the weather was beautiful, like today. It was bright blue sky, sunshine. It was the most gorgeous day. Started at 12. And Jennings with a step down the pitch, and he lofts it up and over the man on the long off boundary. He's gone for 6. Keaton Jennings. He'll skip down the pitch, and there we go. Bang, up and over the man, over the field, and over the spectator underneath that mighty impressive umbrella. Jennings cuts away to the offside again. There's no run. 131 for 1. So yeah, it rained on the Tuesday. We got underway at 12 o'clock on the Tuesday. We played for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then one of the Yorkshire bowlers slipped. Jennings pushes to mid-off, and there's no run. But he slipped when he was crossed over the boundary ropes. He wasn't on the field of play, but he slipped. And he did himself a nasty injury, dislocated the side of his leg, or his knee joint. Beats the dive of extra cover, shot from Keaton Jennings, just smeared away through the offside for a single. I think that completes the over as well, it does. 132 for 2. So as soon as that happened, the umpires took the players off. They decided that it was becoming a little soft underfoot, even though the sunshine was like we can see today. But the reason behind it, they said, is because as the sun was shining, the water came up, and it made it unsuitable and unsafe to play. So even though the sun was shining Tuesday and Wednesday, we didn't play again.
There have been a couple of occasions when Dickie Bird was in the middle of it, wasn't there, at Leeds? There was the one where, no, it was Old Trafford. Was the sun shining off the greenhouse or something? That's right, yep. And there's the one at Leeds where water came up from a drain and the crowd are booing him because he's taking the players off. There's that one as well. I remember watching Lancashire Yorkshire seconds at Todmorden about 5 years ago. And it was actually a Lancashire home game, even though it was at Todmorden. And they weren't playing because there was one spot on the outfield that was damp.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that Yorkshire weren't that bothered about playing, but they went to have a game of football and they played on top of that spot.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of a clue, doesn't it?
Last 2 overs have gone for 15, haven't they? Without, a couple of more expansive shots, but again, fairly comfortable. And, we're looking at a score well over 300 here, particularly with these two set.
Yeah, these two have put together a very good partnership, haven't they, now for Lancashire. Came in with a score at 24 on the board. Moved on to 132 for 1, so over a century partnership between Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Still going to see spin, I think, from both ends, aren't we? Yeah, we are. See Siddle continuing. Keaton Jennings on 69 not out. I saw some startling sights during the course of that little change of over then, as the camera was panning around and looking at some of the spectators inside the ground, as Jennings comes up and lofts the ball out towards wide long on. One bounce and in towards the public address box. And there's 4 more for Keaton Jennings. He moves up to 73 not out.
Yes, there was a Cartmel Cricket Club Barmy Army flag.
Oh,
Which I
excellent.
haven't seen before.
Tremendous. There's a lot of skin on show as well, which I'm not quite sure about. Siddle to Jennings, that's cut out through the offside. And gets a single, takes him on to 74. Score moves on to 137 for 1.
If I got here first, Scott, I would have positioned you closest to the camera.
There we are, Cartmel Cricket Club, Barmy Army, tremendous.
Bar AFC.
Wells just leans into this next delivery. Works the ball through mid-on for a single. And moves to 50 with that. As the Cartmel Cricket Club Barmy Army flag starts to flutter in the breeze. Little ripple of applause around the ground. 50 for Luke Wells. Jennings will work this next delivery just across his pads out into the onside. Deep square leg comes up to field. Jennings moves to 75 not out. Lancashire to 139 for 1. 2 balls left of the 25th over, so we'll be at the halfway stage. And as Wells plays and misses. Taken by Ben, keeper. And there's no run. So we go, final ball of this over for Siddle. Forced back over his head, and one bounce and beyond the reach of the fielder in towards the advertising board for 4 runs. Hit it hard, didn't he, Luke Wells? Strikes it so cleanly. Little skip down the pitch, slapped over mid-off. And it's gone for 4 runs.
I was just about to say a dot ball was a bit of a victory for the bowler, but then that happened next ball. Anyway, so Matty Siddle learning a few things as he goes along here, I think, today. And Cumbria just delighted to be back involved in these sort of games. We mentioned earlier the old NatWest competition, when I remember one year they had to pre-qualify at the end of the previous season, so they ended up playing down at Cornwall on a midweek Wednesday, and trying to get a team together for a one-off game in the middle of September at Cornwall on a Wednesday is a bit difficult, and that was for next year's competition, so they were out of the competition before the season started.
Not ideal. 143 for 1. Jennings on 75. And making that 76. As he eases the ball away through the offside for 1.
It's very nice when the occasional breeze just blows through the front here, isn't it?
Yep. Like a nice little gentle breeze. Just takes the edge off. It's not really a day for teas and coffees, but there's plenty of teas and coffees in the back of the box if we need them. Wells looking to sweep it out towards a deep square leg boundary. Bounces in front of the man out in the deep there. Wells gets a single, moves to 56, correction, 55. Score moves on to 145 for 1. It's Watts bowling to Jennings. And Jennings is chopping the ball away through extra cover for a single.
Just get the feeling, Scott, if and when they really put the foot down, this could be any score, couldn't it, from here?
Could be a few fireworks. Twirl of the bat from Luke Wells as Watts comes in. Balls, he's pushed wide, he skips into it and forces the ball out toward long off. Two balls remaining of the over. back on strike. What's in ball? That's cut out towards the just backward of point. Has to dart behind the umpire, who's fielding at point and not square leg. And then scoops up the ball. And Jennings moves up to 78 not out. And Lancashire to 148 for 1 with 1 ball left. Well, that's signalled as a wide. He has pushed it a little bit wide at times as what. Previous delivery to Luke Wells was a wide ball which he swatted out towards long off, and that was just pushed a little bit too far wide outside the off stump, so he had to bowl it again. Wells again skipping down the pitch, slashing the ball up to long off. And he nicks the strike, I think, as well, and that might be the completion of the over. It is. So 26 overs gone. 149 for 1. Luke Wells 56, Keaton Jennings on 78. Just Josh Bannon to miss out for Lancashire so far, making 9.
And Cumbria will be hoping that it's not one of those situations where, you know, you pick an over and then you double the scoring rate for the rest of the game, because that would be a little bit disastrous. Obviously for Cumbria it's just the occasion in the game, and you want to show what they can do. You know, it doesn't affect their season as such. You know, trying to get out of Division 2 of the Championship and getting promotion is the key thing for them, maybe getting a one-day final. But you know, when you get a game like this, you just want to do your best and you just want to show what you can do. And so far, as we said, perhaps not too surprisingly, it's been pretty comfortable for Lancashire. In fact, it's been very comfortable for Lancashire. Just the 1 wicket and the 1 catch off the no ball, and other than that, it's been fairly quiet. So you can only do what you can do, I guess. I should mention as well, Nico Watt, who was bowling there, his brother Chris lives in London, but he's up in Cumbria for the week, so I know he'll be listening today as well. He's brought his family up for the week, so if he's here at the ground, he will be listening in to us.
Siddle left arm over. Wells goes high out towards the leg side, and it hits the advertising board. It crosses the rope. It's gone for 6.
They've obviously decided that Siddle's the one they can get after.
Got a hold of that, didn't he, again, Luke Wells? There's like a twirl of the bat, Luke Wells, Alex Stewart style. Ferocious bat twirler, Luke Wells. In his short sleeves, waiting for Siddle, who's in. Again, he comes down the pitch, hits it back over the bowler's head. That'll be 6 more. That's over the sight screen. Might just be a little break out of the attack coming up for Siddle, perhaps now.
Yeah, maybe one of the opening bowlers will come back.
Yep. Luke Wells moves to 69 not out, 162 for 1. That ball went up and over the sight screen. It's heading towards the school building to our right-hand side. It's quite a vast area of grass behind the sight screen. It's a big playing surface, isn't it? And there's a lot of room here.
Yes, I mean the school and its playing field certainly dominates the town, doesn't it? It's just the high street, really.
Wells forced to defend, again coming down the pitch towards the bowler, just worked away.
You know, I don't know if you got to see the high street when you were here last time, Scott. It is literally one road, isn't it, with a few bookshops and for convenience stores.
A chippy.
Yeah.
I had a chippy one night. Wells comes down again. This is the 3rd 6 of the over. That might be the biggest one so far. Back over the bowler's head. And Wells on the march here. Up and over long on. That's a big hit. Again, the ball bouncing around over the sight screen.
At least we're not going to, as you said, because of the amount of grass, we're not going to lose the balls, are we? Like we would do at some grounds. But this is a very messy over for Cumbria already.
Yeah, 6, dot and 6. Tough one this for young Siddle. He's bowling against 2 high-class operators in Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Wells now on to 75. 2 balls left. It's a tough over so far. And it's going for more. Wells wants 6 more. Again, hit back over the bowler's head. One out through mid-wicket. The others have been back over his head. Long off and long on.
So how quickly is this last ball going to be pushed through?
.81 to Luke Wells. He only seemed to reach a 50 a few moments ago. He's raced up to 81 not out. 174 for one. Last ball of the over has been a tough one for Siddle. Can he get through it? Well, Wells comes skipping forward and defends. And there's a dot ball. Have a breather, young man. There's 27 overs gone. Wells on 81. Jennings on 78. And Lancashire 174 for one.
Those they're called mini breaks coming up after 27 overs. It's been torrid for Cumbria in the hot sunshine here. Temperatures must be pushing up towards 30 degrees here at Sedbergh today. The weather due to be like this for the next few days, and should be set fair for Lancashire against Sussex on Friday when the 50 over for Lancashire properly gets underway. And we've just seen a demonstration in the last few overs of the gulf between a first class game and the national counties. And so this is a showcase game for Cumbria against Lancashire, following on from the big success really of Lancashire coming up to play the 4-day match against Durham, which was perfect in many ways because quite a few people, it's not that far from Durham, and quite a few people came down from the northeast as well as Nico Watt starts new over from the town end of the ground, pushed out on this near side, it's just in front of the square on the offside for a single by Jennings. Takes him up to 78. Yes, 24 came off that previous over from Matty Siddle, 4 sixes and 2 dot balls. Next one is driven in the air this time by Wells. Fielder comes around the boundary, left arm throw comes back in and manages to keep it down to just a single this time. I think Nico Watt's done okay so far. They've tried to charge him a couple of times and he's adapted to that. He's in again once more and bowls to Jennings, who just drives past the bowler, can't get a hand on it, and that's one more as the total. So they're saying that this could be any score from here. Quite often you take the 30 over mark and then take a score from that. Well, at the moment Lancashire are heading in the 350 category at least. It's what bowls once more. Again, it's driven with power, but with a fielder in the way that's the Cumbrian skipper Gary Pratt who will field on the leg side. And the runs of Lancashire here, and big runs. Wells an 82 facing, and he's swept that one where there's no fielder behind square for 4 more, and it's suddenly turned into a bit of a contest between which of these two batsmen can get us to the century first.
It appears like they're on a bit of a race, doesn't it? I mean, Jennings was way ahead of Luke Wells, but he's caught up pretty emphatically, hasn't he? 86 now to Wells.
Jennings on 80. Wells will face again once the ball's returned. So Nico Watt's done okay so far. He wants the field changed to push someone behind square, quite understandably I think. It's all about protecting the boundaries at the moment and trying to keep the scoring rate down as much as possible. But we had those 2 overs together that contributed 15, and we had 24 off the last one. Is Watt again, and driven straight to the fielder on the boundary, and that's a much needed wicket for Cumbria, and it really went straight to the man fielding there at long off, and it was pouched pretty comfortably again. Seemed to get hold of it pretty well, but with the century beckoning for Wells, he's gone for 86, 181 for 2.
Well, that's a bit of relief, isn't it, for Cumbria, and in particular for the 2 spinners. I think, as you mentioned, Watt actually, between the 2 of them, has offered a little bit more control. They seem to have targeted Siddle at the other end, certainly in that last over, clearly they did. But much needed wicket for Cumbria, because that was pretty incessant, wasn't it, really? It was kind of boundary after boundary. Wells and Jennings have clearly decided that to try and target these 2 spinners.
Just what Cumbria need, the Lancashire skipper coming in next. Was a fairly straightforward catch for Matty Semple on the boundary, but it's one of those when you see it coming to you that you probably think it mustn't drop this one, and he took it quite comfortably in the end. But yeah, Dane Vilas, not the slowest of scorers, and well, take what you can get. Cumbria have got a wicket.
Absolutely, yeah, without doubt. Vilas wasn't due to play in the 50 over competition last year for Lancashire. He was picked up in the 100, but when that competition last year, of course, was pushed back 12 months and they had the redraft, he didn't get selected. So he'll be captaining the Lancashire one-day side for the next month.
Dane Villas will come into bat. Jennings is on 80.
Yep.
And it's a new over for Matty Siddle, who's got none for 46 at the moment. Really tonked in that last over with the 4 sixes. Can he respond to that? Keaton Jennings looks around. I think he probably knows where the gaps are by now. And here's Siddle, balled on leg stump, just drifting to leg stump, just pushed out for a single. So the Lancashire skipper will get to face for the first time. On a glorious day here at Sedbergh School. I know we've been talking about it during the commentary so far, but just the odd cloud in the sky. We've got a little hill to our left hand side that's got its own little cloud over the top of it. And there is a little bit of a microclimate around here with the hills surrounding, but the weather is set fair for most of England and Wales at least today, and it is a gorgeous day. Just a few wisps of cloud in the distance as well. Siddle in again then from what we're calling the country end. Left arm spin, drags that one down a little bit, and Dane Villas gets off the mark straight away for Lancashire with 1. We had Suffolk players down here, Scott, for a championship game a few years ago, and there were sheep on top of that hill, and they were going, how did they get up there? It's obviously life is different down south.
I don't know whether you saw Liam Livingston's 6 the other day.
Siddle balls again. It's pushed out. They'll get at least 1. Mr. Fielder comes round the boundary. I think this is Sam Dutton fielding, and they'll just take 1.
In the England-Pakistan game when he cleared the rugby stand headingly, I think Liam Livingston would quite fancy trying to get somewhere halfway up that hill, wouldn't he, with the way he's hitting the ball at the minute.
Siddle to ball again then. Comes in balls now, and then again it's just pushed out. Finds one of the fielders in the fielding circle on this offside, and it's a dot ball which Siddle will be very pleased about. It's gone for 49 so far, 3 singles and a dot ball from this over, which is the 29th of the Lancashire innings. Siddle balls again, this time it's wide, he pushed it through, and keeper Ben stood up, took it very nicely.
He's kept well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's very accomplished, doesn't he, out there? Cumbria have had a succession of different keepers over the last few years, and Ben's just sort of made a spot at his own this year. Again, pushed a little bit down, I think, by the bowler Siddle. Throw comes in, they take a single. That's a quieter over from his point of view. 4 singles off it, and that is the end of the 29th over. That is 185 for 2. You mentioned Liam Livingston, Scott. It's really lovely to see him putting everything together, because obviously he's been around the Cumbrian cricket scene, first of all at Barrow, and then played in the Cheshire Leagues for a long time now, and he's always had that talent. And there was just a case, it was one time a few years ago, whether he was going to pull it all together. You know, he was Lancashire captain for a season, not sure how much that suited him in the end, but he seems to have found the role now, particularly for England.
I think he has, yeah. The way he played in the T20 of the night and the way he's played in the for England in one-day cricket as well has been really encouraging to see. He's clearly a fabulous talent, isn't he? I mean, he hits the ball hard. I mentioned those sheep halfway up the hill. The way he hits it, you know, he's a terrific player.
What starts new over, it's just paddled around onto the leg side where Siddle can't field it. So the High Marsh will chase around the boundary. So they've taken 2, and they might settle for 2.
I think the captaincy, as you say, had it for one year at Lancashire, and I'm sure he'd learned a lot from that experience of being captain. I dealt with him quite a bit, because as you tend to speak to the captain more often than not. And I thought he kind of carried himself really well, but maybe it was a little bit too soon.
Next ball, and Villas goes down the track. 1 more to the total. Again, Watt sort of saw him coming.
But it tells you the value that Lancashire have on him, or the regard they have for him, that Glenn Chappell and Mark Chilton and Paul Allott felt as though, even at a relatively young age, he was able to, and they felt he was going to captain material for Lancashire.
What balls again? This time it's chipped away offside. Shout of no run. And it's another example, and there are loads of them around the county game, of where the parents are so important, because his dad Steve used to ferry him from Barrow-in-Furness all the way down to Manchester on a regular basis. And again, we're talking about ways of to find success, and that is one of them, that you have family members who are willing to do that. As what balls again, cut away on the offside by Jennings, takes him on to 83 with that single. And you look at the stories of a lot of cricketers, a lot of sports people, and it's those parents who spent every spare hour ferrying them here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, lugging all the gear in the back of the car. Where are we off to next?
It's ball for Villas. Goes into the gully area. There's no run.
Can't do it. It's increasingly difficult to do it, isn't it, without that kind of broader support from your family.
I mean, Barrow to Manchester straight is not that far, but all the way along the F590 all the way down, it is a long way.
It's a fair trek, isn't it?
Hot balls again. And again, it's pushed down in the offside. Comfortable single for Villas, takes him on to 6. It's 190 for 2. And that is the end of the 30th over.
I think Liam would admit himself that, in fact, he has done in interviews that I've done with him, that I think a chance to go and experience different things abroad has helped him. I think the fact he's played franchise cricket in Australia, he's been with the Pakistan Super League, he's been at the IPL, he's obviously been away with England. I think all these experiences have helped him develop both as a person and as a player. And he's almost undroppable now, isn't he, from England's T20 team? You can't really do what he did the other day and then lose your place in the side anytime soon. So
yeah, Siddle about to start a new over, and been kept on. Bit of faith by Gary Pratt. Down the track again. Here we go once more. Is that going to carry the boundary? I can't see from here as it bounced just in front.
He did,
4 more. Well, he'll certainly know he's been in a game today, will Matty Siddle?
Well, he will. This is tough, isn't it, for the young man? He's got 2 high-class batsmen. You've just seen the end of one in Luke Wells, but you're now bringing out South African international Dame Villas, who's the captain of Lancashire, probably Lancashire's best batsman, certainly was, has been for the last 2 or 3 years. You've got Keaton Jennings at the other end, who's thinking of a century. You've got the team just 2 down with thick end of 200 runs on the board. This is a tough little spell for Siddle.
Still past the umpire once more, and bowls now, and that's just feathered away. They're going to take a run to the slip. Here comes the throw. What? It was a violent throw. It was nowhere near the stumps, unfortunately. And they get through to a single. I guess if it had hit directly, but the way he threw that in, that would have been difficult, because it was always going to bounce over, wasn't it? It was going to gain height. I think a direct shot at the stumps might have been what was called for, but anyway, we got through for the single. Siddle bowls once more, left arm spin, and this time it is fielding the offside, and that's a dot ball which Siddle will appreciate, having gone for 5 off the first 2. On his way in them from the country end, that's where the most of the school buildings are here at Sedbergh. Pushed up to long on for another single. That's towards the boundary there. And field changes over with Villas on strike. Field comes in on the offside this time, and Siddle feints to bowl. They have that rather pointless signal from the umpire that he hasn't bowled the ball, but maybe he was trying to judge whether he's going to give him the charge again. Does bowl this time, just release it, and it's driven up very calmly again along the turf, up to, well, almost sort of mid-wicket position in the end by the time it's fielded. And there's 1 more onto the total, so 7 off the over very comfortably so far. 1 ball left. Fielders go out, can see Sam Dutton disappear into the boundary in front of us, and it's just pushed through a little bit more and just tucked away for another single. Jennings on to 85 at the end of the over. 31 overs bowled then, 198 for 2. The Lancashire score, batting first here at Sedbergh in this warm-up game for the 50 over competition. And Siddle with figures of 0 for 58 at the moment at the end of that over. And we were talking about youngsters. There's a reporter for the BBC who covers Cumbria, based in Newcastle, called Mark McAlinden, and he's done the same with his son Stanley, who's now in Durham seconds, and maybe has a decent chance of getting into the first team. And he's trekked here, there, and everywhere, So it's a similar thing again. There are parts of Cumbria that are quite remote to get to as well, for games under 9s, under 11s, and and so on. So it is vital. Nico to continue down the track, and that's a big hit again. Is that going to go out of the ground? No, it hits the railing, I think, and bounces into the churchyard. And at far end of the ground, 6 from Jennings, takes him into the 90s. Not very nervous 90s.
Well, if you're walking your dog on that little path behind the bowler's arm from that end, you've got to be watching out, haven't you? That ball was too far away from bouncing and crashing into just a very innocent passerby, making his way in towards the town centre for a little bit of light shopping and perhaps something to eat.
We've done well to get that one back, I think.
It's bouncing around in the graveyards.
Yeah, nice spot between the trees there that was found. Yeah, the church graveyard and then the town itself.
That's heading towards the Dalesman pub, wasn't it? That was too far away from the Dalesman. Cricket ball's heading towards the garden bar.
And into the post office as well, I think, yeah. Nickel Watt, leg spin. Again, it's very easily just tucked away, really, for a single to Jennings. On to 92. It's the old David Lloyd cliche at the moment. It's help yourself, isn't it? It's a little bit like that.
It is a little, yeah. It is a little.
Watt changes his field around, strengthens that offside field for Villas. And this time he plays it leg side again. It's a very easy single. Picked up here, and we were sort of saying that for Cumberland it is a big day, but for Cumbria rather, I've done it now. For Cumbria it is a big day, but I don't think they came in thinking, oh, we're going to win today. I think they felt just give a best performance we can, as that's nicely played again. Offside by Jennings and a comfortable single to the boundary.
When did it change from Cumberland to Cumbria?
Well, officially last year.
Last
Obviously
year,
there wasn't cricket last year. It's one of these where Lords wants the minor count, the national counties, and the cricket boards to be closer connected. So another single there, very easily just strolled. By Villas takes him on to 14, 208 for 2. And obviously Cumberland as an entity, as a cricket club, was connected in a local way with the county cricket board, but not fully. And they wanted it all to be merged together really and be one entity, and that's basically what it is. So changing the name was pretty obvious. That's another single from Jennings, takes him on to 94. Yeah, so changing the name came with that really. So all the age groups all the way through Scott are now all tied in together rather than the senior team being separate, as it were. And I think you've seen that quite a lot around the country as well. In fact, a lot of counties at that level already do that, but Cumbria didn't. They were traditionally separate, though obviously conversations between the two, but now it's all tied in together.
Which makes sense, doesn't it? It's all kind of all linked in together.
Well, Cumberland's not really been Cumberland since 74, has it? It used to be Cumberland and Westmoreland. So 209 for 2 after 32 overs, with Jennings on 94, Villas on 14, Bohannon for 9 and Wells for 86. The two are out.
Indeed, just looking elsewhere in these 50 over warm-up games. Yorkshire, Northumberland, this game taking place at Scarborough. Yorkshire got a couple of games at Scarborough this week. Welcome Surrey there, I think, on Thursday for the start of the Royal London One Day Cup. But Northumberland are 144 for 3 after 30 overs. Be a beautiful day in Scarborough by the sea today.
There's that, I don't know if you've seen the picture on the front of a Scarborough cricket book. It's the well-known one, and it makes it look as though it's right on the sea, because the angle it's taken from, it misses all the buildings out.
It's clever photography, is it? Yeah. It's not too far a walk, is it, from the North Marine Road to the beach? Bowling change. I think there had to be one. And Matthew Loden coming back into the attack. Oh, blimey! He's going to ramp this over his shoulder down towards the boundary for 4. Well, he gets himself into a curious position to play the shot. Keaton Jennings, he's played it a few times, but there he goes. He leans right across and then scoops it over his shoulder, tumbles over in the process. quite top heavy though, isn't he? So when the top half's going, the rest is going to follow for Keaton. He's on 98 though with that. We've seen that shot from him a few times in the Blast this year, actually, the T20 Blast for Lancashire. It's perhaps not the most elegant of shots that Keaton Jennings plays. Oh, he's going to go for it again. And again, he gets himself all tangled up. And goes through. I need to speak to Keaton Jennings about this shot that he's introduced into his repertoire.
Yeah, I thought he was being cute, didn't he, doing it two in a row, but didn't quite connect with it that time.
98 not
Probably
out.
go down the track next time instead.
Yeah, just stick to hitting it straight, Keaton, yeah. He does hit it down the ground, doesn't quite time it, but towards long on for a single, so he moves up to 99. So elsewhere, just go back to those games. Northumberland 145 for 3 against Yorkshire. Glamorgan 104 for 5. They're playing Wales minor counties. So 104 for 5 after 30 overs. Sussex, who are Lancashire's opponents here on Friday, are playing Oxfordshire with Jofra Archer in the Sussex team. He'll be tearing in to have a bowl at some point this afternoon. Sussex are 168 for 3 after 36 overs. Loden balls to Jennings. That's punched through mid-on for a single. Somerset's playing Cornwall. Plenty of connections between Cornwall and Devon and Somerset, and therefore cricketers progressing into the Somerset first team. Somerset 171 for 4 after 35 overs. 2 more games. I'll bring you those scores in a second, but Jennings on 99 waits as Loden comes in and bowls. And that's up and over backward point and down towards the boundary. And he gets 4 runs and he gets himself a century as well. Keaton Jennings, 103 not out here at Sedbergh School in this warm-up match. And from Keaton Jennings' point of view, I guess the perfect way to prepare for the One-Day Cup, reaching 3 figures.
Well, he's found that fielder a few times, hasn't he? But this time he lofted it, and it's been a terrific innings. He's looked in very little trouble, really. And we said 100 was there for a taking, and that's what he's done. Perfect warm-up for Friday.
219 for 2. Oh, and he's been bowled this time. 100 and out for Keaton Jennings. Bales are dislodged. Loden strikes, and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket. Keaton Jennings bowled by Matthew Loden. Ball just clipping the top of his middle and off stump, and he goes for a very good knock though. 103 for Keaton Jennings. 219 for 2. Correction, for 3. And Jennings makes his way off the field, but I guess in terms of what he wanted to get out the game, that's as well as it could have gone for Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, terrific innings. He makes his way up the very steep steps here at Sedbergh. Yeah, steep wooden steps. But yeah, terrific innings. Opening today, of course, and a very fine century. And he really took to the bowling of Matty Siddle at one stage as well. Good comeback though from the bowler there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. This is Rob Jones, with his bat tucked under his arm. He's going to come out and have a bat with his captain.
Strikes me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, that Rob Jones was in and around the seconds for quite a long time before he got into the first team. And again, one of those players you sort of looked at and thought, is he going to make it or not? And then he's made his way and he's cemented a place really in the side.
Yeah, he's done really well. Yeah, got a lot of time for Rob. I think he's a cracking lad, and you want people to do well, don't you? That come across well, and he's a very fine cricketer. I think he can play all formats for Lancashire. I think he's just started to play in the T20 Blast this season. He got a little bit of a go last year in it as well, but not seen too much of him in the T20. I think he's made a really impressive start to his first-class career with Lancashire. That century which he got, I think it was against Middlesex. It was probably 4 years ago. It just seemed a long time since that happened, with this magnificent celebration. You may have seen it on social media. He went berserk as he celebrated his first century for Lancashire. But yeah, I think he really exciting and a young player. He was forged his way into the Lancashire team. That's off the back foot, and as Watt continues, punch through mid-off for a single.
Yeah, obviously I wasn't denigrating Rob at all, because it's very difficult, isn't it, to make the brute through and then cement a place.
Without doubt, yeah.
And I think it shows that behind the scenes someone had faith in him, that they thought, yes, he can do this. And as you say, that big celebration told its own story.
And he's on strike now, Rob Jones. And that's worked away through the offside for a single. It was just his third first-class match. I brought up the details of it here, and he became the youngest Lancashire batsman since Cyril Washbrook in 1935 to carry his bat for 106 not out, and it was in 2016 against Middlesex. Villas goes right back into his crease, so worked out into the onside for a single. It was a pretty epic celebration from Jones. I think he enjoyed it. Just dabbed away through extra cover for 1 run. 223 for 3. He's got 2 first-class centuries to his name, but if you look at his first-class career, 35 games, 1,303 runs. He's averaging just a fraction under 30. 2 centuries and 6 50s. But that's again going back deep into his crease, just slicing the ball away through the offside. Oh, the pick up and throw is a direct hit. And the ball deflects out towards the edge of the square. Lancashire don't add another run to the total. Remains on 2-4 for 3 now with that single for Villas.
Despite us saying that Nico Watt's done quite well, he's still gone for 50 in this spell. And, as I say, he's done okay. But,
yeah. Forward goes Jones in defence. No run. End of the over. 34 gone. 224 for 3. Played minor counties cricket for Cheshire. Robert Jones goes, he will bowl a bit of leg spin as well, potentially for Lancashire. In this competition, going back to where we started, right at the outset, and it was an important format, this forthcoming Royal London one-day cricket. 5 weeks of county cricket, had the competition been cancelled. It's it's a big chunk of the height of the summer. A lot of players not featuring in too much cricket. So the Royal London One-Day Cup, I think, is a great significance for an awful lot of players, not just players who are relatively cemented in the senior teams of the first-class counties, but also some of the younger guys as well.
As you're saying, with Carl Epsom with the 100 as well, there is a space there now, isn't there, created, so that's the flip side of it. Whereas some players, as you say, might not have played for a few weeks.
Villas guiding the ball down towards third man for a single.
One thing that does strike me from a Cumbrian point of view is when Matty Siddle was getting hit, and if that had been a competitive game, say a one-day knockout, he would have been pulled out of the bowling straight away, I think. So I think it just shows you that, Cumbria are very pleased to play in this game, but it's not a must-win for them. It's just a bonus for them in the summer, if that makes sense.
Absolutely does, yeah. And I guess it must be a bit of a balancing act for the captain, for Gary Pratt, when Siddle's going through that spell there. And as Matthew Loden comes in and bowls to Jones, up onto his toes, pushing into the offside, pick up and throw is a sharp effort. Trying to run Jones out, but didn't hit, so Jones is through for a single. But that balancing act to trying to say, right, for Siddle in that spell when Wells and Jennings were going after him, when do you pull him out, and how long do you keep him going? Because you learn from good experience as well as bad, don't you? So,
but you need him for the competitions that they are in, you know. So, that's probably why he kept him a bit longer today. I would have said.
Loden bowling to Villas, and just guided down to third man for a single.
The first time he gets really hit and you pull him out of the attack, does that dent his confidence for later in the summer?
Yeah, it's Interesting challenge for the captain there. Eventually bowls 6 overs for 58. Siddle. Loden's into his 6th over now, isn't he? He's gone 2 for 37. Here comes in bowls to Jones, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. In the 35th over of the Lancashire innings. Live on the BBC Sport website and app. Beautiful sunny Cumbria at Sedbergh School. And watching Cumbria have a bowl first, and Lancashire have enjoyed the day with the bat so far. Fine leg comes up inside the circles. There's a third man, short fine. This is worked along the ground through the offside by Rob Jones. He's going to come back and run 2. Score moves on to 229 for 3.
It's been a summer of the packed lunch. I've never seen so many cricketers taking bits of food out, you know, in little sealed in bits of plastic.
There was something quite sweet about when the players returned to training last year. After that, obviously the season was delayed. Loading balls to Jones, who's forward in defence. It'll push up to mid, off, and then pick up and throw. They're running hard here, Jones and Villas. Does get through for a single, 230 for 3. So the players all return to Old Trafford for that's the end of the over as well. 35 gone. All return to Old Trafford for pre-season training in whenever it was July, ahead of the Bob Willis Trophy competition starting. And they all had to bring their packed lunch. And I was speaking to 1 or 2 of the players, so it was like going back to being a kid, you know. Everyone sat around the little lunch box, a sandwich and an apple and a bag of crisps in there or something.
I remember the major fuss, again it's going back a while, when Lancashire started basically 10 months a year training, you know, when they came in before Christmas, and the accountants were going, what are you doing that for? You know, we start in February.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much all year round now, isn't it? It's Watt to Jones. Jones just gets forward and pushes it out into the offside, no run. So we're starting the 36th over, 230 for 3. Lancashire got Rob Jones on strike as a camper van makes its way up the road out towards opposite where we're broadcasting from. And Jones is sweeping out to backward square leg for a single.
Plenty of farm vehicles going past as well.
Oh yeah, it's actually quite a little busy road there, isn't it? So it's Land Rovers and tractors and the odd camper van for the holiday maker. Popular now, isn't it? Can't do anything else. It's Villas off the back foot. That's pulled out through the onside. Out towards wide long on for a single. 233 for 3.
A little twisty, windy road that brings you down here. You don't want to get stuck behind too many caravans on that one.
Jones played a forward defensive. Back to Watt off his own bowling, and there's no run. Two, 3-2 for 3. Jones goes back as Watt bowls. The Cumbria leg spinner.
I think he's happy about bowling to a new batsman at this stage.
Jones on 7, final ball of the over, 36 of the Lancashire innings. Jones off the front foot, bat in front of his pad, just works the ball away through the onside, along the ground, through mid-wicket, scampers through for a quick single. And does complete the over as well, so 36 gone. Rob Jones has 8. Captain Dane Villas has 21. Watt 1 for 53 for Cumbria on a hot day. Find a bench, sit down and enjoy a bit of sunshine. That's it, keep the sun cream on, get those knees covered up, put a bit of factor 30 on, find a brolly, sit under a brolly, that's a good thing.
I feel if you comes to games today, you've got a better than even chance of turning up on the TV at some stage.
Look at that for a brolly. Blimey. I mean, you could live in that. That is some construction, isn't it? There's this huge kind of blue brolly that's you could fit a family of 5 in there. Not a problem. I mean, you couldn't socially distance, mind you, but it's a terrific brolly to keep the sun off. New over from Loden, bowling to Jones. It's pushed up to mid-off, he gets a single. Jones moves to 9, 234 for 3.
That little cloud is still hovering over that hill, isn't it? Strange that, it hasn't moved at all.
It's only a little thin, whispery cloud, isn't it? Just perched, giving maybe 1 or 2 sheep a bit of shade. There's a little bit of grazing. There it is. It's a very thin little whispery cloud above the hill. It's the only cloud we can see. And they load them in and balls, and Velas driving out towards the point boundary. Gets 1 run, the Lancashire captain.
Yeah, if we're talking about octas, isn't it? That's what cloud covers in, isn't it? 8s. So we're not even making 1, are we, today? We're not even making an 8th, I don't think.
I think so.
There must be some sort of local current, though. That means that cloud just hangs over there.
Loading to Jones. Looks to try and punch up to mid-on, I think, really. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. The ball just squirts out to backward points, and there's no run.
We've got the situation, I think, Scott, where no one from Lancashire wants to miss out now. You know, they've seen this big partnerships, and
I think Josh Bahannon's in the dressing room saying, "Can I have a bat again, please? Can I give me 1 more go?" Early wicket, Bahannon out for 9. Loading to Jones, the shuffle down the pitch, pushed up to mid-on. He moves up to 10. And Lancashire move on to 236 for 3.
because despite all the buildings here, this ground, particularly on Friday, will look a lot different to how it looks every other day of the year, if you know what I mean, when you get stands in and all that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good turnout for the championship match in 2019. Good numbers on across the 4 days. This is down on one knee, Velas. He's kind of swatting the ball out towards wide long on for 4 runs for Velas. Kind of slog sweeping it out through that onside. Such kind of quick bat speed, isn't it, from Velas? Ball rattled its way out towards the rope.
Yeah, it's making it looking incredibly easy at the moment.
240 for 3. Velas on to 26. Stanley goes back and cuts through the offside, just for a single. 241 for 3. That's the end of the over. 37 gone. Velas on 27, and Lancashire on 241 for 3.
The other benefit of this school here at Sedbergh, that scoreboard there is a scoreboard, isn't it, on the main building, but that scoreboard there, one of the old boys paid for it apparently, so
Oh really? Okay.
that's a nice touch.
It's a nice looking scoreboard too, isn't it, with it's kind of surrounded by the brick. It's kind of embedded into the brick with the little slope behind it, the grass slope behind it, leading up to the pavement and the main road that weaves its way in towards the town centre.
Do you think the cones are there to stop people standing in front of it?
Oh, it could be, yeah. Don't block the scoreboard. I think that's a good shot, actually. That could well be the reason. Can't sit there. It's Watt to Velas. Velas swats the ball away through the onside. 242 for 3. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. Having a good ball here, isn't he, Watt? Sort of twirling away. Jones will push it along the ground toward long on for a single. This is into his 10th over now. 1 for 55. for Nicole Watt. Because your captain's back on strike. He comes down the pitch and hits it back over his head and over the brick wall.
That's into a tree. Yeah.
Into the trees.
I think that's a conifer there that he's managed to find.
There was some poor innocent squirrel enjoying a little nibble on a nut or two. And a cricket ball comes hurtling in its direction. Gives it the fright of its life.
There is a Twitter account you may know called Dogs at Cricket.
Okay, I'm not sure.
And that is literally just pictures of dogs collecting cricket balls from the boundary, or or just sat there panting away, wondering why they're sat here, and not quite sure what's going on.
Oh, here we go. We need a bit of help from some spectators. He's leaped over that fence. There's a guy in a red and blue and white checked shirt. He's off. He's over the fence. He's going to go and find it. No. No, he can't. He's come back. He can't find it. Oh, he's got it. I think he got it. Yeah, he's got it. He's retrieved it.
Yeah, I didn't realise there was a box of kookaburras behind us that the umpire was looking for. Sent Sam Dutton in to try and find it.
He actually said it's quite cool in here, isn't it, as he came in.
It must be roasting out there.
It must be, yeah. Feels quite toasty now, our executive marquee. I've upgraded it to an executive marquee. Here's Watt. We've got the ball back with a bit of dead squirrel on it, probably. Villas goes back and turns the ball into the onside. Stopped at mid-wicket and there's no run.
How does this compare to the likes of Cheltenham then? Or that is quite a posh do, isn't it?
Yeah, Cheltenham's lovely, yeah. That's very fancy. And the bottom edge of the bat of Dane Villas. The ball squirts down towards short fine leg for a single. Yeah, Cheltenham College, I went there back in 2019 for a 4-day match with Lancashire. It's a beautiful venue. In the college grounds. You commentate from the balcony of the pavilion. It's terrific. And Jones off the back foot. Works it into the onside. That's the end of the over. 38 gone now. 249 for 3. Jones 11. And Villas on 35.
I always told myself, Scott, that I'll get around all these outgrounds, because year by year they disappear, don't they? They're far fewer than they used to be. Go and watch at Swansea or somewhere like that, but not got around to most of them so far. Arundel, I'm not sure if they still play at Arundel.
They do, yeah.
And obviously, at one time, it used to be really nice to go to Harrogate when they played there, and that's going back a while now. The old wooden stands that they used to have, but Scarborough isn't actually officially an outground, is it, for Yorkshire? They call it one of their 2 home grounds.
They do, yeah. It's a big ground, isn't it? I think it holds about 11,000 people, Scarborough. It's bigger than some venues who have their main first-class headquarters, bigger than Worcestershire or Derbyshire or Leicestershire, something like that. It's a big venue.
Sam Dutton, who just came in there for a moment, is the groundsman as well at Blackpool.
Oh, right, okay.
So they've just had the whole outfield reseeded, with a half an eye to Lancashire playing there, hopefully in the future. So, yeah, he's deeply involved in cricket, so that's his other job.
That's a good little bit of information I picked up there. This is cut through the offside by Villas.
To Dutton.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Might be worth a little natter with him at some point. They were due to play a 1-day cup fixture at Blackpool this season, but it had to get changed because of the work being done on the outfield.
I had a spell every time I wanted to watch a 1-day game at Blackpool, it was rained off.
Yeah, they've had some bad luck, haven't they, of late, over recent years. Been quite a few weather-affected games at Stanley Park. Jones, with plenty of bottom hand, just cuts the ball down towards the point fielder. Dutton there again. Jones gets 1.
That cloud is perplexing me now, Scott, because it seems to have got thicker.
It's not going to rain, is it?
That one over the hill there, that was wispy a few minutes ago. Seems to have built up.
It's not a storm cloud.
It's still not moved.
It's still loitering above the fell. Villas cuts out towards deep point. Good pick up and throw. And they've run to.
There was a French TV series, wasn't there, where the clouds came in from the sea and all sorts of strange things happened as a result.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Okay. When would this be?
3 years ago, maybe.
Oh, okay. No,
It was an environmental fable because you were digging things up and building things. The cloud reacted to it.
Oh. Again, Villas looking to try and cut the ball with a play and a miss and through to the keeper. No, I must have missed this.
So every time the cloud came in, rolled off the sea, you knew something bad was going to happen.
Oh, right. Oh, that's quite scary. You get a bit of sea fret at Scarborough, don't you?
Yeah, you do. I mean, the ground at Blackpool actually isn't that close to the coast, is it?
No.
Compared to, a lot. People think Blackpool coast, but not really.
It's right next to the zoo, isn't it? You hear all sorts of noises. Villas slapping the ball out towards wide long on. I think for one bounce and a 4 it is. Picked that up pretty quickly, Dave Villas. Launched it out towards that wide long on boundary. 4 more.
And to be fair to Blackpool, they put a lot of work into that ground in the last few years as well. Particularly the pavilion side, there's been a lot of development. I think they're going to build on again, aren't they, so that the players get better dressing room facilities and so on. So they are making a big effort to make sure that Lancashire stay involved with them.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear as well, isn't it? I think it's important that Lancashire do push the game around the county. 4 more drilled through extra cover this time by Dave Villas.
Despairing dive there, full length dive, didn't really get near it.
Ball rolls up the advertising board. No, I think it's really important that not just Lancashire but all the first class counties do play as much as they can at out grounds. I know some play more than others. Some are quite reluctant. I don't think Warwickshire, for example, play too much cricket away from Edgbaston, but here in the northwest in Lancashire, I think it's great. Lancashire have played a lot at Liverpool, they've played at Blackpool, Southport, now Sebba has emerged as a new venue for them as well, and that's really important.
It's a period when they played at Lidderman for a few years as well. Yeah.
I mean, again, there's quite a lot of grounds, isn't there, across Lancashire where they have played first-class cricket. I suppose those ones are the main ones now, aren't they? Liverpool, potential of maybe returning back to Southport in the not-too-distant future. Blackpool, as we touched on.
It's not a bad choice.
No.
At national counties level, you tend to find like Cumbria a lot, play at different club grounds. I think there's really only Norfolk who played the vast majority of the ground games at Norwich, and a special ground they got set up there, but most of the national counties will spread it around different venues.
Right.
And it depends, what the facilities are like,
of course,
what agreement they can come to. There's all that to be sorted out. There's a lot to be sorted out. If you talk to people who are involved in the travel side, and you're talking about people who are retired or people who have got other jobs, they've got to arrange other hotels during the winter, particularly when you're in a knockout, and suddenly you've got to find a hotel that fits 20 people, for a week and a half's time. There's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. This is interesting. Michael Slack coming back, is it?
Well, he had a very good opening spell, didn't he?
Or is it? Yeah. It might be Sharp coming back, to be fair. Sorry about that, I misled you.
It's okay.
A lot of the Cumbrian players now have started to do that little stretch and bow that Michael Slack does. I thought it was a bit of a send-up at first, but it seems to be happening more regularly. Yeah, it is Sharp.
5 overs for 41, Sharp. Earlier on, he was first change, actually.
Well, you said Watt had finished, didn't you, from his 10?
He'd done his 10, yeah. 10 overs, 1 for 63. Sharp's got 5 left. It's just starting his 5 now. Slack's bowled 5 overs, so he's got 5 left. Loden's got 2 overs left. And in March, has got 5 overs left as well. So plenty of options there for Gary Pratt to pick from for these final 11 overs. Oh no. I mean, this is the 40th over, so yeah, it's looking at kind of back end of the innings here to see who will bowl going into the final 10. Cut again by Villas, picked up just a cover point. Score moves on to 264 for 3. Brings Rob Jones on strike. question come through from Richard. He says, please accept my apologies if this question has already been asked, but is the kit Lancashire are wearing the kit for the Royal London Cup? I only ask because it looks different to what I thought it would look like. Jones in position to play a little ramp that doesn't quite get it right, more just deflects off some part of his pad. Come through for a leg by. Jones remains on 13, 2, 6, 4 for 3. Yes, I think it is. I think this is the kit that Lancashire will play on Friday. I don't imagine they've got a kit just for this particular fixture. It's Jones playing a miss and through to the keeper. There's no run. Because a few years ago, Lancashire played their one-day competition in a green strip. Lime green, which quite frankly didn't look very nice. 265 for 3. Villas, he's down on one knee and he's dragging the ball out from outside off stump down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. It's the end of the over.
You're not really selling that lime green kit, Scott.
Do you remember seeing it?
I do. It must be difficult though, with so many counties and so many kits, to find the colour these days, wasn't it? A decent colour, but maybe they didn't try quite hard enough that time. I don't know.
I'm going to Google it for
There've been some pretty dreadful football, particularly change kits down the years as well, which have become famous over time.
Famous or infamous?
Infamous. I think Coventry had one, didn't they? That was really strange.
Yeah, that's this is no good for those on the live stream. I do apologise, but the kit that Lancashire had a few years ago was a vivid shade of kind of kiwi green.
It is sort of limey, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think it was massively popular.
Doesn't say Lancashire's to me that.
No, the sponsors were happy. They've kind of gone back to something that looks a little bit more you could associate with Lancashire, with the flecks of red down the shirt and across the collar, and that kind of dark navy blue. So that was quite smart.
This is Slack coming back into the attack.
Well, looking at how they would go about this final 10 overs and what they would do, as I say, Slack has the chance to bowl 5 of the remaining 10 if needed. Bowled ever so well, didn't he? First up with a new ball. He's into Jones, who seems to get into position to play that scoop before the bowler starts his run up. It just deflects off the toe end of the bat and gets through for 1.
Yeah, it's something for the captains to keep a thought on who's bowling when. There was it a final a few years ago where they got it totally wrong, didn't we? And they brought a youngster onto ball. Was it the 49th over? You know the one I'm talking about, and totally made a mess of it.
Oh no!
I'm trying to remember what game it was, but it was at Lords. It was a final. Was it Somerset when Somerset were trying to win a trophy?
Oh, okay. Was it well, they did win it. In fact, they are the Holds, I think, aren't they, Tom? But it's going back a few years before that, is it?
Yeah.
I feel like just dropping it into the offside and calling Jones through for 1.
And everyone was waiting for this bowler, this inexperienced bowler, to have one more over, and left it so long that ruined the game for them.
And I presume that in an ideal world here, Gary Pratt would want Slack to bowl these 5, wouldn't he?
He'd be quite happy for Lancashire to declare at this stage if he wanted to.
Not so certain if that's going to happen. If we can get 5 overs from Slack, like he started the 5 overs, then he'll be pretty thrilled with that. Jones just walks into it and guides the ball down towards third man. He wants to come back for a second and does. 272 for 3. Correction, 273 for 3. You can get in touch with it, by the way, at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. Search for at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. You'll be able to pick up your messages. Jones looks to try and cut the ball, but picked up a backward point and there's no run.
Michael Slack is the Carlisle skipper, and Gary Pratt, the current skipper, is 40 this year. So, as vice captain, it looks to a lot of people as though he's sort of like excellent, if you know what I mean. He's been lined up to be the new skipper.
Wristy flick down to third man by Rob Jones for 1. Quite nice. You got the idea of a succession in line, haven't you?
Well, Marcus Sharp, I don't know if you come across Marcus, who played for Lancashire Seconds, who's the leading wicket taker for Cumberland with 350, I think. He was the skipper before. Gary Pratt's a very different character, much, I would say, much more driven, and you know, it's very much a team mentality he's got out of them, you know, as against them.
Villas from a full length ball from Slack just eases it down the ground for a single. End of the over, 41 gone, 275 for 3. Lewis Hughes on Twitter says, surely due an England recall soon. The form he's shown from the bat, he's referring to Keaton Jennings. Century for Keaton earlier on today.
So much cricket to fit in. We're talking about the county game, but internationally as well. With,
yeah. About to start, of course, the 100 for the next month, and then in August there's a test series against India due to start, leading into the Ashes in the winter. Blimey, not to get in. Oh, John sent a tweet with regards to the green kit. He said, I saw Kent against Lancashire at Canterbury, first viewing of the kit. A Kent guy asked me, and I said it was a sponsorship for a charity, probably Macmillan, but to my horror discovered it was an advertising. Oh dear. It certainly had mixed reviews.
So Villas is facing here over.
Oh,
it's flicked it up in the air. It's going to go over the fielder. I think that's Worston down there, and it's going to make its way to the boundary. Just about pulls it up inside that long boundary down there. They run 2. I think they run 3.
They have. Yep.
So I said 350. I guess to me is what they were aiming at, but we'll see. We're inside the final 10 overs, and Sharp wants to push his man back there. That's very difficult to defend even at this stage of the innings for Cumbria. Batsman Jones looks around the field. He's on 17 at the moment. 278 for 3 in the 41st, and he beats it down leg side, but that's going to be given as a wide. Smart piece of keeping actually, but taking there by young Tom Ben, but anything down leg side, particularly at this stage, it's going to be given. A few more vehicles appear on the far side of the wall here. Spectators underneath the shade there. Plenty of advertising boards around as well, which is not normal for Sebba, of course. Comes the next delivery, and that's cut away nicely, and it's going to make the boundary as well. Fielder out there didn't really have much chance of stopping it. It's Nico Wadders out there fielding, but that's 4 more to Lancashire. Very nicely controlled shot, and takes Lancashire into the 280s. Fielder had no chance at all with that. And Jones on to 21. So 50 in it for him here, perhaps, if he wants it. Sharp into ball again, not for 55 at the moment. Next one again, similar area, not as much power though. This time Worston does field, and it's just a single. We have a 45-minute break programmed in. In theory, this game runs until 6:45 this evening. And Villas, with his half century, is back on strike. He's on 56.
Blimey, he's got there quickly, hasn't he?
Yeah. And goes for the big hit leg side. It's going to carry the boundary just about, I think. Did it bounce once? And waiting for the umpire to signal. Umpires signal between each other a great deal these days, don't they?
They do.
And that's 4. Just bounced right in front.
Can I just double check? I'd quite like to see that though. You need to double check, don't you? Ask your mate.
There's a lot of sort of like secret signals going on between the two these days, aren't there? Just to make sure it's correct, particularly games that are on TV and that can be replayed. Sharp in once more then, it's down leg side again, so that's going to be another wide added to the total. Another wasted delivery. 288 for 3, Villas on 60, Jones on 22. And Scott will be back up here on Friday for the game against Sussex.
Indeed, yeah.
You do sharp balls once more.
Ooh.
That's a massive hit, straight, more or less straight. And where's that gone? It's gone onto the hill just outside the ground. Big hit by Villas. 6 from the moment it left the bat. One thing I should say, Scott, is the weather isn't always like this here, by the way.
Well, this is in total now I was here for the 4 days of the championship match, plus the day before, and now this day. And it's not rained once since I've been here, so I don't believe a word you say. I think it's glorious every day you come to Seb.
You see that cloud is now twice the size it was before, that one we were talking about over that hill. It's still just loitering there. So Villas goes on to 66. No doubt that one cleared the boundary. 22 to Jones, 295 for 3. 350 must be what they're thinking about, I would say here. It's hilarious when you see those old clips of 1960s, early days of one dayers when he played 65 overs. Sharp in once more, goes for the ramp shot again, splits the two fielders, bisects them, and that's going to go for 4 more. Preordained shot once more from Jones, and that will end that over. Yeah, there's a great piece of video of Ted Dexter in the 1960s captaining Sussex, and the one day as it just started, it was 65 over competition, and you know, they do the roundup in between the innings, and they say, well, Sussex finished on 170 for 3. They'll be very happy with that. Shows that the game's moved on quite a lot since then. There's obviously still a championship mindset, you know, if you can score 3 and over, that's okay, sort of thing.
Isn't that tremendous? There's something quite charming about all that, though, isn't there? Quite like that. You know, one of my colleagues, Kevin James, who covers Hampshire, says something similar. When he was playing in the competitions for Hampshire, it's like you get to about that, you kind of want 190 to 200 on the board. You're absolutely delighted at that.
65 overs as well. Slack comes into ball again. This is over 43 balls now, and it's clobbered away very nicely on the offside by Jones. Picks up just one more, thrown into Ben. A couple of bounces from Sam Dutton fielding on the boundary.
Jofra Archer's out having a bat for Sussex. He's come out in the 40th over of the match.
That should be interesting. And that's the 300 up. I hadn't noticed that. 300 for 3, a smattering of applause in the background. 300 for 3 in the 43rd over. Villas stands, bat raised, goes for another massive hit. There is a fielder out on that boundary, should stop it. They should really come back for 2, which they do. And he looks like he's really winding up now. He's got into the 70s just to smash everything, really.
What's he got 70 off here? He's 70 off 43 balls. Just under an hour. 7 4s and 2 6s for Dame Villas.
Probably Liam Livingston will say that's a bit slow.
Yeah. Come on, get a red long, captain.
Bowles again, beats him this time and beats the keeper as well. That's going to be 4 byes, I think. Yeah, 4 byes given. Well, that was a bit more pace in it. And defeated the batsman, but the wicketkeeper as well. Well, it sort of swerved the other way, didn't it, past his left hand?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shocker, that, wasn't it? For the keeper to try and get that. Tough for the keeper. I think he kept really well today.
Sharp again does that little bend before he makes his way in. Bowles now, and again a massive hit in the air. I don't think there's any fielders needed to be interested in that, are there? No. Just a chance to watch it go by and sail into the crowd for 6. Well, terrific hitting by Lancashire skipper again. And he talked about him getting to 70. He's going to get to 100 any minute now at this rate. It's on 82. 82 out of 312 for 3. Chalk it up to experience, I think, for Cumbria.
Yeah.
Slack comes in again. Oh, he's skied this one while Dutton's underneath it in front of us. He should take it. He has taken it. Went for another big hit, and Dutton came a few yards in for the boundary and took it. And that's the end of a terrific knock from Dane Villas.
Yeah, it was very entertaining, wasn't it, from Villas, hitting out at the end there, having a bit of fun with the bat. He did sky that one. That one did go high. And make that 82 off 46 deliveries. 8 4s and 3 6s for Dane Villas.
Partnership of 93 as well for the 4th wicket. Brings Stephen Croft in, so no respite really for Cumbria at this stage of the game.
Oh, Stephen Croft just recently reached the milestone of 200 career T20 matches, of which the bulk have been for Lancashire. But yeah, he's another one that has played a stack of games in this format. List A cricket for Stephen Croft would be something pretty high, I would think. 157 List A matches. He's approaching 4,500 List A runs, 3 centuries and 31 50s in his List A career, averaging 36.
And I think he is 36 as well, isn't he? So he's got a couple of years left, yeah, I think.
He is 36, yeah. All right, the old senior pro in the dressing room. He's still as fit as a fiddle as well. I mean, his standards in the field have always been absolutely exceptional, and I suppose of the 3 disciplines, batting, bowling, fielding, the older you get, the one that's likely to fall away is your fielding, but his standards are as high as they've ever been, really.
So in comes Slack to bowl, and that one's hit away square for 4 more. And that is Jones, isn't it, on strike? I think when the ball was in the air, they probably crossed over, I think.
They did, yeah.
So that's 4 more. That's the end of an expensive over. 316 for 4 off 43. So still 7 overs for Cumbria to toil out there.
Jofra Archer's been and gone. Came out for a quick fire 15. Sussex at 246 for 7. And their warm-up match against Oxfordshire. This game taking place at the county ground in Hove, so it's also a nice experience, isn't it, for some of the Oxfordshire players to play at the county ground. Not sure if facing Jofra Archer will be much fun later on. But
It used to be very nice, again going back to NatWest, when you got players at that level got a chance to play at county grounds, but also when the Championship final used to be at Worcester, which is a lovely ground to have a final at, but those days again, I am starting to sound like Frederick, and those days are long gone. But yeah, I mean, can you imagine for a player at that level though, for a culmination of your career to play at Worcester?
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
This could be Matty Semple, I think. I'm just having a look. Yeah, it could be Semple with spin.
Okay.
Here he comes and bowls left arm spin, and there's an appeal on his court. Keeper stood up, and having given Stephen Croft a big build-up,
yeah,
he's gone without scoring. 312 for 5.
And that's his first ball of the match, isn't it? He's not bowled. No, he hasn't. No, he's not bowled before. So that's his first ball of the match. He gets a little thin edge off Croft's bat, and he has to depart.
Inspired bowling, James.
Yes.
Matty Semple bowled quite a lot on Sunday in the one day there, at national counties level, but that was a bit of a surprise when he came on towards the end, and Stephen Croft will trudge back. Well, it's one of those moments where you just stop for a second and think, can't be, oh it is, yes he has gone. Number 24 comes out, Lavelle.
Yes, George Lavelle. Again, this competition will offer a chance for him to play quite a bit of cricket, the likes of Lavelle and Jack Morley. For Lancashire, Jack Blatherwick as well. He's not played too much since arriving from Nottinghamshire. 2 lads will be given a chance in the one-day cup this year.
Still the best part of 7 overs left here at Sedbergh. Again, I would have thought 350 was perhaps what they were looking for. Semple 1 for naught at the start of his bowling spell. May not stay that way for long, but it's a good start.
Why don't you get me into the attack early, skipper? Wicket with the first ball. Good take again, wasn't it, from Ben? He has kept really well.
Yes, he has. I think he had a season at Kendal, but mostly associated with Carlisle Cricket Club. Nico Watt comes down onto the boundary in front of us. Swap around in the field. On a very, very warm day here at Sedbergh School. We're just about in Cumbria, although we're in the Yorkshire Dales. And that's pushed out by Lavelle for a single.
We gloss over that fact, though.
Well, the Yorkshire Dales now extend right up to the M6, don't they, under this new system? If it's the left of the M6, it's the Lake District. If it's the right, it's Yorkshire Dales.
Okay.
They've been expanded.
All right. They're taking over, aren't they?
Yeah.
These Yorkies. They're invading.
Semple comes in once more. Bowling this time to Jones, who's quietly made his way on to 28. And it is 318 for 5 in the 44th over. I promise not to go on about it all day, but that cloud fascinates me because it changes in size, shape, everything. There must be, as I said, there must be an airlift, a current up there that keeps moving it around, and yet it never moves. Semple in once more, bowling this time to Lavelle. And that's a dot ball.
Decent over this, isn't it?
Wicket 1-1 dot.
Where's he been?
And this one's pushed away leg side. Fielder comes off the long on boundary. There's up one more. It's probably a good tactic throwing in a ball you don't know at this stage. Just when they've got used to some of the others.
That's true.
Semple last ball, the 44th then. Pushed out by Jones.
Good stuff.
And there's no runs. So 44 overs bowled. Scott 318 for 5. Here's Lancashire score 319 for 5 with that single.
Yeah, excellent stuff. That good over that from Simple. Nice and tidy. Wicket helps, doesn't it? Takes the pressure off straight away. And the spectators, we're going in for a little early nibble. Well, I suppose it's 2 o'clock, isn't it? Lunchtime.
It looks roasting out there, doesn't it?
It does look a bit hot, yeah.
Some lovely different shades of hats around as well. Very different kinds of hats doing the rounds, yeah.
Bring your hat, bring your sun cream, bring your brolly. George Lavelle. With 6 overs remaining.
So Slack to continue. Just wipes his head on the sleeve of his shirt. Lavelle looks to eyes this offside field down in front of us. Slack again, key player in this Cumbria side. Thinks about playing a stroke and leaves it alone. Opens the batting and opens the bowling.
Yeah, that's some task, isn't it, to have that responsibility. Don't often see that, do you? Both opening the batting and opening the bowling.
He's taken a lot of wickets through his club and in the one-day competition. Didn't bowl by his standards particularly well at the weekend on Sunday, but still the key man. And he might end up as skipper at some stage as well, so that is quite a task, isn't it?
Just drive the bus, wash the kit, make the teas.
Bit of a bow once more at the start of the run from Slack. Wearing the white boots. 319 for 5. This is cut away nicely, but straight to the fielder in front of us, who's changed back into Sam Dutton again. One more, 320 for 5. Do you think Scott, they've eyed a target here, 350 or something like that? Or?
Possibly, yeah. I think for Lavelle in particular, it's just a chance, isn't it, for him to get bat on ball with no Davis in the Lancashire squad for this competition. He's with the 100 setup. Opportunity for Lavelle to keep wicket and to bat. So
Lancashire approach shows in that they've kept a proper batting order as well. They could have changed it around, I guess. Goes for another ramp shot here. He's obviously been practicing that. That's one more down to the fielder on the boundary to Rob Jones. I'd be interested to see how percentage of the number of balls he's faced. He's actually tried that shot. It's quite a few.
Does feel like quite a lot, yeah. He's a fan of it. Played it quite a bit in the T20.
We'll probably end up with a specialist ramp shot fielder at some stage.
It sounds ridiculous, but don't rule it out.
On his way in slack again, past the umpire. Balls now, and it's height this time. Disappears out of my view. Is that going to go all the way for 6? Yes, it does. Just about clears the boundary, more or less straight. Umpire's just double checking with the fielder out there. But another big hit. Ramp shot put away this time. Now, what's the umpire signalling here? I think he's still waiting.
He might need to be sanitised.
It is going to be 6. Well, from here it looked, with the elevation he got on it, that it had to be a 6.
It's a big hit, wasn't it, again? It's a big hit.
Slacking once more then, and it's carved away off the outside of the bat this time, down to third man for one more. 3:28 for 5 in the 45th over. And Slack makes his way back. 116, well, dot ball 1161 in this over so far, so he's got one left.
Yeah, I'll run through the scores elsewhere at the end of this over as well.
Lavelle back on strike. He's on 9. Jones at the non-striker's end on 29. And comes in the balls again, and it's scooped out on the offside, beats the first fielder, but Dutton comes off the boundary, and that is one more. So 45 overs bowled. Lancashire batting first here at Sedbergh School in this 50 over contest. 328 for 5. Jones 29. Lavelle is on to 12 now.
Gloucestershire playing Wiltshire. Gloucestershire batting first, 233 for 3. Northamptonshire against Bedfordshire. Northants 293 for 8 after 49 overs. Somerset all out for 260 against Cornwall. 4 wickets for Robert Much.
Meanwhile, Semple to resume from the town end. Driven up in the air. Is that going to clear the boundary as well? Just about. The steward down there went racing to make sure it didn't hit him.
Yeah, to get out of the way of that.
6 more. That was more or less dead straight, wasn't it? It was a terrific stroke.
Watch the steward there. Oh, just jump out of the way.
And the lady underneath the umbrella was a little bit worried for a second, wasn't she? That it was going to come her way. So Lavelle already on to 18. Semple, who's picked up a wicket in his first over, bowls again. This time it's driven. Direction of the same fielder on the boundary out there. We'll pick up one more. 3:37 for 5 in the 46th over. Once more Semple. Left arm spin. Push through at pace though. And they'll get 1. They'll think about 2 as Watt comes off the boundary. And 1 is all they will get. Well, 350 certainly within reach from here.
Yep.
And anything above that would be a bonus. And then there'll be real pressure after the interval on the Cumbria batsman. See if they can make a decent fist of this. Anyway, next delivery. Once more to Lavelle. Pulled away leg side down onto long on. Again, it's just 1. Reasonable spell from Semple this. Mini spell with the exception of that 1-6 that went straight. Then once more, bowls now to Jones this time. Jones slightly tucked up maybe, but pushes it out, gets another single. There's a single available really off every ball, and if you time it correctly, probably 2 as well. And the field push back. Keeper stood up to the stumps. Well, some closer fielders inside the circle on the offside, but not on this leg side to Lavelle. Cross batted, smashes it again into the leg side. Fielder on the boundary. Gets the ball in, a couple of bounces. That's Dutton out there, that's 1 more. 340 for 5 at the end of the 46 over, and It just feels Scott's like they're winding up for the final onslaught.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a bash, couldn't it, for these final 4 overs. Lavelle and Jones. Just to complete those scores elsewhere, Somerset 260 all out against Cornwall. Sussex 265 for 8 against Oxfordshire. Glamorgan 175 for 8 after 45 overs against the Wales minor counties. And Northumberland 225 for 5 against Yorkshire. Game taking place in Scarborough. This is drilled down towards the long off boundary as slack continues. And Lavelle moves to 22, score moves to 342 for 5. I've just been looking down some of the first class counties teams that they've picked. And there's a lot of strong sides, so I think a lot of counties are using this as a genuine chance to play some 50 over cricket and get back into the groove of playing 50 overs, which, as I say, a lot of players won't have played since 2019. You can hit down the ground, but just for 1 run. So look at Yorkshire team: Will Frayne, Harry Duke, George Hill, Dom Bess, Ben Coe. They all played in the Roses match at Headingley last week.
Well, I was just checking the book there. The final's 19th of August. It's not that far away, is it?
No, it's not. No. This is unlike the Blast, where you play your group stage and then you wait a month for the quarterfinals and another month for the final. This is all wrapped up pretty quickly, this competition. It's a good stop at backward point. Pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. Lavelle gets through for a single.
I was amazed when I saw the fixtures and saw that the T20 finals day was the 18th of September. Bring a coat, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, like last year, it actually did go into October last year because of the rain delay. We had 2 days of Edgbast low full toss, which Jones tries to swat out through the onside out towards square leg for 1 run. But it was a bit of a bleak day, really, because it was empty Edgbast and it was all behind closed doors. It was raining, it was dark, it was cold. It just wasn't really much fun.
Stage of the season where cricket fans moan, isn't it? Because the North West Counties football starts a week on Saturday. Football League's on the 7th, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it all comes around quickly. Lavelle dragging the ball out through the onside. Got through for 1. There's a short mid-wicket in place. Another scrambled signal, but they get through for the addition of 1 extra run on the board, so 246 for 5. Lavelle on to 24. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. 33 not out, and Slack 1 for 54. Here's figures. Balls to Jones, who stretches for it. The umpire thought about it, and after a wee while signalled a wide. Slack's got 1 ball left of his 9th. So 1 over to go for him. It'd be simple to continue. He's got options as Gary Pratt. Swing and a miss from Jones through to the keeper. And there's no run, so that's the end of Slack's 9th over. At 47 of the Lancashire innings, 347 for 5. George Lavelle on 24, Rob Jones on 33.
Looks like he might stick with Semple for another over here. We could be end up bowling the last over, couldn't they, at this rate? Yes, that 350 target is very much in sight now, but Semple's done okay in this short spell.
He has, yeah. His first over was very tidy. His second, a wee bit more expensive. What's he bowled now? 2 overs, 1 for 14. So is he a specialist?
There's a big 6 in there, wasn't there, as well?
There was, yeah. There was a big hit for 6. Yeah.
One thing we've missed today that I haven't seen, sometimes here, the RAF fly over very, very quickly.
It'd be quite exciting.
Yeah, but not today so far, but maybe later. And one of those that you hear the noise and they've gone already.
And you're searching the sky looking for the plane. bowling, and Lavelle comes down the pitch. Good looking shot up and over extra cover for 4 runs. Intent shown straight away from George Lavelle. Say hello to Sarah, who's listening to us in Sydney. He says, enjoying the coverage in Sydney as both a Lancashire fan and committee member of the North Sydney District Cricket Club, where George Lavelle spent 2 seasons. He's a star. So good to see him given an opportunity. Thank you, Sarah. Well, there's your man. George Lavelle is on strike, and he's turning this ball away out through the onside. He wants to come back for a second. I think he'll be run out here. He will. Pick up and throw towards the keeper's end. Clips off the bails, and George Lavelle, trying to come back for a second, is run out. And Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. 352, I think, for 6. When that first run is added on, there was a little bit of hesitation, wasn't there? Yes or no, and then by the time he tried to get back in, he'd been run out.
When I mentioned Alex Davis and Darwin before, of course, I didn't mean Darwin, Australia.
No. Certainly Alex is a big, proud Blackburn Rovers supporter, isn't he? I'm assuming his mum and dad are as well. He's always given me stick for being a Burnley fan, he's Alex Davis. Tend to ignore him. Danny Lamb comes out to join Rob Jones. Yeah, the new batsman. It was 352 for 6. Yes, so do get in touch at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. If you want to send a message, let us know where you're listening to us. You don't have to be as glamorous as Sydney. As you can be quite happily be Skipton, Stockport. That's absolutely fine.
Might even be a space rocket these days. You never know. First person to listen to a BBC cricket commentary in a rocket.
Well, what's his fella? He's going to space, isn't he, today? The guy that set up Amazon.
Yeah.
He's off
and
to space.
Brother.
Right. Are they cricket fans? That'd be quite nice. He'd licked into
I suspect not.
He'd lamb off the mark with a little push into the offside and no run. I'd love it if he got up into space and the first thing he would do was flick on the BBC Sport website and app and listen to Lancashire against Cumbria.
I was seeing a feature on cricket in Catalonia the other day, so it's obviously spreading.
Nice.
Whether that's expats setting it up, I'm not sure, but Barcelona's not an area you'd think of, really.
It just has a feel of a bit of an expat thing, doesn't it? It's dropped in pretty short, swatted away through mid-wicket by Rob Jones.
Wasn't Richie Bennell like the president of French cricket at some stage as well? He had some connection with French cricket. Yeah.
Nice. Sounds like you get invited to some very nice do's in the south coast of France. I think it's probably a position that most people would volunteer for. Man plays forward, easing it up towards mid-off, jogging through for a single. Great scene in the background if you're watching on the live stream of the spectators in their little deck chairs at the Bro. I'm not quite sure if they've just had a little snooze for a few minutes, basking in the sunshine, all dotted around the boundary rope. Jones with a skip down the pitch. Ooh, and that steward's being targeted, as indeed is that lady in that very fancy looking setup there under the brolly. The ball's been coming in their direction on a number of occasions, and yet again from a shot hit firmly down the ground for 4 more. End of the over.
I guess in a way Semple, you could argue, is bowling the overs that Siddle might have bowled, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So whether he stays on for the 50th over, we'll see, but I think the batsmen, shall we say, have got their eye in against him now.
Well, there's 2 overs left. Lamb on 2 and Jones on 38. We do know that Slack will bowl the final over from the country end, or the Powell end, whichever one you prefer. And here he is in bowling. This time it's Danny Lamb in position to try and ramp it. In the end, just flicks it off the face of the bat.
Do you feel there's a competition going on amongst Lancashire players who can play the best ramp shot, who can perfect it?
Yes, my money probably would be on Jay Butler when he's available. I think he would be probably the winner of that competition. But I think you're right. It's clearly a very popular shot. Oh, there we go again. Looking to this time it's Rob Jones, and then gives his toe end of his bat a rather filthy look. Shakes his head as he gets back up towards the top of his mark. It is very much a T20 shot, isn't it? The ramp, but see it played a lot in the 50-over international cricket. Daniel Lamb on strike, 361 for 6. Lamb's on 3. Here's Slack. In and balls. That's smeared away down towards the third man boundary, towards a vacant empty blue chair, which is over the boundary rope.
Almost it's the steward coming back down that time. Just trickled past him.
See, you thought then, that steward, I'm fine, that's going past me. He comes cascading down the slope.
It's been nice and toasty and high vis out there, I would have thought.
3-6-5 for 6. Lamb with a little shake of the hip as he settles into his crease, and Slack balls to him. Balls through to the keeper, and there's no run. Oh, John sent me a message. Hello, John. I was the father with the baby in the pushchair earlier, desperately looking for shade under the tree near the pavilion. Returned home for lunch. Just live around the corner from the ground. Expecting a 6 to land in my garden any time. Thank you, John. Thank you for the message. He'd retreated home for a bit of lunch. Not much shade to be found this afternoon. As Lamb is bowled by Slack, looking to try and swap the ball away through the onside. I suspect he's just got a little thin edge onto that. Back onto his stumps. Goes for 7. Lancashire lose their 7th wicket. 365 for 7.
There's a spectator that was picked up on the camera earlier on who was at the Cumbria Suffolk game on Sunday, and one of Paul Highmarsh's 6s went through the back window of a Jaguar that was parked to the ground. And I saw him walking around towards his car, but before he could actually retrieve it, the next ball went through the front windscreen of his car. So the idea is, on grounds like that, you do not park on the boundary.
No. It's a bit of a costly afternoon, isn't it?
But it was a row of, say, 20 cars, and within about 10 minutes there was a row of about 3 cars. Everyone else had thought, well, I'm moving now.
Yeah, as soon as one goes, everyone follows. Yeah. I think that's Jack Blatherwick. Yep, Blatherwick going out to join Rob Jones. 7 balls left of the innings, Lancashire innings at 365 for 7, thanks to Sarah, who's been back in touch in Sydney, saying, oops, is that my version of the commentator's curse? Having just read the message out about George Lavelle, then run out shortly afterwards. Blatherwick looking to try and ramp the first ball he faces, but it's not been a massively productive shot for Lancashire, really, hasn't the ramp so far today. Most have been missed. 3-6-5 for 7 with 1 over remaining. Rob Jones on 39 and Blatherwick on 0. Wicket taking over for Slack. He's now completed his 10 overs and he's finished with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 61.
I think there'll be worse figures, unfortunately, for Cumbria today than that, I guess. But it's been decent, hasn't it, spell from Michael Slack, I think. He's beaten bat a few times, but, you know, always up against it today. Just going to be simple again for the final over.
In and bowling to Jones, who's down the pitch and hitting back over the bowler's head and crashes into the advertising board in front of the sight screen. If Jones is thinking of a little half-century to get his kind of preparations up and running with the bat, and he's shown plenty of intent from that first ball he's faced. He's into the 40s as well now, 43 not out. 369 for 7. Jones down on one knee, hitting it down the ground for one.
That fielder's moved a little straighter, hasn't he? Which
Yeah.
is probably quite wise.
.370 for one. Here's simple. And balls to Blatherwick, who again comes down the pitch towards him and works up the ball out through the onside. 371 for 7. Blatherwick off the mark with that. He moves to 1. Gets Jones back on strike, who's 6 away from a 50. He'll skip down the pitch again. He slaps it back over the bowler's head. And that stops it long on. Jones will come back for 2.
That's Gary Pratt stretching his aging limbs out there, I think.
That was good work, wasn't it, from the skipper? Good stop. Even with those aging limbs, as you described it, there's a good piece of work right at the death here. Again, Jones comes forward. This time he goes high and over that steward on the long on boundary, and he goes for 6 and he gets a 50 as well. So he'd had a little dart towards a half century and he'd got there, Rob Jones.
The steward was scrambling as he hit it, wasn't he? I thought, this is coming in my direction again.
Steward's hoping that he's hoping he'll get repositioned for the second innings. Tough gig sitting there. I mean, you got a good view. 379 for 7. Crunched away through wide long off for 4 more to Jones. Stay where you are, gentlemen. And that, I think, was the final ball. It was. It's that little swat away through extra cover in between 2 supporters, enjoying the sunshine, watching from their little foldable chairs. Sees Lancashire finish on 383 for 7, with Rob Jones on 56 and Jack Blatherwick on 1. The scorecard for Lancashire: Keaton Jennings 103, Luke Wells 86, Dane Villas 82, Stephen Croft 0, George Lavelle 29, Danny Lamb 7, not out batsman Jones on 56, Blatherwick on 1. 2 wickets for Slack, 10 overs, 2 for 61, 2 wickets for Loden, 2 for 60, 1 for Nicol Watt, 1 for 63, and 1 for Simple as well. 4 overs, 1 for 44. So 383 for 7 from their 50 overs at Lancashire. So it'll be a whopping run chase for Cumbria at 384, but I guess Gary, it's all about going out there and applying yourself and trying to take something away from the game with the bat in the next couple of hours.
I guess so. I mean, if you got a 50, for instance, you'd talk about that to the grandkids, wouldn't you? And if you used to, I remember when I played against Lancashire and I'm going to half century, it was something to look forward to. I mean, Gary Pratt will take it seriously because he's that sort of character. But the likes of Sam Dutton, who's had a sort of trial period at Northants and would like to get into the county game if possible, it's a showcase, it's an opportunity for him today as well. So for players like that, it is important that you put on a good performance.
Absolutely, and we look forward to that reply. And join us in around about 40 minutes as we take the innings break here. Look at that for a scene. That one, your favourite cloud is still there, lurking up just above one of the fells, but it's blue sky all around, and the picturesque view from Sebba School, where Lancashire finish on 383 for 7 from 50 overs. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes. Welcome back to our commentary media executive marquee at Sedbergh School, where Lancashire playing Cumbria. It's a warm-up match to the Royal London One Day Cup, which begins on Friday. We're back here on Friday for Lancashire against Sussex. This fixture, Lancashire against Cumbria, on Lancashire Cricket TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. And Lancashire finishing on 283 for 7. So they've enjoyed a good day with the bat, and a little bit of fun towards the end of their innings, with a century for Jennings, 86 for Luke Wells, 82 for Dame Villas, 56 for Rob Jones as well. So runs on the board for Lancashire. You're going to see Jack Blatherwick open up the bowling for Lancashire from the country end. Let's see how near Cumbria can get to this total. This one's just glanced away off the pads by Sam Dutton, who faces the first delivery and the first run on the board for Cumbria. Gary's alongside me again. Let's see how Cumbria can go about these 50 overs, and there's a lot to be gained, certainly, isn't there, from a Cumbria point of view, facing some very good bowling from Lancashire. Yeah,
it might take 46, 47 overs to knock this off. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've said it before, it's all about personal pride and performance, I think, for Cumbria at this stage. I mean, we thought it was warm in here, didn't we, until we went out at lunchtime, and it is scorching. Michael Slack, as we mentioned, opens the bowling and the batting as well.
He's a busy man. Standing bolt upright in the crease, just rocks onto his front foot, and happy to allow that one to travel through to George Lavelle, who keeps wicket for Lancashire. There he is, squad number 24. Great chance for him coming up over the course of the next 5 weeks. And likewise, the bowler on screen there, Jack Blatherwick. First ball really for Lancashire, that, because he didn't feature. Well, he was in the team against Yorkshire, but didn't get a chance to bowl because of the problems with the drainage at Headingley last week. He's right on over the wicket and bowling. Just a little glance off the pads down to backward square leg for a leg by. Yeah, no bat on that. Score ticks along to 2 without loss, though.
Yeah, Sam Dutton's the one who's got most of the runs for Cumbria in that 50 over competition we were talking about, so he won't hang around if he can. I mean, it's obviously a different calibre of bowling, but he will look to attack wherever possible.
Before we press on, I must say thank you to Sedbergh School for providing us with some lunch as well, which was lovely. Very nice. Very grateful for that. And she's carved away. It's a good-looking shot for 4 runs, up onto the toes, slicing the ball out through the offside for 4 runs for Dutton. That's a good-looking shot. Perhaps a little short and wide, in truth, from Blatherwick. But 4 runs cut away through a point region.
Yes, I say, he's not a defensive player at all, so if it's there to be hit, he will go for it.
And that's always good fun to watch. It's a pull this time through the onside, clearing Danny Lamb at mid-wicket. And out towards the boundary, 4 runs. So well, that start that you predicted, Gary, has been backed up by the way that, in particular, Dutton's got about it. Good start. 1 cut through the offside for 4, 1 pull through mid-wicket for 4.
Only 366 needed now.
Take them one by one. Take them boundary by boundary.
Well, that's not true either, is it? It's 373 because they picked up a couple of singles as well.
Choking them off already. Oh, this is muscled away through the offside for 4 more. That's a terrific looking shot. Sam Dutton up onto his toes. Absolutely swatted that one away through extra cover. Well, he's played 3 beautiful shots there, hasn't he? That cut through point for 4, that pull through mid-wicket, and that kind of slap off his toes through extra cover for 4 runs. It's a good, bright start to the over for Cumbria. 14 runs off it, 14 without loss.
Yes, not sure I was quite expecting that, to be honest. And I think as a bowler fairly new to Lancashire as well, you probably weren't thinking that was going to happen either. It's about bowling in the right places, I think, isn't it, to a batsman like Sam Dutton. As I say, he's tried to get into the first-class game. Probably would like another attempt at that if he could. So, you know, he's there to show what he can do today.
Yeah, which is what we were saying, wasn't it, a little earlier on? Opportunities for players, not just in this game, but across the various minor national counties to perform against some good, tough, strong opposition, perform well, and catch the eye. Perhaps it will be Liam Hurt in a bowling to Slack, who will leave this first delivery through to the keeper. No run. He'll bowl with a bit of pace, will Liam Hurt. Been in and around Lancashire's team now for a few years. Suffered a horrible injury actually in the One Day Cup a couple of years ago, where he dislocated his kneecap while he was batting in the game at Old Trafford. Slack just pushes forward in defence and there's no run. Good to see him back fully fit. This next month will be a chance for him as well to play plenty of cricket for Lancashire. Started off with a couple of dot balls, so 14 without loss. We're in the second over. Got Slack on 0, Dutton on 12. Liam Hurt, who's in and bowls to Slack, but taken by the keeper. And there's no run. There's 2 slips in place. Looks like Luke Wells at first slip and Rob Jones at second slip. And Stephen Croft just at cover point. Keaton Jennings down at long leg. And there's the 2 slips there, Wells and Jones alongside Lavelle. He's Hurt. Right arm over the wicket ball. Slack plays forward. Pushes up to mid-on. Takes a single. Jack Morley coming up to field. Score moves on to 15 without loss. Yeah, so Jennings down at third man. And then there's mid-on. It's Morley. Mid-off is Dane Villas. Danny Lamb just forward of square on the leg side. Croft backward point. So he's out missing. Josh Bahanan at extra cover. Hurting and bowls. Squares up. Doesn't. Ball squirts down towards that wide third man boundary. There's Keaton Jennings in his short sleeves. And the score moves on to 16 without loss. Great image behind Keaton Jennings of a supporter there with a tea towel draped across her head. One way to keep the sun off. Improvising.
Well, it works.
He does, yeah. Does the job. Hurt in. Forward goes Slack in defence. It's pushing and into the offside, and there's no run. That, I think, is over. It is. So 2 overs gone. 16 without loss. If in doubt, well, I think it's a tea towel, or maybe it's an item of clothing. Either way, it's doing the job. Keep the sun off their head. It's the most important thing.
That was a lot quieter over than the first one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
I think Dutton's got himself back on strike again.
First over went for 14. There's Blatherwick. And balls fullish length and off stump. He's driven. Picked up by Keaton Jennings. And there's no run.
The other thing you see at this ground, but not this time of the year, is end of May, beginning of June, Appleby Horse Fair. Lots of carriages going past with horses attached to them. So even though we're in the middle of the countryside, it's actually like a meeting point, isn't it, where everyone goes off in different directions.
Blatherwick balls. Played a little uppishly, but safe enough. Flecked off the pads. It's behind square on the leg side. Nice looking shot. A little roll of the wrist. A little clip away down to backward square leg. Always disappeared underneath the plastic chairs, and it's somewhere underneath the bush. It's been retrieved. Score moves on to 20 without loss. So it's in a strategically vital location, is it, Sebber?
I never thought so, but everywhere seems to meet here. All the local roads seem to meet here, so yeah. Obviously, as we've said, the school, even though it's a book town, the school is a dominant feature by a long way. You know, without the school being here, it would be a totally different place.
Blathwick bowls. Oh, it's a ferocious looking attempt to pull the ball by Sam Dutton. Pivots right back into his crease, but a play and a miss, no run.
So he has, what, 4 fours and a single so far, is that right?
He's not messing about, is he? Yes, you're right, 4 fours and a single, yep. 2 slips has become 1. Fine leg just in front of the scoreboard. Oh, it's a big top edge. That's gone high into the onside. I think Danny Lamb's underneath that. And he takes the catch as well. It is Lamb. Well, it was entertaining while it lasted for Sam Dutton. He wasn't going to die wondering, was he? Going for another big shot, but it ballooned up into the onside. Lamb underneath it. He takes the catch. And Cumbria lose their first wicket. 22 for 1.
It's always like it end that way. Cumbria would just have been hoping not quite so quickly, but yeah, a bit more pace, and he's gone early on. But yes, entertaining a couple of overs. I think the bowler will be pleased to see the back of him after that first over as well.
Yes.
This looks like Nathan Waterston coming out at 3. Not being cynical, but I guess Lancashire batting first might make this a longer game than it might have been otherwise.
Yes, well, I was wondering when looking around the scores, Gary, across these warm-up games, everybody apart from the Yorkshire-Northumberland match, the first-class county, has batted first. So sometimes these things are agreed beforehand, aren't they? But Lancashire making full use of their 50 overs, wanting their top order batsmen to get runs. That's exactly what's happened, and now let's see whether the bowlers can take some wickets. They're not just looking for the bowlers, of course, it with all the strategies in place, the tactics, the field positions, ground fielding. This is where I think Mark Chilton, who's overseeing Lancashire's 50 over team this year, will be looking at kind of doing the right things here ahead of the Sussex match. That's a good ball first up by Blathwick to Waterston. Beats him through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, Nathan Waterston's only really come to the fore recently for Cumbria, because I think I mentioned earlier he was trying to get a football career. You know, was in Barrow when they were non-league, and he's played at Workington in the Northern Premier League as well. But I think for the moment he's concentrating on cricket, and it's a decent player. He's just making his way into the team really at the moment.
Probably it was Slack on strike, wasn't it? As he crossed, Slack will push this one away through extra cover, and comes back for 2. Score moves on to 24 for 1. Slack with that at 2. He's on to 3 without loss. Still that one slip in place. That's Luke Wells. And there's a long leg. There's a third man as well. It's the long leg and third man outside the ring. We're in the power play, of course. It's back of a length delivery from Blathwick, which is perhaps just hurried Slack up a little bit. Tucks the ball down into the onside off his hip. That's the end of the over. So we've had 3. 24 for 1. Slack on 3. Waterston yet to face a delivery since replacing Sam Dutton.
Just the 8 and over at the moment. I suspect that might not last too long.
dot in the wicket to fall. It was a enterprising, entertaining little knock, but over with too quickly from a Cumbria point of view. Made 17 off 9 balls with 4 fours. There's Lavelle in and bowling. This is left by Waterson and through to the keeper, George Lavelle, and there's no run. Thank you to Janet, who sends a tweet to say it's so good to see Gary Pratt playing cricket again. Great to watch Lancashire in such beautiful surroundings. Thank you, Janet. In, eased down toward a long leg. Blatherwick comes stomping up from that boundary to fielder. And off the mark with that little nudge around the corner, Waterson. Score moves on to 25 for 1.
Yes, I think we'll see a bit more of a normal game now that Sam Dutton's out. He obviously went for it right from the start. So Waterson is still fairly new to the Cumbria side, so I think he'll want to play his way in if possible with an eye on the games yet to come this summer.
Slacks on strike, playing forward and beaten through to George Lavelle, and there's no run.
It's not too often in the national counties that you play a shot and then the bowler's right up to you when you played the shot. You know, you don't tend to see that much of that. As his follow through takes him that far down.
He's pretty lively, is Liam Hurt. Slack, tall and upright in the crease, waiting. And just pushing forward again, eased away into the offside. And there's no run. I've just joined our coverage, just picked it up maybe. A little bit busy in the morning session. See the smile there of Josh Bohannon. He was about the only batsman to miss out. Bohannon and Croft, really. Bohannon making 9, Croft 0. Keaton Jennings with a century for Lancashire, 103. 86 for Luke Wells. 82 for Dane Belassa. 50 not out for Rob Jones. Thumps into the pad of Slack, but he shapes to play it into the onside. It's a muted appeal really from Lancashire. It quickly fizzled out as soon as it started. Lancashire making 383 for 7 from their 50 overs. 2 wickets for Slack, who opens the batting as well for Cumbria. 2 for 61. Loden 2 for 60. Watt 1 for 63. Simple 1 for 44. It's Hurt to Slack. It's pushes down to mid-wicket where Danny Lamb fields, and there's no run, so that completes the over. 4 gone. 25 for 1.
Yeah, just a 1 single off that. Much more quieter phase now. Looking at the batting that Cumbria have, Scott, I would expect skipper Gary Pratt to come in next at 4, the left-hander. Another left-hander in Semple at 5. So it's more or less as published with High Marsh, your rounder at 6, then the keeper, and then you're into the bowlers from there onwards. So about the last few years, Gary Pratt's wicket is obviously the key one as an ex-county player. You know, at that level, you see the other sides lift as soon as they get him out. So he scored a shed load of runs for Cumbria, and he will be, I think, the key wicket in the innings.
Jack Blatherwick for Lancashire and bowling. Oh, he's got him, LBW. Waterson just shaping to work that ball towards the leg side. Big appeal from Blatherwick. Up goes the finger of the umpire, and Waterson has gone for 1, trapped LBW by Blatherwick.
Like all batsmen, LBW doesn't look very impressed.
No, he didn't. 2 early wickets for Lancashire, 25 for 2.
So this is the skipper coming in at 4. And he is capable of batting through, but obviously he doesn't bat it against this level of bowling you know, week in, week out, but he's still a very good player.
Well, as Janet was saying on a little tweet she sent to at BBC Lancs Cricket, that good to see him back playing, and I've got a chance to watch him have a bat.
He's one of those players that maybe is a little edgy at the start, but once he gets going, scores very quickly. Interesting to see the field put 2 slips in place, and it's not surprising at this stage. Field being reset for the left-hander.
So Pratt on strike. It's Blatherwick in, shuffles back into his crease and leaves it. Ball through to Lavelle. 53 first-class games in his career. Just a fraction under 2,500 runs, average of 25, 1 first-class century, 15 50s. Played 78 list A games. Blatherwick in balls, trying to work it away into the onside. It deflects off the thigh pad, picked up by a Blatherwick off his own bowling, and there's no run. 78 list A games in his career.
It's 11 centuries for what was Cumberland, now Cumbria, and averaging 43.8.
Superb. So he's Blatherwick in the balls to him. Full ball and off stump. He just drives away into the offside, but straight to extra cover. There's no run. His List A debut came in the game between Durham and Derbyshire. And his first class debut for Durham was against Warwickshire back in 2000. Blimey. Short ball from Blatherwick, which balloons over everybody. It's been given signalled as a no ball. That was banged in short. That took off, didn't it? That went looping over the batsman, over the keeper.
I feel that was slightly over shoulder height.
Just a fraction, I think. I think Blatherwick's thinking, blimey, I'm quite sure. A spongy bounce, wasn't it, which took it over the batsman's head and the keeper. Blatherwick in and balls. Turned out into the onside. Picked up a square leg by Lamb, and there's no run. I'll work out what they've given that as. Because the scoreboard's gone on by 2 for the no ball, but it bounced down to the boundary. Yes, I think I just heard the radio then say it was 4 wides. No ball and 4 wides. So the scoreboard move on by 2, but nothing more than that. Blatherwick in bowling, steered down towards third man by Gary Pratt. He's guided the ball down towards the third man fielder. And that is the end of the over. 29? 29 for 2, I think. 32 for 2. At the end of that over, what have we had here now? 5? Yeah, 5 overs gone. 32 for 2. Pratt and Slack, the 2 batsmen.
Nice view.
Beautiful views at, over the little row of of houses and views of the hills, fells in the distance. It's hurt. And the balls, and it's pushed into the offside. Gently enough to extra cover. Josh Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Say a quieter spell, Scott, isn't it, after the fireworks in the first over? These two will just want to stay in there and play themselves in, really. So it's going to be a lot different. See Stephen Croft sort of warming up. I presume he'll get a ball, will he, at some stage?
Yeah, I think so. Jack Morley, we'll see him have a twirl. Just tickle down towards Blatherwick at third man for a single. 33 for 2.
Yeah, we're talking about quick bowling. Obviously, when Richard Gleeson was playing for Cumberland, as was, he was far quicker than just about anybody else you saw, you know. So it is a big difference to step up and play against someone like Hurt, who's coming at you all the time. So you just got to take it as a positive, and that it's a learning experience, and you get something out of it.
Hurt in the sunshine. He's in the ball into Slack, who's defending soundly enough, safely up towards Dane Velas, the Lancashire captain, at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, the individual kind of things to take from any game. It's a team game, but there's individual kind of circumstances and situations at play. In a minute, there's a tussle between bowler and batsman, between Hurt and Slack. Ooh, and that gets a little big as he fends it off. Just deflects perhaps somewhere off his upper arm. And into the onside, no run. Short ball that got onto Slack pretty quickly. Velas with a word of encouragement or advice to his bowler. Balls to Slack. Just weaves it down towards third man. Nicely played by Slack. War won the previous delivery, but able just to guide it safely down through third man for a single.
Bit of a change over in the crowd as well, I think, Scott. I know a few people I spoke to on the way in said, oh, we're going to watch the first half of this game, and then we're off down to Old Trafford for tonight's match.
I see, yeah. Actually, there are quite a few empty seats, aren't there, kind of as we look to the right of the scoreboard. Those were all kind of occupied a little bit earlier on. I just assumed they'd kind of gone for a late lunch or something. Pratt turns it out towards mid-wicket, but there's no run. That's the end of the over. 6 gone. 33 for 2, but maybe trying to sneak in 2 games. Yeah, little trip up to Sedbergh School for the first half of this match, and then get back on the M6 and get your position ready for the T20 international between England and Pakistan.
I think what Paul Allott said 2 years ago probably is correct, though, that, you know, even for Sedbergh School with its facilities here, it is difficult to put on a 4-day game. And maybe, I don't know what you think, Scott, maybe the 1-day format is ideal for here?
No, 4-day games.
4 days.
Yeah.
You want to be up here for 4 days?
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's not start going down that avenue.
5-day championship final here?
Absolutely ideal.
He was talking about putting sort of like
a
junior festival on.
Yeah, I heard that, yeah. I'm a big fan of getting out, playing away from Emirates Old Trafford, as much as I like the ease of being in the ground for, you know, professional broadcasting reasons. I just think it's great when you get out to the outgrounds. Blatherwick in bowling, pressing forward, he's slacking, nips away to the gloves of the keeper, no run. Something extra, a little extra charm to being at outgrounds and in your fancy media tent, and spectators come up and say hello, and people wandering around the outfield. Bring your own chairs, find a little spot in the sun.
That's the old thing, isn't it? 1,000 inside a ground like this looks crowded. If I was inside Old Trafford,
Exactly, yeah.
you know.
Blathwick just onto the leg stump. Slack. Now that's deflected behind square. Just a leg by signalled. Deflection off the pad to backward square leg. Score moves on by 1 though. 35 for 2. But I think the point that Paul Allott was making is obviously completely acceptable, isn't it? I mean, it is tricky to get here in terms of public transport from Manchester, for example. It's driven up to mid-off, pick up and throw towards the keeper's end by Jennings. But got through for a single. But then conversely to that, there'll be an awful lot of Lancashire supporters in Cumbria, in North Lancashire. Kind of likes of Lancaster, Morecambe areas, just as far to get to Old Trafford as it is for those in kind of South Lancashire, North Manchester to get up to here.
I think it helps cement as well that partnership between Lancashire and Cumbria, doesn't it? You know, and that well, come back to that in a second.
Here's Blathwick. Oh, that balloons over the keeper down towards the boundary. It bounces and is picked up by Liam Hurt. He's gone through for a single.
Because there's a danger, particularly with Cumbria being such a large area, and we've seen it over the years, that players in the north of the county in particular gravitate towards Durham. You know, so I think from Lancashire's point of view, having something concrete here in Cumbria as well says that we're interested in players in Cumbria, not just Durham. You know, we can bring you through our system as well.
That's a great observation. Second slip in place. Played off the front foot. Just pushed out to extra cover. There's no run. 36-4-2. Lancashire got good connections obviously at the minute with Liverpool. Play a lot of cricket at Liverpool. They've got a good link up with Blackpool as well. I'm just watching Blathwick here. Looks like he's struggling a little bit. Oh dear, yeah. Yeah, he's just feeling his side there, isn't he, Blathwick? And he's not been able to complete this over. Well, that's not good to see. Young bowler to make his way off. Oh, yeah, not pleasant. That's nothing too sinister, but you know, you always start to fear the worst when you see the bowler just reaching and touching the side of the hip. Or
yeah, hopefully it's more of a precaution for Friday.
Yes.
But we'll see. His replacement's not the shortest cricketer I've ever seen either. Is it Burrows?
Yeah, George Burrows is, yeah. He's a big tall lad, isn't he?
I've got him down as 6'5", and that sounds about right, doesn't it, looking at him?
Yeah, I would probably say he's in that region. It's going to be Josh Bohannon to complete the over. There's one ball left of it. Let's hope Blathwick's all right. 2 for 25 for Jack Blathwick. But obviously something just didn't feel right, and he's off. So here's Bohannon to complete this 7th over. And that's played out into the offside, and there's no run. So 37 for 2, 7 overs gone. Pratt 3, Slack 5, but injury concern for Jack Blathwick. Let's hope he's okay. And as you say, it's just a precaution for Friday, hopefully.
George Burrows on specially just to stand in front of your view.
Yeah.
Of all the places.
And he did it very well, to be fair to him. Did it very well.
Yeah, just going back to what saying about outgrounds, I totally agree. It's a shame that Lacs and Notts don't play at Cleethorpes and places like that anymore. You know, over the years the number of outgrounds has been sort of slimmed down. I think Leicestershire, do they play anywhere but Leicester these days? I'm not sure they do.
They played a game. They play predominantly at Leicester. They do have one outground which they played that relatively recently, and I went to it. Lancashire played there. I can't remember the name of it, but they play mainly at Leicester. Yeah.
I think a lot of the counties take the attitude, we've spent all this money on a main ground and we want to get full value out of it, which you can understand. But I think that part of the charm of the county game is that you do end up at places like this watching cricket on a gorgeous day.
I agree, yep. There's Liam Hurt. Oh, there's cries of catch. It's Rob Jones at second slip. Yeah, it's come off a bat. Little edge to Jones.
Yeah, Slack's struggling with the pace, isn't he? He's just getting a bat on it at the last second. But as you say, an extra fielder in there he would have gone. He's not really looked. A lot of the shots he's been hit as well. It's a lot of the shots not under control at the moment.
38 for 2. Brings Pratt on strike. So 2 slips in place. Here's Hurt. It's chopped away out into the offside where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
See if Gary Pratt gets a look at the edge if he doesn't get away here. I mean, that shot he's just played is one of his favourite shots. Usually it disappears off to the boundary, but not in that particular situation.
Might be stinging the fingertips of Bohannon there, I think. It's extra cover. It's Hurt in the balls. Just flicked up towards mid-on. Pick up and throw from Dane Villas, but safely through. 39 for 2.
It's quite a spell, Scott. I think we sort of expected that, didn't we? Because the last thing Cumbria want to be is bowled out cheaply. You know, they want to look as though they put up a fight here and made a game of it. So you can quite understand the rationale for these two trying to stick in for the time being.
Hurt balls. It's cleverly played. Weaving it down towards the third man boundary just for 1 run. Well, that's okay, isn't it, for Cumbria here? As you say, just try and settle down. Lost 2 early wickets. I know that Lancashire are potentially a bowler light. Whether we'll see Blatherwick come back on or not. Find a partnership, keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's just pushed up to mid-off by Pratt, and there is no run. Fielded by Jack Morley.
You're right about those chairs at the other side, are all empty now.
They are, aren't they? Yeah.
People shielding just behind the wall.
Finding a little bit of sunshine, yeah, right on that back wall underneath the trees. Edging further and further back as the sun swings round. And Pratt gets in behind and defends. And there's no run, so completes the 8th over. Pratt has 4. Slack has 7. 3 runs off that Liam Hurt over. Cumbria 40 for 2. 8 overs gone. We know that Jack Blatherwick has gone off to get that kind of side injury assessed. So Lancashire are going to look to Danny Lamb. So he's going to replace Blatherwick. Lancashire's number 26. He's got Slack, who's on strike. We'll have a little scooch around some of the other games as well. Let's see how the other one-day warm-up fixtures are progressing. Let's negotiate this first up delivery though from Lamb. Slack on strike. Just turns the ball down to backward square leg for a single. 41 for 2. So Yorkshire playing Northumberland today. This game taking place in Scarborough. Northumberland 254 for 8 from 50 overs. Yorkshire have started their reply. 8 overs gone, 36 without loss. In Wales, Glamorgan are in action. Lamb to Pratt. Tries to work it into the onside. Just deflects out into the offside. There's no run. So the Wales minor counties are 29 for 1 after 7, replying to a Glamorgan total of 202 all out. Oh, who's facing Jofra? Who's got Jofra? Someone's retired hurt. That's not a good start. Here's Lamb in and bowling. That's cut out to backward point. It's a good looking shot from Pratt. There to be a hit, wasn't it, really? And he's carved the ball out towards deep backward point for 4 runs. So Tom Haynes and Harry Smith are batting for Oxfordshire. Jofra Archer is into his 5th over. Tom Cosford retired on 9. Could be lively on the south coast facing Jofra.
The thing about the national counties as well, Scott, is that because of the way it's split east-west, some of the clubs you never see. You never play against them.
Lamb bowls, that's pushed out into the offside, no run.
Please don't ask me the obvious question, why is Cumbria in the Eastern Division? We were having this discussion before.
Why is Cumbria in?
No one seems to know. We were sort of saying this before. Cumbria and Staffordshire in the Eastern Division, Shropshire and Cheshire in the West.
Right. I'm a bit confused. I'm around the wicket and balls. That deflects up towards square leg. This little thin edge. Sees the score move on to 46 for 2.
So yes, if you play for Cumbria, your chances of playing against Devon or Cornwall or Wiltshire,
with you,
unless you meet them in a final, you know, are very, very remote. Some cracking grounds down in Devon as well, right on the coast.
Oh, that sounds nice, yeah.
Time out for Places Yard.
It runs here towards deep backward point for Slag. Come back for a second. 48 for 2. The end of the over. It is 9 overs gone. 48 for 2. Cumbria. Reminder for you that Lancashire from 50 overs made 383 for 7. Got Pratt on 9 and Slack on 10. And just to carry on with those scores, Oxfordshire, by the way, 35 without loss in the 9th against Sussex, who made 285 for 9. Somerset 260 all out. Cornwall in reply 77 for 1. Bedfordshire are 47 for 1 in the 10th. Northamptonshire making 308 for 9. And Wiltshire 14 for 1. Reply to Gloucestershire's 334 for 5. There is a tour match taking place. Hurt balls and to rock back and pull the ball through to the keeper. There's no run. So this is the County Select 11 are playing India. It's part of India's preparations for the Test series in August. So they've put together a County 11, which includes Hasib Hamid. It's a 3-day game. This is taking place at Chester Street in Durham. Virat Kohli made 24. India are 187 for 4. He's defended out into the offside and inside against a single. Slack is sent back. Rahul is 76 not out and Jadeja is 25 not out. It's a County Select 11 against India. First of a 3-day fixture as part of India's preparations ahead of the Test series. There's actually commentary of that game as well on the BBC Sport website and app. Pratt, a little tap of the bat. He's on 9, 48 for 2. Here's Hurt. Oh, you can hear the appeal from Hurt as he spins around and asks the umpire if that's out, but a little shake of the head. The score remains on 48 for 2. still those two slips, Luke Wells and Rob Jones. And he comes, balls forward, guiding the ball out into the offside is Pratt, and it's picked up by Josh Barnum, and there is no run.
Just hoping over the next few weeks, Scott, that C word again, COVID, doesn't interfere. I know quite a few, we talked about one or two of the games being off today, and one or two of the pre-season football has been affected already as well. We don't want it interrupting the business end of the season.
No.
You know, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's been another frustrating few months, hasn't it? Trying to get games played and trying to get teams together. A little flick off the pad by Pratt out toward deep backward square leg for a single. So correction for 4 runs. Just out towards the backward square leg boundary. Nice looking shot. Played off his pads out towards that boundary. 48 for 2. You said a lot of. We've just gone through the fixtures there of the games that are currently taking place in these warm-up matches, but there's an awful lot been postponed. So Nottinghamshire, Durham, Leicestershire, Kent, Hampshire, Derbyshire, Warwickshire, Surrey and Middlesex all had games scheduled. Chopped away into the offside, stopped by behind an extra cover, but they did get through for 1.
And that's the shot he's looking for, isn't it? Quite often going back and pushing it through that offside for the left-hander. So I think the fielder's in exactly the right spot for that shot.
Yeah, Josh Bannon it was that got him behind it to stop it. But yeah, that was the concern, wasn't it? That with the Royal London One Day Cup in conjunction with the 100, that you've got a lot of demands on the counties who have already seen some of them 9, 10, 12, 11 players who have left them for 100 sides. You're then playing One Day Cup competition with what's left of your first squad and then kind of cherry picking from your academies or your second team.
I know in club cricket around here and around Lancashire there were quite a few games off at the weekend.
Lamb balls, and that's nicely played just down towards backward point for a single.
Including at St Anne's, and then do you try and replay them? Do you try and fit them in on a spare Sunday, or do you get to a stage where we go points per game, or it's one of those strange ones? But say fingers crossed it doesn't have too big of an effect. Having covered non-league football, the last 2 winters have been a total wipeout, really.
Completely decimated, haven't they, non-league football? He's guided out towards backward point. Stephen Croft fields as Daniel Lamb continues, and there's no run.
I think last winter was worse simply for the reason that you knew that even though they were playing, the season would never get finished. So they're still playing games, and you're thinking, well, this is great, but you're never going to fit all the games into the season. So, whatever had happened, the season was never going to finish properly.
Again, up onto the toe, Slack trying to chop the ball away. Second time he's tried that, but unable to time it properly. Looking at the toe end of his bat as well. Well, it's a valiant effort, isn't it, to kind of get sport on, to keep it on, to try and get cricket played with, for example, through the course of this summer. There's lots of things that are having to go into place to get the game played. Slack just plays a forward defensive, squeezing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
A lot of clubs, I think, were hoping to make some money back through the football, having like beer gardens or whatever, and of course it only takes perhaps one person in the bar to be tested, and suddenly you've got a problem. So, yeah, it's still that situation at the moment, isn't it? Well, we're not quite sure where we're going, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey, isn't it? Yeah. It's nicely guided away off the back foot. Picked out the gap between extra cover, backward point. Rob Jones comes up from the boundary just in front of us to field.
Do we draw a line? That's enough COVID conversation for today.
Well, it's hard to stray too far away from it, isn't it? When it has such a big impact, it inevitably kind of drone back towards it with games being postponed.
I can understand
Little push out towards backward point, no run. End of the over, 11 gone, 55 for 2, Pratt for 15, slack on 11.
I can understand why players are absolutely fed up of being in hotels.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, likes of Kate Cross, I think, was struggling a little bit last summer, you know. And I think, did she go away on tour and hardly played during the winter?
She went to New Zealand.
Yeah. I know she's got back in the team now, but, you know, to actually go away, be stuck in a hotel all the time and then not playing at the end of it is really hard to deal with, I guess.
Yeah, and certainly at the very top level, you're hearing from players who have suffered from, you say, being kind of marooned up in the hotel. I mean, everyone's having to make sacrifices, and they're making their own to play professional sports. Something that many people listening and watching would love to do. But still, it's sacrifices, isn't it? Speaking to Liam Livingston, he left IPL early because he had a little bit of bubble fatigue, I think it was called. We'll see a bit of Jack Morley here, aren't we? It's quite good. Placing Liam Hurt. Looking forward to watching Jack Morley. Watched a little bit of him last year. He played in the Bob Willis Trophy last year for Lancashire. I think he played in the game at Liverpool.
Slow left arm?
Yeah, and he played with Hartley, who's gone on to play quite a lot. Here he is with his left arm around the wicket, just pushed away to the offside, no run. Yes, he played one game, which was that match at Liverpool. Fizzed in a bit quicker, it's off the back foot, pushed away by Slack through the offside for a single. And he picked up 5 for 71. So it was certainly a game that he remembered. It was the last game of the Bob Willis Trophy match against Derbyshire. It's a game that Lancashire knew at that stage that they couldn't qualify for the next stage of the competition. In balls to Slack, who's off the back foot again, just plays it through the offside, and there's no run.
Better piece of fielding this time, because the last one sort of slipped away from him when went to the boundary. So he got himself right behind that one.
1 for 9 from 10 overs in the first innings, and then 4 for 62 in the second innings. Bowled in tandem with Hartley towards the end of the match, and Lancashire won by 178 runs. Good to see young spinners for Lancashire that were being given the chance. And here he is. His left arm over the wicket, bowling this time to Pratt, who plays forward. Gathered by Danny Lamb at backward point. And there's no run. He's got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket. He fizzes one in, that's turned away off the hip to Keaton Jennings at deep backward square leg. And single added to the total, 61 for 2. Brings Slack back on strike. Morley in bowls. He's calmly played off the back foot. Guided the ball away through that vacant cover region, and he gets a run and keeps a strike as well. So now we've got 11 overs gone of the Cumbria reply, 2 wickets to go there. And Nathan Waterson LBW to Jack Blatherwick. Sam Dutton caught Daniel Lamb bowled Blatherwick for 17 to Slack and Pratt, another out batsman, but we're not going to see Blatherwick anytime soon because unfortunately he's had to be replaced, going off with a side injury of some description. I hope it's nothing too sinister. What do you fancy walking up those hills in 30 degrees? I'm not quite sure I'm keen on that idea.
No, a friend of mine goes up there every Christmas morning, so the heat won't be a problem there. It'll probably be
frostbite.
minus 30.
Yeah. Well, we're here for the game in 2019, and the photographer that Lancashire were using, there's a guy called Barry who might well be listening. He's not on duty in this game. Lancashire using a funny little chap called George to take the pictures. As Lamb comes in and bowls, that's turned out into the onside, there's no run. Anyway, Barry back in 2019, one morning, went hiking up to the top of the hill, took a picture of the ground from the top. It was a spectacular picture, but maybe it was worth all the effort.
Once made the mistake of doing something similar in Boston.
His Lamb over the wicket, forward, goes slack, defends into the offside, no run.
You know, Boston's old football ground, and they've got a church called Boston Stump.
Okay.
It's hundreds of steps or whatever. Went up, did that before the game, regretted it all afternoon, so we'll never do that again.
You shattered for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes. There's literally a little bit of a ledge at the top, and then you have to come all the way back down again because someone else wanted to come up. You know, there are stairs that are about 3 feet wide as well.
Lamb over the wicket, slack, off the back foot, plays it both. They're both safely into the offside, no run.
To be honest though, I think I could take, not being disrespectful to anybody, but I think I could take decent pictures here on a day like this. I'm not saying they're going to be professional level, but you know what I mean. It'd be difficult to take a bad picture, wouldn't it?
I suspect it's like a photographer's paradise, isn't it, something like this? It's like just defending, the Lamb comes in and bowls. Push back down the pitch and there's no run. Need Lamb for Lancashire again in and bowls. Oh, that's beaten the dive of Lavelle. Flicked off the pad. Down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4 leg byes. Lamb bowling over the wicket. Just that little deflection of the thigh pad. The lunge from Lavelle to try and stop it. Down to the boundary it goes. 66 for 2. Slack gets onto the front foot, guides the ball up to Luke Wells, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 66 for 2. We've had 13 overs of the Cumbria innings. Pratt has 16 and Slack on 17.
Yeah, and they're doing okay, aren't they, these two? They're not dominating the game, obviously, but they're reasonably comfortable and they're stroking the ball down a little bit. You know, from the situation, this is what you'd hope that they could manage to do. They came together when the score was on, was it 25? So there's a decent little partnership developing here. It's not spectacular, but they are sticking in there and they're taking runs where they can, and will do both of them particularly good.
Absolutely, yeah. It's Morley. Oh, it's a wide signal down the leg side taken by Lavelle. Morley skips back in, bowls forward. Goes Pratt, just turning the ball out into the onside. Gathered by Steve Croft. He's at mid-wicket. There's no run. Slip in place. Morley's slow left arm bowls. Steered back towards the bowler. And there's no run. Pratt 16, Slack on 17. Jack Morley clutching the ball in front of him, coming in and bowling. Pratt trying to manoeuvre it out towards mid-wicket. Croft fields. And again, there's no run. It's turned down towards long leg where Keaton Jennings will make his way across from deep backward square.
Only 316 needed to win now.
68 for 2.
You're doing right to ignore that comment.
Slack on 17, back on strike. Well, this is a steady, calm partnership between these two. Morley in. Forward goes Slack. Push the ball away into the offside. No run. Rob Jones fielding just down in front of us here. Sun cream on. Today you need your sunblock. Forward again goes Slack. Which is pushed out into the offside for no runs. That's the end of the 14th over now. 68-42. Slack 17, Pratt on 17. Live from Sebber School. Glorious Yorkshire Dales in Cumbria. Doesn't sound right, that. Sounds like a mix-up of locations, is that to me? Yorkshire are claiming it. It's Lancashire's home venue. It's all very confusing.
There are people in Barrow who claim that they are still Lancastrians despite the boundary being moved, so you get used to it. And you can sort of see the argument in a way, because I suppose Barrow's more connected to Morecambe than it is to Carlisle in a way.
Maybe Lamb starts a fresh over in balls.
I'll probably just be sacked for having said that.
And Gary Pratt just trying to guide the ball down backward of point. Stephen Croft fields. The pads by Pratt out into the onside. Luke Wells comes up from mid-wicket and there is no run. They're at tea, by the way, in that county 11 against India. India 188 for 4. Game being played at Chesley Street. Runs here for Pratt, just eased away off his hip down to Liam Hurt. Long on. Goes through for 1, moves up to 18. Score moves on to 69 for 2.
It's just a nice relaxing day in the sunshine watching the cricket.
It's lovely. Two Cumbria batsmen face a Lancashire bowler. This is down the leg side by Lamb, so signalled as a wide, taken by the keeper. He's looking at those bowling figures that for the county select 11 against India. Craig Miles, 10 overs for 32. Punch to extra cover, there's no run. Liam Patterson White, 1 for 37 from 17 overs. Lyndon James, who's had a good start to his career with Notts, picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 21. And Jack Carson, spinner I saw, bowling for Sussex against Lancashire about a month or so back now, 1 for 42. Lamb to Slack, just leans into it, guides the ball down to Croft, cover point, and there is no run. Slack is 17 not out, 42 balls faced. Dabbing it down towards the third man boundary for another single. Moves up to 18. And that is the end of the over. So 15 gone. Pratt now 18 not out. Correction. Yes, 18, and now Slack also unbeaten on 18 as well. And Lamb's bowling figures will always be slightly skewed because of the fact he completed the over from Blatherwick. I am, Rob, thank you very much. Are you enjoying yourself?
Oh, what a day.
What a day. What a day. Well, we're just talking about that. Neither of us quite fancy it.
We're in the hill score, 472 metres
You fancy it? Rob Jones quite fancy going up that hill. He's bonkers. Here's Morley in and bowling. Forward goes Slack. And there's no run. Morley starting his third over. That'd be in the greenhouse. And to Slack. On the front foot, pushing it back down the pitch. Again, there's no run. Only left arm around the wicket. A little quicker as he goes back and just works the ball into the offside and gets through for a single. Moves up to 19. Score moves on to 70. 2 for 2.
I can't see Cumbria's approach changing at the moment, so it's a question of how quickly Lancashire feel they can get through them.
Perhaps they can try and cut the ball, but just little bottom edge, it bounces outside his off stump and it's looped up to Luke Wells. Slip.
This cloud cover, Scott, we could get rain any second.
In again, forward goes Pratt, pushed away, no run. Well, that's those hills that Rob Jones gets talking about, the clouds covered, drifting across.
On a serious point, it is a ground where you can't actually see the weather coming until it arrives, you know, because the hill's in the way. Not that I'm suggesting it's going to be anything but sunny for the rest of the day.
Let's turn back down the pitch to Morley to complete his latest over. 16 gone, 72 for 2. Partnership is worth 47 now between Slack and Pratt.
And they'll have a chat in the middle of the wicket. It's really just keep going, isn't it, for now? Yeah. There's no push on them to do anything else. There's no reason to change their approach. If the ball can be hit, they will do, but otherwise they'll just play as long an innings as they possibly can and get some respectability to this Cumbria response. At the current rate of scoring, which is about 4 and over now, it was higher earlier on. They're going to obviously, self-evidently, going to be nowhere near the target, but I don't think that's going to worry them really. I think if they get through, even if it got through 9 down, they think, oh, that's fine.
Yeah. O'Bannon, whose figures are always slightly dodgy because he replaced Blatherwick for that final ball of the Blatherwick over that he couldn't complete. He's going to come back into the attack, but you don't normally see kind of a little bit of a bit of medium pace from O'Bannon, but maybe just a bit of off spin instead as he comes in. Balls to Slack it and pushing it backward of square, no run. Not had too much of a role with the ball over the course of the last month or so. Slack tries to kind of reverse scoop it. It doesn't really make any meaningful contact with the ball. Run here, I think down towards short fine leg. Pick up and throw, and then Lavelle flicks the bails off. Pratt was safely in.
Yeah, he can still move quite quickly, can't he, as we saw earlier?
Yeah. Was. So he's 40? Is he 40 now or 39 now?
40 at the end of the year.
40 at the end of the year.
Yeah. Has been playing for Cumberland as well since 2007, so it shows you how long ago his first class career was now.
Yeah, I was just looking back on those first class stats a little bit earlier on. Punch through mid on for a single. Score moves on to 73 for 2. Slack back on strike, waiting. He's going for that little reverse again. He gets it right this time. Past the reach of the keeper. He's got it down towards the boundary for 4 runs. His first go at it wasn't quite successful, but he's got that one right. He gets 4 runs for it.
One to come.
Score moves on to 78 for 2. There is a Bohan in a bowling, final ball of the over. A single push down through mid-on. I think at the previous boundary brought up the 50 partnership. It did, yes. So they've now put on 54. A nice steady partnership. 54 from 78 balls for Slack and for Pratt. Slack has 25 and Pratt has 17.
Is that, I think the term is postprandial phrase, isn't it? After lunch where everyone's a little bit more relaxed, and a bit full, you know, from lunch. And that's the sort of feeling around the ground, I think, at the moment.
Well, I shouldn't have gone for that massive chocolate chip cookie at lunch. That's what's done for me, I think. It's set me over the edge. It was enormous. It was like a plate. It was lovely though. White chocolate chip.
Soup as well.
I went for the whole lot, really. I mean, I'm like a Labrador. So yeah, I went for the whole lot. Soup, pasta, salad, bread, biscuits, the whole works. Very grateful for Sebba to provide us that. As Slack plays forward and defends back down the pitch as Morley continues. And there is no run. In comes Morley. Balls again. Turned away out into the onside. Villas is at mid-on, the Lancashire captain.
I think Rob Jones in front of us really wants to field in the shade.
Edging nearer to the cover of the media tent. It'll skip down the pitch and it's forced up to Liam Hurd. Deep mid-on, and there's no run. A little bit of signs of aggression there from Slack, using his feet coming down towards the slow left arm spinner of Jack Morley. There's a little tickle down beyond the reach of first slip, down towards the third man boundary. Keaton Jennings chasing after it, but that beats the run of Jennings down towards the boundary. 4 runs added to the total. And this partnership going along nicely for Cumbria.
Skipper and the vice skipper together, doing okay. Maybe just looking to be slightly more attacking, but there's no real push to do that.
It's like who's on strike. Gets forward and defends. And there is no run. .83 for 2. And Slack just manoeuvres the ball behind square on the offside for a single. I think he's pinched the strike as well. He has. It's the end of the over. So 83 for 2 at the end of the over. 18 gone. And comes a hand gel for the sanitising break. And the partnership continues to go quite nicely for Cumbria. Let's take you around some of the other scores. We have this little break. There's a rain delay in the game involving Essex and Cambridgeshire, but the reason why I mention that is because it's a rather shaky start with the bat for Essex. This will be something that Harrison Craig will have enjoyed, Gary, because Harrison Craig has dismissed Sir Alistair Cook for 46. So Essex 113 for 6 after 22 overs.
As I say, that sort of thing is a career highlight.
Absolutely is, isn't it? How's Joffre getting on? Wicketless. 6 overs, 2 maidens for 14. They've seen him off. Sussex 285 for 9. Oxfordshire in reply 65 for 1. Dane Villas and Josh Bohannon in conversation as Bohannon's going to continue.
It's just got to the stage where it's obvious that Cumbria basically aren't going to give the game away. Lancashire are going to have to need to win it. Oh.
It's squirted down towards the boundary. Stick out your left boot and stop the ball. But 4 runs from the spectator, bearing his muscles on the deck chair in the sunshine.
And of course, the atmosphere, Scott, at the ground is very different. Would have been 2 weeks ago now during school term. You see lots of school kids going backwards and forwards to various venues around Sebba.
Bohannon in. It's left and through to the keeper. There's no run. In fact, his signal is a wide. Fizzed in quickly by Bohannon. Off the back foot, sliced away to backward point where Hurt fields no run. Yes, from here for the game of 2019, I mentioned me and Paul Edwards rented a cottage opposite the ground. Nudged out to square leg for a single, and we could hear actually some of the houses where the kids were staying. You could hear the music being played at night. Nice sounds around the town. A bit quieter now, isn't it? Really.
Very busy at weekends. Busy on market days from memory as well, you know.
Yeah. 90 for 2. Bohannon in, balls forward. Goes Pratt. Batting in his cap. Pushing the ball through the offside for a single. Will Frayne and Harry Duke are batting for Yorkshire. Frayne on 60, Duke on 38. So Yorkshire 111 without loss. And target to beat Northumberland is 255. Bohannon to Pratt. And again, there is no run. Commentary of that game on the BBC Sport website and app. The Yorkshire Northumberland match from North Marine Road in Scarborough. Slack just fends his next delivery off. His guides the ball down to Liam Hurt. And that is the end of the 19th over. 91 for 2. Slack has 35 and Pratt unbeaten on 20.
Yeah, again, it's drifting a little bit, but Cumbria are happy enough. As we said, that target that was set was never really going to be within reach. But these two have been there since the wicket fell at 25. So they're quite happy. 66 put on. No particular hurry. One or two others might get a chance to bat lower down the order. I said earlier, the skipper Gary Pratt's a key wicket for Cumbria. He's just watching the field being changed now. Keeper is stood up. I'm assuming Morley will continue. And it's a chance for Morley to have a nice long spell bowling as well. In from the town end of the ground now, left arm. Pratt goes down to him. And that's well fielded. Close in on that offside. Fielder was Dane Villas, the Lancashire skipper. On this scorching hot day here at Sebba, and believe you me, it's not always like that here.
Of course it is.
Next ball is just pushed. Keeper dives, but I don't think there's ever a reasonable chance of getting there. All these areas around Cumbria have local microclimates as well, so the weather here at Sebba can be totally different from down the road at Kendal. Morley bowls once more. Bowls now. Again, Pratt goes down the wicket. Can't beat the bowler himself this time though, which will frustrate him a little bit. Very experienced player though, playing for Durham. Famous for that run out of Ricky Ponting that we mentioned, and been with the county here since 2007. Played a very important role as well in a very good decade. It's worth winning the championship, get to 2 finals, winning one of them. Next one he's beaten. There's a half appeal by the bowler, and we'll see if that's a leg by. that's what's going to be signalled. Yes, it is. So one's the total, 92 for 2. Two people just milling around the other side of the ground, changing position as the day goes on. As mentioned earlier, 1 or 2 off down to Old Trafford. And Morley will bowl again. And on the back foot from Slack this time, picks up a single. Game just nicely going along at the moment. No histrionics, no big fireworks. These batsmen probably feel, well, maybe I could get a 50 here if I'm lucky. I always thought with Gary Pratt, not so much now maybe, but he always felt there was a bit of unfinished business when his first class career ended earlier than he would have hoped. But he's become crucial to Cumbria's success over the last decade or so, and Morley bowls once more, chop back again, and again they'll just pick up one more. The game just continues on its merry way, 94 for 2. Right on to 21, I make it. That's the end of the over anyway. 20 overs bowled. Batsman to come in next is Matthew Semple from quite a few Cockermouth representatives in the Cumbria side, and he's one of them. Paul Hindmarsh, who's professionally a coach, was working down south and was at Carlisle last year, is now at Cockermouth as well, so he's due in at 6. A fair mix of players from around County Cumbria and a couple from Blackpool as well. As I said earlier, that the captain at Blackpool does like to recommend players to the county. I was wondering if that noise was an aircraft, but it's a tractor or something in the background, isn't it? Now I've talked about, or maybe it's even a Land Rover. Anyway, well, Hannon bowls again. That's just driven straight. They'll pick up one more onto the total. And I guess, Scott, the question is for Lancashire skipper, is he happy for this just to go on like this for a bit longer, or is he going to change it?
Well, I suppose it's a chance, isn't it? I mean, but Hannon filling in the overs, really, that perhaps...
Rolls again. Again, it's driven out, beats the first fielder. And fielded by Danny Lamb.
Because they're a bowler light with Blatherwick, who's had to go off. For Morley, it's a chance for him to have a really good spell, isn't it, from one end and see what he can do.
Bowls again, and it's flicked away behind square on the leg side by Slack for one more. Scoring coming in singles at the moment here at Sedbergh.
He's got plenty of options. So you touched on it before, Gary. He's got like Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, Luke Wells can all bowl.
And behind the bowls again to the left-handed Pratt this time. Again, it's just stroked away fairly straight on the leg side. It's one more to the total.
Assuming that Cumbria would bat through 50 overs, you would have been expecting, I guess, Blatherwick, who took the new ball, to probably one of the bowlers that would bowl through for Lancashire.
Bowls again and just steered away square on the offside. Man comes off the point boundary. So there's one more. The nominal target, probably, we should say, is 384 to win. Lancashire 383 for 7 from their 50 overs. 100 for Jennings, 80 odds in there as well, and Jones with a half century not out late on. As Pratt again drives out offside, shouted no, as the ball goes straight to the fielder. And we're through another over, 21 bowled, 97 for 2, 98 for 2. Pratt 23, Slack on 38. Hannon with 1, 2, 3, 4 off that over. The wickets that fell earlier, Sam Dutton, after an explosive start. 4 fours in his 17 off 9 bowls, went to Blatherwick, caught by Lamb, and then from Waterston given out LBW to the same bowler as well. And since then these two have been together since the score was on 25, so they put on 73 so far for this third wicket. And they show no signs of trying to give it away.
Well, I mentioned Luke Wells as a potential bowling option. Looks like he's going to come into the attack. Might see Jack Morley have a little twirl from the other end, but Wells replacing Morley. 5 overs for 17, Jack Morley.
You can see where the sun is, because that shaded area on the outfield in front of us is getting a little bit larger, isn't it, by the minute? So the sun's obviously making its way back behind where we're commentating from here. Probably have the sun streaming in through the back of you at some stage, Scott. It's a new bowler then. This is Wells from the town end.
Yeah, tall man, leg spinner.
Still sorting out the field. Fair sprinkling of spectators at the top end of the ground. Tom Bailey appeared on the boundary there for a moment. Getting some instructions. Wells bowls, left alone outside off stump.
He was initially named in the team, wasn't he, Tom Bailey? And he came through that Liam Hurt would play instead of Bailey.
Next delivery is driven offside again. Again, fielder is well placed.
So whether he picked up a little knock or something in the warm-ups, I'm not sure. Or he's certainly in the team that was named when the toss happened.
Comes in again, and it's just defensively prodded back. Another dot ball here. This first over from Wells.
Bailey's had a pretty quiet few weeks as well. He's not played too much T20 cricket. He's not really played since the county championship.
Next delivery again is just pushed back, this time on the leg side. And again there's no run, so is that 4 dot balls so far to start this spell? I think it is. Wells on his way in, and this time it's more attacking. Shot didn't really get hold of it though. There's slack, and it's defended fairly comfortably in the end, and by Rob Jones. But final delivery of this 22nd over then again goes for a similar shot, almost bowled I think there. Difficult to tell from this angle, but got through anyway, and that ends a maiden over, and we've not had many of those in this game.
He's not bowled absolutely shed loads, Luke Wells, but he will give Lancashire an option in the One Day Cup with his leg spin. Just looking at his list A bowling career, 10 wickets. He's not bowled a great deal, has he? 437 balls. He's served up in list A cricket, so he's not prolific bowler for when he was with Sussex. He won't give Lancashire another option though in the One Day Cup in the next few weeks. Of course, they're without 2 of their kind of premier spinners now, both with one with England.
Bohannon starts a new over. Pratt facing again, just pushed out, just wants a single. He's on to 24. Slack is on 38 and will face next.
Yeah, Mark Parkinson currently away with the England team, but obviously he has a 100 deal, as indeed does Tom Hartley. He's got for the Manchester Originals, just like Parkinson is. So, looking for other spinning options as well as Jack Morley.
Bohannon once more, and just defended this time by Pratt.
Especially when a lot of these games have been played at outgrounds. Lancashire have got a few at Old Trafford, but I know they play Durham up at South North in Newcastle.
Next one, bowls him. Went back to it, clean bowled, so that's the end of that innings from Michael Slack. He's gone for 38. It's 99 for 3, to a partnership of 74 for that wicket, for the 3rd wicket. And winning 23rd over, so decent knock there, but ends up being clean bowled by Bohannon. And the wicket falls just before the century comes up, 99 for 3.
Nicely batted though. Showed a great deal of kind of patience and calmness about his approach, didn't he, Slack? Chipped in with 38 runs. Nice to see through the way that Hurt bowled at him, and of course that spell from Blatherwick as well. I think he'll take plenty from that. Slack.
So yeah, Matthew Semple comes into bat, another left-hander at number 5. Lancashire looking for the breakthrough and finding it. Bohannon with 1 for 19. I could get used to all these graphics around me, Scott, you know, when you're out at Keswick or Cockermouth or somewhere, you know. Or even at Longridge or somewhere like that. Any chance?
I'll have a word with the boys. I'll see what they can do.
I'll wait for nothing to happen. Is it one of those? Yeah, all sorts of headwear around the boundary. People seem to be enjoying their day out in the sun. Sam Dutton makes his way in front of us, having a walk around the ground. I mentioned Nico Watt, the leg spinner, for Cumbria's brother, so him and his partner and a young child on the boundary a few minutes ago. And it's all very calm in the afternoon here at Sedbergh, and it's already nearly 4:30. I must admit, Scott, I just totally lose track of the time in games like this, completely. So we're getting towards the halfway stage of this Cumbrian innings. New batsman Semple comes into face, as I say, another left-hander. The keeper is stood up to Bohannon, and here he comes, and it's just pushed away to get him off the mark off the first ball. After Semple, we'll see Highmarsh, the tall all-rounder, due in at 6, and we can keep a bend, then we're into the bowlers really. And as I say, you know, a lot of these players lower down the order will bat, either open the batting or bat at the top of the order for their clubs. I've got Stephen Croft fielding in front of us. Next one is Pratt driving out. He's on to 25 with that. That's a century up for Cumbria as well. It's 100 for 3 in the 23rd over, so not a massive run rate, but they'll be pleased enough, I think, with the performance they put in so far. Difficulty in the field. And for one or two of the balls as well got tonked a little bit, but perhaps not totally unexpected. And that's the end of the over. 23 bowled, it's 100 for 3. And Cumbria after today start their championship games at Carlisle on Sunday. And there is BBC Sport coverage of that game as well. They're playing Northumberland. And they've got an away game and then a fixture at Furness, and then the end away as well, with promotion a possibility now and the new setup as well. So the Eastern Division 1 is very strong with the likes of Suffolk and Cambridge, Lincolnshire, Staffordshire and Norfolk, but one of those teams has to come down, Scott. I suppose that's the beauty of having promotion and relegation. Yeah,
it might just be worth for those not kind of familiar with the structure of it, just to kind of the rundown of how that all works, the promotion, relegation, kind of the way it's devised and stuff like that.
Yes, it's changed a little bit. It was due to change last year, but it's changed this year because there was no national county cricket at all last year, and there's no T20 this year. We've had the knockouts. Basically, there are 20 clubs, and they're divided east and west, and they were divided 10 and 10 before, but you only played teams 2 years in 3 because you didn't have enough games, basically. But from this year onwards, it's split so that there's Eastern Division 1, Eastern Division 2, Western 1 and Western 2. It's Wells bowls, driven out once more by Pratt, and there's no run. So that means 5 teams in each division, which means you don't all play at the same time, which is a downside. But the bottom team in both Division 1s gets relegated, and top teams in the East and West Division 2 goes up. So there is a chance to go up as Pratt looks to sweep it. He's got something on it. The fielder comes round, and that is Jennings fielding. There's one more to the total. The downside is because they put more T20 into the schedule and made the 50 over not straight out knockout anymore, it's a round robin then a knockout, that there are only 4 championship games.
Right.
So obviously if you lose the first one heavily, you're in trouble. Or if, as occasionally happens in Cumbria, it rains a little bit, you know, you could end up being relegated because you've not played.
Yeah.
But that's the way the ECB wanted it. They wanted more one-day stuff and less championships. That's the way it's gone. So Wells will continue from the town end, midway through this 24th over. Can't field in himself, but there's no run there. Gary Pratt, the skipper, on the non-strikers, I mentioned earlier, players for Richmond in, I always get this wrong, is it the South Durham and North Yorkshire League? It's one of those. Next delivery just pushed back. Again, no run. There is sometimes an overlap as well, because if you're a professional for your club, then they want you to play on a Sunday, even if it coincides with a county game, and as they're paying the money. Next ball in, flicked off, maybe off the bat and pad. Throw goes to the opposite end, and there's no run. So Gary Pratt occasionally misses games for the county for that reason. In fact, he's not playing in the county championship game this weekend. So Cumbria players basically my understanding is play for expenses rather than, for appearance money as such. Next one, oh, he's got him. Went back and just paddled it straight to the fielder there, and that's Matty Semple gone for 1. And I think his eyes lit up there. He thought he has a chance to get a 4 on that leg side, but he's put it straight to the fielder, and Wells has his first wicket, and it's 103 for 4. And as I say, he couldn't have found Dane Villas any better than he did. And Villas takes the catch, and it's also a first wicket for Wells as well. So Matty Semple will be disappointed to get out so cheaply, and it's 103 for 4.
As you say, it kind of went straight to Villas, didn't it? Hit it pretty firmly, but straight to the Lancashire captain. Took the catch, and Wells with the wicket.
Paul Highmarsh coming out at 6, not been fully fit recently, but had to bowl at the weekend and did a job. Suffolk in that game was 62 for 7, chasing over 214, and they only lost by 5 runs. And that included Tom Rash, who was batting with a runner because he'd torn his hamstring. So that was a strange game, and it was Highmarsh coming back that actually quelled the run rate and made sure that Suffolk couldn't win that. 103 for 4, Pratt's on 25. He's obviously looking to bat through, I think. Highmarsh yet to score. Wells with his first wicket, and Lancashire just gradually whittling their way through this Cumbria batting lineup. You had the big partnership of 74 for the 3rd wicket, but a couple of wickets have fallen quite quickly here, the 23rd and 24th overs. So Lancashire are, as I say, working their way through this Cumbria batting lineup, and Paul Highmarsh, the all-rounder, he can hit the ball really hard. On Sunday there were a number of 60s in his 50. I think he'll approach this slightly differently now.
Yes, and watching Lancashire here, who made 383 from their 50 overs, with a century for Keaton Jennings, top score for him, and also good contributions with the bat for Luke Wells, who made 86, Dane Villas 82, and Rob Jones making 56. Lancashire naming a strong side for this. This is their warm-up to that one-day cup starting here on Friday against Sussex. So Lancashire 383 for 7 from 50 overs. Cumbria are into their 25th over. They're 103 for 4, with 2 wickets for Jack Blatherwick, 1 for Josh Bohannon, and 1 for Luke Wells.
So this is Bohannon to continue his spell from the country end of the ground. There's a man on the attempted drive on the leg side, just in case it's missed time. The keeper stood up to the wicket. And now it's driven out by Pratt. That's a lovely shot, lofted through that offside. No fielder anywhere near that, and it's gone for 4. And maybe with wicket starting to fall, maybe Gary Pratt will feel now's the time to look for more strokes like that. Bohannon went onto the front foot that time and just stroked it. A couple of bounces into the boundary. 4 onto the Cumbria total, 107 for 4. And with the 25th over, we Pratt on to 25. Highmarsh yet to score. Bohannon in once more, down leg side, flicks at it, and the man at, well, we might call it short fine leg, picks it up, and there's no run. That's Hurt fielding down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this one is chipped up leg side, but again no fielder anywhere near it, so 1 more to Pratt, takes it up to 30. Has got the full range of shots, but I guess while there are only 4 down, there's no need to push it too much at the moment. Two wickets and 2 overs for Lancashire here. Playing here at Sedbergh School in the south of Cumbria, off the M6 and then a twisty turny road down here.
You can't miss it, can you? It's kind of one route in, isn't it, basically?
Yes, you actually go through the outlying stages of Sedbergh before you get here, which the school, as I say, dominates the town really. And these playing fields are practically on the high street. As Bohannon bowls again, back goes new batsman Hindmarsh, and that's another dot ball. So Paul Hindmarsh, another one of those who's been in and around the first class county game, now concentrating on his coaching career later on in his career. Strangled appeal hits him on the pad, not leg side from here though. I think there's one ball left in this Bohannon over. The traffic starts to pick up a little bit towards tea time. It's just gone 4:30, and this one's dragged down, and that's what Hindmarsh can do if you bowl like that to him. That's why a few cars got smashed at the weekend.
Yes.
Swung leg side in front of square 6.
Well, he did get a hold of that, didn't he? Yeah, good shot.
Give him space to swing his arms, and he will. You know, there'll be none of the pushing for singles that we saw with some other batsmen.
There's a woman there reading a book saying, "Oh, I'm just having a little quiet little doze there, just flicking through the book occasionally." And cricket ball coming hurtling in my direction. He's big, strong lad, isn't he? I guess if he hits it, it can stay hit and damage a car window or two.
He was a little bit disappointed as he got out on Sunday because one of the black bins got a full kick on the way through.
Oh dear.
Yes. Anyway, Wells again. I think that hits the pad. There's no appeal though. You haven't got Orkai and Edge and everything set up in here?
No, the guys need to just up the game with that really a little bit, get the old DRS involved. Yeah.
Next delivery, it's Pratt who's facing, pushed out to mid-off, straight to the fielder at mid-off. Cumbria a long way away from this target, but doing well enough. 114 for 4. Wells bowls again. Pratt thought about coming forward and a late cut from him. He'll go for 1. He should look for 2 if it doesn't make the boundary. And it's pulled up just short, so that's 2 more. To Gary Pratt on to 32. He likes those strokes. Square the wicket. And score moves on 216 for 4, I think. And Pratt is on into his 30s on 32 now. On this gorgeous day here at Sedbergh, the little bit of cloud we had seems to have more or less disappeared. Next ball is again, he just places it away down to long leg for a single. Just happy to keep pushing the bowling around at the moment. And we'll see if Paul Hindmarsh fancies taking on Wells or not. So it depends where it is, but I suppose that previous delivery, that went for 6 probably, was right in the slot for him really. Long, well, mid-on goes all the way back to the boundary. And Hindmarsh, when he just come in, goes back and cracks a 4. In fact, it won't be a 4, it's a fielder comes round the boundary. And he picks up an extra single, takes him on to 7 in the 26 over here of Cumbria's reply. Cumbria with a couple of under-18s games against Scotland coming up over the next couple of days. Then back in action on Sunday, Lancashire playing against Sussex here at Sedbergh in the Royal London 50 over on Friday. That final ball's a dot ball of the over. It's 118 for 4, a 2 and 2 ones off the over. Gary Pratt on screen looks pretty hot out there at the moment. And that's even with a cap on. He's going to replace it, is he, with a batting helmet. So he must have a reason for that. He's on 33, Hindmarsh on 7. 118 the score, 4 down. And it's going to be change of bowling, is it? This is Keaton Jennings, that's the ball at the moment?
It is, yeah, Keaton Jennings. So, I guess the captain, Dave Velas, looking at bowling options. I mentioned looking at the spinning options that Lancashire have got. They will play a lot of cricket, one-day cricket, at outgrounds. Here at Sedbergh, they play at Beckham in Kent, I know that. They play at South Northumberland up in the northeast. So looking at different bowling options, and Keaton Jennings into the attack.
There was that famous year, of course, where Old Trafford wasn't available and played all the games at Liverpool, and what happens?
Indeed, yeah. Sunny Merseyside.
In comes Jennings then first ball, and Pratt tries to get hold of it but doesn't. Slightly hollow sound. In fact, it's not Pratt, it's Hindmarsh who's facing. Slightly hollow sound there. There's no run. You think be able to tell a left-hander and a right-hander apart, but not necessarily. Field just slightly adjusted by Jennings in his first over here. On his way in, decent run up as well. Also Hindmarsh goes to cut this one, and he's got it between two fielders, and it's found its way to the boundary for 4. Nice little stroke there. It seemed to be under control on the way through, and he's got a 6 and a 4 in his 11 not out so far.
Of course, it's the 10th year anniversary of Lancashire's county championship title win.
I've got the T-shirt, you know, with all the names on.
Oh right, fantastic.
Yeah, it is staggering. It's 10 years ago already, though.
Yeah.
Everyone trying to dash down to Somerset on the last day.
Yeah.
Jennings on his way in once more, then past the umpire now, and bowls. And I thought he bowled him for a second. There's a big LBW appeal, and the umpire's not interested. It would be nice to get another look at that, maybe. But certainly didn't hit the bat. Thought he'd beaten him, but the umpire wasn't interested in giving him out there. Hit the front pad, didn't it? And squirted onto the back one. Jennings once more then. In he comes. And it's driven straight. 4th ball of the over. Just up 4 off the over so far. Here in the stunning settings of Sebworth School, we've said about the hills and the fells, 3 sides of the ground, tree line on the far side. School itself to our right as well. And the extra cricket pavilion behind us. So it comes in and balls a bit leg side again. Again it hits the pad. Up on Hindmarsh. I say Hindmarsh is looking for space to swing the arms really. But he's not being given that in the last couple of balls from Jennings. 5 bowled in this particular over, which is over 27. Said a few minutes ago the traffic was getting busier. Maybe it never gets that busy here at Sebworth. I think I've seen about 3 vehicles since then. Jennings on his way in then to complete the 27th over. He bowls now, and again goes for the big shot, the big hike over the leg side, and it's missed. It's at the pad, and that is the end of the over at 122 for 4, Scott.
Yeah, you wonder how come Friday what they'll all be looking, how many people will be able to get to the ground on Friday for this first game of the Royal London Cup. I say back in 2019 it was a good turnout for across the first 2 days. It thinned out as it tends to do sometimes on days 3 and 4, but
I noticed quite a few Durham fans here as well, weren't they?
Yeah.
Come over the tops from Durham. I think that helped. How many people are going to come up from Sussex? I'm not sure.
Probably we could time it for a little holiday in the lakes or something. There's Wells in a ball that's pushed into the offside, pick up and throw towards the keeper from Jones. Got through for 1.
Trying to find a hotel in the Lake District or this area at the moment is a little bit difficult. I think it's name your price, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a couple of camper vans, haven't we, go up the road opposite where we are, and that's quite a popular thing to do, isn't it? Go up and do a bit of camping. In fact, the game here, 2019, one of our colleagues, Jamie, who was working, covering the game, he camped. He brought his tent and pitched it up, and that's what he did for 4 nights. Tremendous. Going back and just chopping the ball away into the offside, but for no run.
There are a few clubs around. I mentioned Toppleton earlier. They're the ones that have camper vans, caravans parked there all year round, to get some income in.
Not sure Sebworth School will go down that route.
No, maybe not.
Don't think they need the money. There's Hindmarsh gets himself 4 runs, just playing 4. It's come off a little thin edge down towards the boundary for 4.
Having said that, I guess it costs quite a lot of money to keep a school like Sebworth going, with all the rugby and all the cricket and everything else.
Suspect school fees.
There are quite a few scholarships though, which is where quite a few cricketers have come through.
back goes Hindmarch and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Sorry, that was beginning to sound like I was doing an advert, but I'm not. It's Jordan Clarkson, another cricketer who came through here as well, on his way to Lancashire and then further south.
Yes, now it's Surrey. Did his brother come here as well? Did Graham come here?
Yeah.
It's down the leg side by Luke Wells. Umpire signalling wide. Arms outstretched. See, it's been interesting on Friday, see how many people are in the ground watching it. It's a great point that Durham, I think Durham, Chesley Street and Old Trafford were equidistant to Sedbergh. As he played back down the pitch towards Luke Wells from Pratt, and there's no run. So yeah, it was quite a cleverly arranged fixture to get Durham here, because it was not a bad journey at all from the northeast. Off the back foot and swatted down towards long on for a single.
I guess in a way it's a little bit like playing Glamorgan at Colwyn Bay, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If you actually see Colwyn Bay as a ground when there's not a counter game, there's literally a building there really, and it's totally transformed when there's a counter game on, and that's quite a smart piece of thinking as well, isn't it, to get holidaymakers in and so on. Yeah,
get lots of Lancashire fans at Colwyn Bay. Missed that trip this year. Down at Cardiff instead, so 4 days for the Glamorgan match a few weeks ago in Cardiff, but it's always a good fixture to enjoy, a trip to Colwyn Bay.
Because Sophia Gardens has been built up quite a lot for one-day games and the international games in recent years. Is it one of those grounds that looks a little bit empty on the county?
A little, yeah, it does. It's right on the edge of the city centre, so which is quite handy, so you can comfortably get public transport into the city centre and then walk to the ground. You walk through the park. So it's a nice little route in. It's a great location. Right by the river. They quite like an outground by the sea, though, isn't it? Colwyn Bay. Is Jennings in? This is deflected down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. Keaton Jennings continuing.
I mentioned Cleethorpes, where Notts used to play. That is literally a couple of roads from the sea, and that's perfect location again for that sort of game. Yeah, the days of playing, I think there used to be games at Southend at one time, didn't there? So again, right on the coast.
Jennings bowls, has driven. Stopped by Keaton Jennings, and there's no run. Keeper standing up here with Jennings running in with his medium pace. Bowling to Gary Pratt.
Because the ground at Southampton's a long way inland, isn't it?
Yeah.
Off the motorway.
Yes, it is, yeah. Jennings to Pratt. That's sent straight down the throat of Josh Bohannon at mid-off. And Pratt's very tidy 35, very patient innings. Enjoyed a good partnership with Slag. It's come to an end. I make it 35 from 67 balls and 3 fours, but he's out for 35. Caught Bohannon ball by Jennings, and Cumbria have lost their 5th wicket.
Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head. I guess it's quite a tame way to get out, having been sticking around and building an innings, but he's gone anyway, so he'll be far from happy with that. So halfway through the innings now, and this should be Tom Benn, the wicketkeeper, with the beard there on his way in. There was a time a few years ago where if someone had a beard, you could spot straight away. There's so many beards around these days, Scott. That's very difficult.
Yes, everyone likes a sculptured beard, don't they? That's a very tiny looking trim around the chin, isn't it? Yeah, very smart.
There are a few beards around that look like Edwardian cricketers, aren't they?
134 for 5. And the 29th over. Yeah, the game, the ground at the GS Bowl in Southampton is a long way inland, but actually they relatively recently went to the Isle of Wight to play a 4-day game.
That was very surprising, I have to say. Yeah.
In fact, pre-COVID, So the original fixture list for 2020 had Lancashire playing there. So I was quite looking forward to getting the ferry to a cricket ground. I was quite excited about that.
You can get the hovercraft as well.
Oh, that'd have been even better.
Mm.
You see the excitement that I got into at the prospect of having to travel across water to get to a cricket ground. But they obviously got called off. But yeah, they've played at the Isle of Wight in a 4-day game, which is quite intriguing.
I wonder if the Isle of Wight Tourist Board or someone has got involved with sponsorship, or that's one of the reasons,
Perhaps,
possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Because you would have thought there would be grounds on the mainland as well that
Yeah.
might have used, but
I think they played Nottinghamshire there a few years back and for a 4-day match. Good crowd in. Little forward press by Ben, first up, facing Keaton Jennings. And straight to Josh Bannon at mid-on, and there's no run. 134 for 5. Oh, he's got a smile on his face, Keaton Jennings. Signed a new contract with Lancashire this summer as well. Just trying to run this down to third man, but through to the keeper, and there's no run. A long-term deal signed by Keaton Jennings about a month or two ago. Been with Lancashire now since the end of 2017, I think it was, when he joined from Durham. Right on over the wicket, balls, and then goes back, just trying to work it into the onside, thinking about taking one. They decide against it. I made a tweet earlier on from Lancashire fan, wondering whether he's due potential England recall, Keaton Jennings. That was the end of his over, by the way. 29 overs bowled. Has to retrieve his cap and his sunglasses. 134 for 5.
England have struggled for a while, haven't they, just to nail down those top 3 positions, I guess, over a couple of years. But I don't know. Is it a mindset? Did they think Keaton Jennings had his time and that's it? That's the way they're thinking, maybe?
Possibly,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. Possibly. I think Keaton will probably just say, just try and score runs. If I score runs for Lancashire, have a good year with the bat. And
There'll always be injuries, won't there?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. He was last involved in England squad as Wells comes in and bowls and beats Hindmarch and through to Lavelle, and there's no run. At the start of last year, so it's quite recently, it was the start of 2020, he was in the original squad to tour Sri Lanka that got cancelled because of COVID, but of course they were out there playing a warm-up match. Off the back foot, just cut away straight to Jennings at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, things changed quickly, because I remember watching a T20 game only a few weeks ago, and they were saying, I can't remember the player's name now, but it's either Livingston or X, and only one of them's going to go to the competition, you know, and this is like a battle between the two of them, and yet since then Liam Livingston's made himself a big part of the side.
He's worked out into the onside for no run. Yeah, I think it was Billings, wasn't it? The Kent wicketkeeper batsman, Sam Billings. So they were saying it's either him or him for the final potential spot. March going right back into his crease. Tall, strong man, pushing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But yeah, you can be quickly kind of forgotten, can't you, really? It's just over 12 months since he was in the England team, Keaton Jennings. But the back foot slapped down towards long on for a single. Score moves on to 135 for 5. Hello to Tim. Hello, Tim, who says he's been listening to the coverage at work. Now back home, enjoying the live video feed too. So you've been on the BBC Sport website and app while at work, and now you've got the live feed on the TV. What a glorious setting for a game of cricket. Reminds me of Queenstown without the aircraft. Cut by Ben. Down to backward point where Jack Morley fields, and there is no run. No, they're scrambled through for a single. Is the end of the over. Ben off the mark with that. So 136 for 5. Correction, 135 for 5.
Yeah, I mentioned that T-shirt that was produced when Lancashire won the title in 2011. I could have worn it today, I guess, but I'm not sure if Jeff, the Cumbria scorer, would have spoken to me again, so I thought probably best not to. Yeah, I just realised the other day it was 10 years ago. That was staggering. how quickly that's gone by.
It has flown by, yeah. Actually, last year, during kind of the first lockdown, when we should have been playing cricket, Jennings bowls and just squeezed off the front foot by Ben down to third man for a single. Because we were supposed to have obviously live cricket commentary and coverage, and we didn't get any, we kind of went back to that 2011 season. I managed to speak to quite a few people involved in that title-winning season. Actually, you can still watch the interviews on the head to the BBC Radio Lancashire page and click on Sport. There's a link to all the different interviews that have been done, sport interviews that have been done. So I spoke to Glenn Chappell and Mark Chilton. I got those together, and I got Kyle Hogg as well. This is I'm March pulling the ball out to deep square leg for one run. They've got Stephen Moore and Paul Horton together, Keedy and Kerrigan together, just reflecting on it. So yeah, some really good memories.
When various bits of the media suddenly realising that Lancashire were going to win the title and dashing down on the day, you know, all the way down to Taunton, trying to find places to park, no doubt. And Taunton's a nice ground to watch at, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, very nice. Lancashire's T20 quarter-finals at Taunton. Yeah, at the back end of August. Yeah, Ben just on the front foot. Oh, this will be a tight single. He's out if he hits. But he didn't.
Yeah, Taunton, I don't know if it's changed post-COVID, but it's one of those grounds you could stroll into after tea and just stroll in and watch a bit of cricket for an hour or so, you know.
Again, that's from the town centre, isn't it, which is quite nice.
And it's also one of the grounds, depending where the wicket is, you can actually hear all the conversations going out in the middle. So you really do feel you're part of it out there.
139 for 5. Behind March on strike. Here's Jennings in and balls. Oh, and he's rocked back and he's pulled the ball high out towards deep mid wicket and beyond the reach of Luke Wells, just about. In fact, come back for a second.
Has Wells stayed down? Or is he? I think he's okay, isn't he?
I think he's okay. Yeah, Wells was kind of scooting round from deep mid wicket. There's a long coming round from the boundary as well. It kind of fell. Just about in between the pair of them. He's gone onto the back foot. There he goes. Wells is coming round, trying to stop it one-handed beyond the reach of the Lancashire fielder. And the score moves on to 141 for 5. Quite a lengthy spell, this, isn't it, for Keaton Jennings? Well, I say that, I'm talking absolute nonsense. Only his third over. It felt a little bit longer than that. Into his third over. Slow ball, which Iron March drills up towards long on where Bohannon fields. .42 for 5. He's probably the pick of the day, hasn't he, really? Keaton Jennings, a century with the bat, and now he's having a chance to have a ball, so he's kind of brushing up on all his skills ahead of the One-Day Cup starting on Friday. That's a decent ball. It's playing the miss and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Good take from Lavelle. It's the end of the over. 31 overs gone. 142 for 5. Hind March on 20 and Ben on 3.
Just 243 more the target with the final 5 wickets. It's terrific to see cricket here at Sedbergh. Cumbria have only played here relatively recently, perhaps over the last 15 years or so. I think it was a committee member got in touch here and decided to play down here. But obviously the ground staff here now specially organised the summer around Lancashire playing here. I think it's the main idea.
Is it a venue that Cumbria would like to play more at, you think? Or?
Yeah, I think it's difficult. Its availability is part of it.
Yeah.
You know, what's available during school, holiday time and all that sort of thing. I'm sure they would. Got a reasonable selection of other grounds that we talked about earlier. Some nice grounds to play at as well. So I guess it all comes down to whether the two parties can come to an agreement that suits both of them.
It's Stephen Croft. And that's slapped high up into the offside. Who's underneath it? Well, Rob Jones is following it and takes the catch. The way that Rob Jones was kind of scrambling after it, trying to watch the ball drop from the sky, I wasn't enormously confident he would take it, but he's done well there. Jones, he gets it, spins round, and lies on his stomach. And Croft gets a wicket with his first ball. It's a big slash, wasn't it, which went high up into the offside. That's the end of Hind March. And Croft with the wicket. On for 20.
So it's like Nico Watt, the leg spinner, coming in with the maroon helmet next.
So on Sunday it's Carlisle, isn't he? You were saying
For a 3-day game, yes, against Northumberland. I say it's very difficult with only having 4 matches to predict, but even more so than previously when there were 6 games, you've really got to get off to a winning start if you can. But the forecast is a bit iffy, I think, isn't it, for the weekend?
A dicey forecast. Glorious Monday to Friday, and then rainy Saturday, Sunday.
Carlisle's quite a nice venue as well, next to River Eden, near the castle, just across the river from the castle. Has been underwater several times in the last few years.
Right. Got a touch of the new roads about it, has it? With the
when
river.
Cumbria won the title a few years ago against Lincolnshire, it was in September, 4-day final, and actually in playing time it lasted just over a day.
Right.
Very young opposition team, and obviously not the easiest thing Cumbria possibly to get a wicket ready at short notice in the middle of September. But anyway, since then, purely coincidentally, the final's always been at a neutral ground. But Cumberland stroke Cumbria won't care because they've got it in the bank.
Croft in the balls and playing a miss from Ben, just pushing forward the batsman across, and Ben's on strike.
And actually, Scott, I think that was as much to do with all the officials coming up for a 4-day game. And
Fair enough, yeah.
You know.
Kind of made sense. 142 for 6. It's Croft. Bit of off spin for Lancashire, just tipped away off the pads into the onside. Dane Villas is at mid wicket to field, no run. Crofted again, got his sunglasses on. Ben goes back. Just turned down into the onside, just in front of square. And extra run to the total.
Not mentioned Ben too much, have we, in this batting stint, because we've been watching High Marsh trying to smash it out on the ground, really. He's just stayed in for a while.
He's only faced 10 deliveries now for his 4. So High March in the end, his details 20 runs, 23 balls, 2 fours and a 6. Croft balls to Watt, who plays a nice forward defensive. And there's no run. Lancashire have used bowlers Blatherwick, Hurt, Bohannon, Lamb, Morley, Wells, Jennings and Croft. And Nico Watt goes back and plays it into the offside. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 32 gone, 142 for 6. And Blatherwick, 3.5 overs, 2 for 25. He went for, I think it was 12 off his first over. And then came back well. But then since, we've not seen him since. He went off feeling his kind of left side. Let's hope it's just a precaution. Liam Hurt, 5 overs for 13. At the top with a new ball, Josh Bohannon, who finished that Blatherwick over, 5.1 overs, 1 for 32. Daniel Lamb, 4 overs for 13. Jack Morley, 5 overs for 17. Luke Wells, 5 overs, 1 for 16. As Keaton Jennings comes in and bowls. Played forward by Ben, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
You know, when I said a few minutes ago that rush hour hadn't appeared, all since then there's one sort of motorbike go past, and that's been it.
Maybe that is rush hour.
Well, there's a car.
A Tuesday rush hour in Sebba. Here's Ben just turning this next delivery from Keaton Jennings off his pads down towards long leg for a single.
So we're kind of back to just pushing the ball around for singles, aren't we? Which we saw a spell of a little while ago.
So it's the young leg spinner, Nico Watt, on strike. How do you think he'll go about it? Let's have a look, see what approach he will take. Jennings in, appealing for a little leg side catch, but umpire just tapping his thigh to suggest maybe it just flicked a little bit of his trousers somewhere near his pocket, perhaps, something like that. Just explaining that very thing to Keaton Jennings on his way back to his mark. Fine leg and a third man and a deep mid wicket. Watt goes back and pushes it up to mid-on. Bohannon fields, and there's no run. And there's a backward point in Rob Jones. His captain, not looking amused at Rob's funny dance. With his hands on his hips. Had extra cover. This is steered down to Hurt at third man for a single. Croft at cover. Lamb at mid-off. Bohannon at mid-on. Wells at mid-wicket. Burrows on his 12th man is at deep square leg. Jack Morley below the scoreboard at fine leg. Jennings in, another slow ball which Ben waits for and then just chops the ball away through the offside. Velas has just dropped himself back towards the cover boundary. So he sweeps round for Lancashire. The Lancashire skipper, not involved in the 100 competition, having been originally snapped up as one of the top buys in the first draft, when that was redrafted because of COVID. Velas not selected by 100 teams, so he's captain in Lancashire in the Royal London One Day Cup instead. 33 overs gone, 146 for 6. Ben 6, Watt 1. Here's Croft to Watt. Correction, to Ben. And, playing a miss and through to the keeper. And there is no run. Croft spins the ball from one hand to the other. He's in and bowls, a little bit flatter, just nudged away around the corner by Thomas. Ben, gathered by Keaton Jennings. Cross through for 1. The score moves to 147 for 6. Forward goes Watt, pushing it back towards the Lancashire all-rounder, Stephen Croft. Again, driven back to him off his own bowling, stops the ball low down to his right. Got that slip in place. Croft, short cropped hair in bowls, has tosses it wide of the off stump, in fact too far wide, signalled as a wide. Croft again to Watt, forward, back in front of his pad, play back down the pitch, gathered by Croft off his own bowling.
Enjoy that.
No run. 1 ball left of the over. Croft in. And that's just flicked down towards Keaton Jennings. Picks it up. One arm throw into the stumps. It's a direct hit. Oh, he's run him out. Well, Jennings with a pick up and throw. Direct hit. And Watt has been run out.
From here it looked as though I mean, it did look out, didn't it, from a position we're not too far off in line with that, and I think he was struggling all the way. As soon as it hit the stump straight away, I think, but you probably knew he'd gone.
Sharp piece of work by Keaton Jennings. He did well to get across the ground quickly, and then clean pick up and throw. Stephen Croft with a delivery, little turn away down towards fine leg. Jennings here. One pick up, direct hit, and he's a goner. 7th wicket to fall, 149 for 7. Just a reminder for you if you just joined us here at Sebba School. It's the warm-up fixture between Lancashire and Cumbria. It's ahead of the, from a Lancashire point of view, ahead of the Royal London One Day Cup campaign starting on Friday. There's various one-day games taking place across the country today, with first-class counties playing their national counties and their neighbouring national counties, and the build-up to the competition starting on Friday. The toss was won by Cumbria. Chose to have a ball first. Lancashire made 383 for 7. Century for Keaton Jennings, 86 for Luke Wells, 82 for Dane Villas, 56 not out for Rob Jones. George Lavelle chipping in with 29. 2 wickets for Slack, 2 for Loden, 1 for Watt as well. So 3, 8, 3 for 7, and Cumbria in reply 149 for 7 after 34 overs.
And Sam Sharp, new batsman.
Keaton Jennings' spell of 4 overs, 1 for 13 comes to an end, and Jack Morley returns. He bowled 5 overs for 17 a little earlier on. Yes, so Pratt making 35, Slack making 38, quick fire 17 from Sam Dutton. March 20 from 23, came out and gave it a bit of a thrash. Cumbria 149 for 7 at the start of the 35th, and here's Morley into to bowl it as he's swept. Pick up and throw is another direct hit, but safely through for 1 run there. And that brings up the 150 for Cumbria as well, 150 for 7.
I guess you get to a stage where the shadows go right across the wicket here, because they've advanced quite a lot, haven't they, in the last half hour or so. Plus this outfield at this near side is now in shade.
Yeah, this is the key area to field, isn't it, really? In the shade down below us. Morley spins the ball from one hand to the other. Left arm around the wicket, forward in defence. Calmly pushed back towards him by Ben. And there is no, actually it might be Sharp, I think, on strike. It is, yeah. A little clip off the pads down to backward square leg. Gets through for a single. Score is on to 151 for 7. And that's an attempt to sweep. The ball thuds into the pad. Jack Morley asked the question. The umpire says not out. See Liam Hurt whirling his arms around, so it might be a little burst from Hurt in the not too distant future. Forward press back down the pitch, no run. 5 overs for 13 before. Well, right at the top from Hurt. Ball well with the new ball. Probably a little unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket, actually. Morley balls full length and is driven back down the ground. And there's no runs, so that's the end of the 35th. 151 for 7. Ben has 7 and Sharp on 1. By making notes, batsman in conversation.
I don't think the conversation is how we're going to get these. I don't think it's...
No, perhaps not.
It sounds like I've been disparaging of Cumbria. I'm not at all. It's just, you know, it's the game as it's set up, isn't it? You know, they just want to perform and put up a decent performance each today, and knocking together the club sort of emphasises that. And, you know, they've got a lot out today as well, playing against a first-class county, playing a full 50-over match, you know, in lovely settings here in the south of Cumbria. So, you know, it's going to be a defeat at some stage today, but, you know, it's been a lovely day out.
We're not going to see Liam Hurt. So just a couple of overs from Stephen Croft. 2 overs, 1 for 4. And a burst from Hurt. Still got potentially 5 overs for him to bowl.
Is this get the game over with time, or?
Well, it could unfold pretty quickly, couldn't it, with the way that Liam Hurt can bowl. Just nicely played back down the pitch by Sharp, and there's no run.
So will the one road out of town be blocked for a while after the game?
Quite possibly, yes. Hurt again, playing a miss from Sharp and through to the keeper. There's no run. I think Lancashire will be making too many more changes to their side for the game on Friday. Be interesting to see what team Sussex rock up with. As this is chopped on by Sharp, and Hurt picks up his first wicket. 8th to fall now. 1-5-1 for 8. Liam Hurt bowling Sharp. I think just a little drag back onto his stumps. Got a bit of pace about him though, Liam Hurt.
That leaves just Matty Loudon stroke Loudon, depending where you come from, I guess. If you're West Cumberland, it might be Loudon. And Matty Siddle, which will be an interesting number 11 batsman for Cumbria. And this game coming towards its conclusion. And, yeah, it is the Workington man who comes in next.
Loudon or Loudon?
The West Cumbrian in the background says Loudon.
Well, that'll do for me. Loudon will do for me. Of course, he started things off with the ball earlier on today for Cumbria. Slacken Loudon with the new ball.
I suppose the Workington Cricket Ground's going to be fairly safe because the big police compound is right next door to it, overlooks it. It is literally one side is where the police are.
Are there any windows that overlook it?
Yes, it's a bit like a fortress.
Right.
Yeah.
So Loudon on strike.
You come back to Loudon, are you? You're sticking with that?
I'm going to stick with Loudon, I think.
Yeah.
1-5-1 for 8. Hurt in a ball. It's in behind it, pushes it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Mentioned that what type of team Sussex will bring up. Of course, they'll be affected by 100 call-ups and such like on Friday. They're playing Oxfordshire today. Sussex made 285 for 9. And Oxfordshire in reply 147 for 5. Hurt balls as he just skimmed away down towards fine leg. I don't think there's much bat on that. Maybe the finest of... No, leg by. Leg by signalled.
Quite a few people making their way home for tea. Even my favourite clouds disappeared now.
Oh dear. Yes, it was hovering over the hill for some time, wasn't it?
There's not... well, personally, I think there's not a more perfect way to spend a day when watching a cricket game in the sunshine, but, you know. And today we've had it.
He's squeezed down towards the third man boundary. Just for a single.
The one downside from Lancashire's point of view will be if that injury is anything serious, won't it? Because,
yeah, to Blatherwick, yeah.
Other than that, it's probably gone as close to plan as they could have wished.
Yeah, let's hope that's nothing too sinister. 36 overs gone. 153 for 8. Live from Sebba School. Warm up to the Royal London one-day competition. I see Jack Morley continuing.
See, Powell House, which is why you were presumably mentioning that name earlier on today.
Indeed. Morley balls, that's whipped away into the onside for no run.
Unless it's pronounced pole, it can be pronounced pole, can't it?
It could be. I was chatting to Paul Edwards, a cricket writer who's here covering the game for various publications, and we thought from 2 years ago it was Powell. It's beat Ben and through to the keeper. There's no run. In balls chopped away through the offside, just for a single. So the Evans end and the Powell end, albeit I'm slowly adopting town and country end.
It's very easy to remember.
I quite like it. I think it suits the ground to be have a town and the country end. Luke Wells is at first slip on Jack Morley. Holding his slow left arm. Work the ball out into the onside, but out comes Lavelle from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run. Now the turn of Keaton Jennings to field in front of our commentary position here. We've had Stephen Croft and Rob Jones, and now it's the Centurion. It's pushed away by... Now they're into the offside, there's no run. 5-4 for 8. Final ball of the over. Tossed up by Morley. Driven up to mid-off. No run. So 37 gone. 154 for 8. Reminder for you that Lancashire made 383 for 7. One sultry, snoozy type day. Hats and sunglasses and shorts and t-shirts, cold drinks of different kinds. Need a good cool box for a day like today.
It's a shame to have to go back to the real world tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, you know, to try and ignore all that and pretend it's not happening. Liam Hurt in the bowls, and Ben gets in behind and defends, and there's no run. As predicted, it is another stint from Hurt. Bowled his first 5 overs at the top, and Captain Dane Villas has brought him back right towards the end of the innings to try and see if he can wrap things up. Ball again, it's full, it's just an off stump and it's driven down the ground. And there's no run. Into his 7th over now, 1 for 14 for Liam Hurt. Wickets to fall. Dawson caught land ball Blatherwick for 17. Slack ball by Bohannon for 38. Waterston LBW to Blatherwick for 1. Hurt balls. Well, that squared him up and the ball disappeared down towards the boundary. And it's gone for 4 runs. With Hurt steaming in. They're just going to push him forward at that. Edge takes it past the keeper to his right, down towards the boundary. A slightly frantic look from the batsman Ben as he knew that potentially could have caused him some trouble. But he gets 4 for it instead. He moves up to 13. 1, 5, 8 for 8. Balls again, it's just pulled down to long leg. Just for a single. Just back to this batting card then for Cumbria. So Waterston LBW to Blatherwick for 1. Pratt caught Bohannon bowled Jennings for 35. Simple caught Villas bowled Wells for 1. Hindmarch caught Jones bowled Croft for 20. Watt run out by Keaton Jennings for 2. Brings Sharp. And Sharp bowled by Hurt for 1. So Loden and Ben, 2 batsmen. Got Liam Hurt bowling for Lancashire. Got steaming back in and bowls a short ball. And Sharp as well. Ducks underneath that and through to George Lavelle, and there's no run. So 2 wickets for Blatherwick, 2 for 25, but he's currently hasn't seen him since his 4th over. Went off with a side injury. I've seen him actually just doing a gentle lap of the outfield, so hopefully it's a sign he's too sinister. I'm sure it'll require a scan of some description. Hurt again, and Loden kind of going back and crouching down and just pleased to fend the ball away and to get off strike for a little bit, I think. It's a leg by signal, did he?
That's the last ball of the over, though.
Oh dear.
So he's misjudged it, I think.
He's misjudged that one, hasn't he? He was backing further and further back, but pushing him further and further back. That was the end of the 38th over. 164, 8. Loden on 0. And it is Ben on 14. Yeah, 2 wickets for Blatherwick, 2 for 25, 1 for Hurt, 1 for 19. Josh Bannon 1 for 32. Luke Wells 1 for 16. Keaton Jennings 1 for 13. Stephen Croft 1 for 4. Jack Morley twirling his way back in and bowling. Stopped by Stephen Croft at short extra cover, low down to his left. Good stop actually. And there is no run. Morley, and again squirts down towards short third man. Place. That's Luke Wells. He seems to have been there for most of the day, Luke Wells. Oh, he might be stumped here. I think he probably should have been, really. Coming down the pitch. Swing and a miss. But, not taken cleanly by George Lavelle. Morley in, a little bit flatter. Lavelle claiming for a stumping, but he wasn't entirely certain where the umpire was. He appealed in the wrong direction to begin with.
I thought he was at square leg. He
did. Spinning round to square leg. How's that umpire? Oh, he's not there. I'm going to turn around and look the other way. Ball's left of the over. He's in and bowling. Taken by Lavelle, and again there is no run. Thought he may have had his first victim there, Jack Morley, of the match. Again, he beats that forward press through to the keeper, just flicked off the bails. End of the over. 39 gone. 160 for 8. Cumbria. Reminder for you, all this in reply to a Lancashire total of 383 for 7.
Just come up to half 5. Lovely day at the cricket, and 160 for 8. And Lancashire have dominated, as we've said all the way through here, but I think Cumbria have enjoyed their day in a sort of masochistic way, you know.
I'm sure they have. Well, plenty of experience, isn't there? I mean, some of the younger players in particular, a chance to face some of the bowling and to try and pick up some wickets as well. Hurt's going to continue steaming in, bowling full. Ben just brings the bat down, jabs it away into the offside, no run. So this is over number 8 for Liam Hurt. 1 for 19. Wicket of Sharp for 1. Hurt in bowls. Oh, that's underneath the gloves of Lavelle. Well, it hits the boundary rope and it's gone for leg byes, 4 of them in fact. On 64 for 8. Balls again, that's driven out to extra cover, and there is no run. .164 for 8. Yes, 164 for 8, Cumbria, in reply to Lancashire's total of 383 for 7. 2 wickets for Jack Blatherwick. We've not seen him, however, since his 4th over, because he went off with what looked like a bit of a side injury, so hopefully nothing too serious. But 2 wickets for Blatherwick, 1 for Hurt, 1 for Bohannon, 1 for Wells, 1 for Jennings and 1 for Croft. Earlier, Lancashire 383 for 7, the top scorer in the innings, with Keaton Jennings, who made 103. In reply, Cumbria are 164 for 8.
That alarm noise could become quite irritating after a while, I feel.
Hurts in again and bowls. Clipped off the toes down towards long leg. George Burrows picks up the ball. Throws in towards the gloves of Lavelle. Score ticks along to 165 for 8.
Still good. It's only Tuesday, isn't it?
And balls, that's just ease back down the pitch. And there is no run. That concludes the over. Over number 40. 165 for 8. And that's what's happened today with Michael Slack top scoring so far on 38. Gary Pratt's 35. 165 for 8. 10 overs potentially remaining for Cumbria to bat.
I think for Tom Bennett at the moment, particularly when his facing the faster balls, it's just a case, can I get a bat on it and just jab it out, isn't it? Or stop it hitting the stumps. I don't think he's looking a lot further than that at this particular stage. But from a Cumbria point of view, the thing they'll be interested in will be not getting any injuries themselves ahead of Sunday, and they won't want any on Saturday either, when they're all back playing for their clubs. So Ben's going to face, win the 41st over.
Yeah, see Daniel Lamb back into the attack.
Marco, you see if you can see whose car alarm is that's going on.
Didn't notice there's a car alarm. Yeah, 41st over. And Danny Lamb to bowl. I'm joking, I'm laughing, but I hope it's not mine. That has happened to a football commentator in the past, hasn't it? Anyway, in we go. Lamb to bowl, and that's nicely steered away. And it's going to go for 4 in front of those empty chairs we mentioned on the far side of the ground. 4 more to the total. Quite a nice little shot. That one's just flicked away down leg side for 4, near the scoreboard. This was a famous occasion where certain BBC radio football, you know the one I mean, was at Derby, and the announcement goes out, can the owner of a car, blah 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 blah. That's my car. Thankfully never had that. Anyway, Lamb to continue then, this over. Bowling to Ben, who's just picked up a 4. And that's a dot ball, second one. Ben's on 15. Loudon struck Loudon on 0. We'll stick with Loudon. 165 for 8. Becomes 169 for 8 with that 4 we just saw. And well, Ben's been tidy. He's kept the quicker bowlers out. Try to take runs if he can. Lamb balls again. Hits it on the up. And we'll pick up for 1 more. When I said there were bells at the end of the game, this is not what I meant. No. I don't know if bell ringings complies fully with social distancing either. That's the other thing, isn't it? 170 for 8 then. Cumbria batting second here. Having won the toss. 383 for 7. Lancashire score earlier on in the day. Some good performances now, including a century from Jennings. Cumbria battled away against superior opposition, trying to make a game of this. Lamb bowls again. It's just, again played square. This time there's no run. Well, these two are not certainly trying to give their wickets away. We're inside the final 10 overs of the game now, either way. And Lancashire are going to have a big victory, whether they bowl Cumbria out or not. Isn't the question? You can see Gary Pratt, the Cumbria skipper, having a word on the boundary edge, just next to our fabulous marquee here at Sebba. Here we go again then. Driven offside. Again, it's another dot ball. There's been 5 off this over so far. And it's been pretty well defended. Gary Pratt on his way back up to the northeast. I think he works for a bat company as his main job, which is a nice tie into cricket, isn't it? Last ball of the over from Lamb. It's down leg side, so it won't be the last ball because that's a wide. It'll be interesting to see the latest on the Lancashire injury news after the game and why Tom Bailey was pulled out at the last minute as well.
Yeah. I can't imagine it being kind of a tactical thing. I mean, you named your team and Bailey was in it, so yeah, we'll see if we can find out.
Next delivery is a legitimate one. It's driven up to mid-off. That's the end of the 41st over at 170 for 8. And the sheep have arrived on the hills nearby. 171 for 8 and 41 of the 50 bowled.
Yeah, Rob Jones says he quite fancies climbing up that hill.
Well, shall we leave him to that? Easy to say, we've not seen him do it yet, so... Yeah.
No, he's a bit crackers like that though. He likes a bit of kind of hill climbing and mountaineering, that type of thing.
We've seen the pictures on our monitor screen here. I'm thinking, oh, looks like quite a nice place to be. And realising it's actually right in front of you. Yeah.
Yorkshire have beaten Northumberland. 9-wicket win for Yorkshire in their warm-up match. It's the first one to be concluded actually. So they were set 255 to win. And who's got the big runs there? Will Frayne, 146 not out. And Harry Duke made 52.
It's going to be Wells to return to the bowling attack at the town end. Just sorting out his run-up. Got Rob Jones back fielding in front of us. Down the track goes Ben, just to fend it away. He's on 20. Dot balls start the over. Can Lancashire finish this game off quickly at 171 for 8? So it's pulled through the leg side. Decent stroke by Ben. They didn't take the run hard though, so that's just a single onto the total. So, Scott, what do you say Lancashire got out of this? Because we know about Keaton Jennings already, don't we?
Yeah,
that's not a surprise at all.
No.
Do you think, like you were saying, getting some of the bowlers, some overs in has been
think
a
so,
key?
yeah. I think obviously seeing Lavelle keep wicket.
Wells, top edge, that's going to be out. That's a fairly straightforward catch for Lamb. And that's the 9th wicket to go down. That's Ben who's out. Caught by Lamb for... 7 did he make? Yes, we'll check on that. Yeah, I think he was 10 not out, wasn't he? So wicket number 9 goes down to the bowling of Wells, and it's 20 he made, and that's almost all over, isn't it? 171 for 9, and Matty Siddle, the slow left armer, comes in to bat at 11.
I think Lancs will look at it the same. They've had, obviously, I don't know, you mean this Keaton Jennings doesn't need to try and improve anything here, particularly. But still, he's got runs. He'll be hard pressed to find a batsman who won't be happy to get runs heading into a competition and come off the back of a century. He's obviously bowled a little bit as well, which will be, I'm sure he'll be used. Keaton Jennings, but I think you look at the likes of Jack Morley, 8 overs for 19. Nice and steady from the slow left arm. He's going to have a big competition. I think he'll play most games, I would think, if all being well. So he bowled 8 overs, pretty tidy stuff. And a little look at Liam Hurt. He's got through 8 overs. Mentioned he's not bowled much in first-team cricket for Lancashire. He has played a couple of T20 matches, but he's gone through 8 overs, 1 for 20. So again, pretty decent stuff. You look at Lavelle with the gloves as well. I think it's just a case of all the players getting back into the kind of grooves of playing 50-over cricket again. Get back, kind of being familiar with the surrounds here ahead of the match on Friday.
Wells then, 2 for 17, comes in again. He's bowling to Siddle. Keeper stood up, slip in place. And he sort of fenced at that one. So he picked up a couple of boundaries on Sunday, but not especially known for his batting. Next delivery. Oh, it bounces down, I think, just in front of slip. But Lancashire fielding is sensing, I think, that this game is going to be over fairly soon now.
Will you be at Carlisle, Gary, on Sunday?
I am there for part of the 3 days, yes.
Excellent.
So, yes, look forward to that. I think Gary Pratt is actually stood there, isn't he, waiting to shake hands with people at the end of the match, I guess is the idea. Wells again to Siddle, this time he can play it back. There's no run. Yeah, 3-day coverage on BBC Sport Online.
Excellent.
From Sunday. The first game of Cumbria's championship this summer. 172 for 9 off 42. 38 from Slack, 35 from Pratt. Top scorers for Cumbria this afternoon. And Lancashire just worked their way through that. The highlight probably was Keaton Jennings with a direct hit to get rid of Nico Watt. Well, the score was just at 171, so we will see. I've got 172 on my screen here. That one is just chopped away for Another single. Was I misleading you there when I said it was Ben who was out? I was, wasn't I? Ben is still facing. So it was Loudon who was out.
He was out for naught.
Yeah, that's why I was confused a little bit over the score. Yeah, Ben's still in. He's on 22. Siddle on naught. Siddle just come in and misses the ball outside off stump. Siddle and Ben, the partnership together in the last wicket partnership for Cumbria.
Thanks to Duncan, who sent me a message to say he's enjoyed the coverage today, but he says that disappointed to hear that Alex Davis is leaving. Gutted, especially him being a Darwin lad and such a key player.
Lamb in again, goes back on the stumps, appeals for LBW. Maybe he's got something on it, they think about running. Siddle ends up 2/3 of the way down the pitch and is sent back.
He adds, not since John Crawley have we had such a high-profile homegrown departure. Thanks for your message, Duncan. Or we wish, obviously, Alex Davis all the best with Warwickshire due to, well, he has signed a 3-year deal with them. And as it stands, due to link up with them at the end of the season. He's currently away with the Southern Brave in the 100.
Lamb again, this time it's nicely defended by Siddle. I think he's tried a new tactic of just trying to keep the ball out for now, I think. This clock ticks around to 5:45. Just the odd car in the centre of Sedbergh. Very quiet rural evening here in the south of Cumbria. The end of a lovely day, shadows across the ground. And Siddle this time thought he had a run there. It's fielded square on the offside though, pretty comfortably by Wells. So that's another dot ball for Lamb, who's got naught for 20 so far, just one off the over.
Second result of these one-day games has come through with Cornwall beating Somerset by 5 wickets.
Really?
At the county ground in Taunton.
Lamb again, dug out once more, this time by Siddle. And he will get a run down to third man. Gets him off the mark.
Somerset 260 all out. And decent Somerset team. Eddie Byram's in there, George Bartlett, Jack Leach, Ben Green. I think they've all played first-class cricket for Somerset. But 260 all out. Cornwall have knocked them off with 5 wickets in hand. So a good day for Cornwall at Taunton. In particular for Scott Harvey, their captain. 93 not out to see Cornwall through to a 5-wicket victory over Somerset.
Wells again to start a new over from the town end.
Just joined the coverage. These are warm-up matches ahead of the Royal London One-Day Cup starting on Friday. Well, Lancashire start on Friday, some games start on Thursday.
Next delivery tries to smash it. Next delivery tries to smash it leg side. Siddle there, but plays it into the ground.
So the 18 first-class counties all had a fixture lined up against their neighbouring national county side.
Next delivery beaten easily. Bounces off Lavelle eventually. Foot was back in the crease, and that's the end of.
I think he might have bowled him.
Oh, he has. Sorry, yes, he has. He's bowled him. Siddle goes, and that is the end of the game, rather unexpectedly, at 174 all out. Not the right wicket to miss. Anyway, 174 out, Siddle's gone for 1. Bowled by Wells, who's picked up his 3rd wicket. And 3 for 17 for him, and that's the end of the game. Well, it all stopped for a moment there.
He did, didn't it? Yeah.
I looked at the screen and thought, it's halfway through the over, why have they stopped? And the answer was that Siddle was bowled. So Ben ends 22 not out, and that is the end of the innings. Scott at 174.
Indeed, yes. Good day's cricket. Enjoyable here at Sedbergh School. Just to wrap up the point I was just saying there with for those that may have just been kind of late to the coverage, these are warm-up games ahead of the 50 over cup starting for Lancashire on Friday. And the likes of Cornwall playing Somerset and Yorkshire, Northumberland, and Sussex playing Oxfordshire, that type of thing. So you're playing your neighbouring county. And a great win for Cornwall over Somerset. Looks like the Wales minor counties might beat Glamorgan as well, which would be a great result. But here at Sedbergh School, as the players make their way off, led by the captain, Dane Villas, I think a pretty decent day's work for Lancashire, making it 383 for 7 from their 50 overs, and then Cumbria all out for 174. So the victory margin for Lancashire, 209 runs. 3 wickets for Luke Wells in the end, 3 for 17, 1 for Keaton Jennings, 1 for Stephen Croft, 1 for Josh Barnum, 1 for Liam Hurt, 2 for Jack Blatherwick. Slack making 38, Pratt 35 for Cumbria in their reply. Century for Jennings in the first inning, in his innings, and Wells 86 and Villas 82, and the unbeaten 56 from Rob Jones. 2 wickets for Slack, 2 for Lode and 1 for Watt as well. Lancashire completing a victory by 209 runs, but an enjoyable few hours of cricket.
Yeah, really enjoyed the day. Say Lancashire got a lot out of it ahead of the 50 overs. Cumbria, it's a sort of high point of their summer, playing against a first-class county. So there's a lot to take away from this, and great experience for particularly the younger Cumbrian players for the games in the years to come.
And next up for Cumbria is this weekend, a three-day game starts on Sunday.
Yeah, against Northumberland at Edenside. Lovely name, isn't it? In Carlisle.
And commentary on the BBC Sport website and app for that.
Indeed, from 5 to 11.
Excellent. And for Lancashire supporters, we're back here on Friday for the start of the Royal London One-Day Cup. An 11 o'clock start against Sussex. And the players, Lancashire players there, will be pretty pleased with their work. As we see the pink flag of the Powell House behind the one end of the ground. This glorious ground here at Sedbergh just looks a picture. Even on a rainy day, it looks magnificent on a bright sunny day like this, surrounded by the hills and bright blue sky and sunshine bathing the outfield as well. Looks like the forecast is good for Friday, and we'll do it all for you again there. 11 o'clock start on Lancashire Cricket TV on the live stream, plus ball by ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Enjoy the rest of your evening.